I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fates are mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. is for mortals. Only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fates are mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail.
替但我依然是过分的狼。他的领着我才拿到消息，等我来，他们无处可藏。留下一片我爱，我挥手继续，众人脸上都是王炸。摇摆着酒吧的血本无愧，要么就帅哥本就不留。I won't sleep and I wake up， 等着叫我知道不足球。最往下想没叫做恶人又如何？闭上我眼一念就深深我沉默。都想让我经历，任由它断是我磨碎我，就听你说。你说让我怎样才能不心满弯弯找跑那暗慢的放地方？慢慢结尾是忘记上没见我故事深夜的倔强像上顶盖。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. It's the summer split of 2024, and ladies and gentlemen, we got me, Seb, your host and caster, and we got my main man, Creatives, up in the building. You know what we do, ladies and gentlemen. Today is going to be some solos action coming at you guys. Today, I believe it's groups A and group C. So we got some heavy hitters in the lobby today. Everybody knows the names. We're going to be letting you know the lineup in just a second here, but wow. We have a crazy day. 6 games to go, and this is the last 6 games that we're playing in this bi-weekly qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. After today, we will be knowing the top 12 players who are going to be going to the finals for this bi-weekly split. And so everybody's got to lay it all on the line, otherwise they won't make the cut. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. First things first, let's get it out of the way. Twitch drops. Everybody loves free stuff. All you got to do, come and watch the stream for 15 minutes, 30 minutes, and an hour, and you get some cool free stuff, and then come back again for the bi-weekly finals, and you'll get some extra cool stuff. Once the stuff for the bi-weekly finals is gone next week, we will not be seeing it again. So make sure you guys get on that as fast as you can, because as soon as bi-week 2 is over, you're not going to be getting anything of these anymore. Creatives, man, how you doing, bro? It's been a minute since we've been casting together.
Yes, sir.
How you feeling about this?
I'm excited. BIWEEKly 2, day 3 now for the solo. It's gonna be a full day of impactful games as we've seen. I think it is groups A and B that are gonna be duking it out today in today's server. So we're gonna have a different pool of players this time around. Very excited to see Frostivus play because I haven't really watched him play on the cast days that I've been on here. So I'm super excited to see Frostivus. But you know, now comparing the BIWEEKly 1 with BIWEEKly 2, we are now on the latest patch where the fifth place got nerfed, and we also saw some new things from the players as well last week on day 1 for the BIWEEKlys. The Liam V2 now showing out to being very, very strong in these games. I mean, we see some crazy mix-ups there with the V2 and how strong that O is opposed to the V1. But when we take a quick look at our overall schedule, we are going to see our BIWEEKly 2 final days, which is going to be this weekend. So if you guys want to get that avatar that it is this weekend, you got to be tapped in this weekend for the avatar. We got the BIWEEKly final solos on Saturday and the BIWEEKly trios on Sunday. So like Seb said, once those BIWEEKly drops are gone, they're never coming back. If you guys are still waiting on the background, that's going to be in 2 weeks. I know some people have been waiting on the background. Super clean, but it's still a little bit of some time. This weekend, once again, is going to be the avatar. So this is our overall schedule. And we see our winners there, JDG Shazam and Wolves being our winners for the BIWEEKly 1. So that's another thing to state. But today's schedule, as always, we got a full day of impactful matches. We got the Perdoria for map 1 as always, and as well as map 4, and then we're going back to Holoroth on map 2, Morris brought map 3. I mean, it's a crazy show, but look at the standings right here. Said this is very surprising.
Yeah, taking a look at our standings here in our bottom group of players, we've seen Wolves Wang Liang, we're seeing Shaw, we're seeing Akame, we're seeing Pace, Action, and Slows. These are some players that we don't usually see in the bottom that aren't coming out to play very much, especially Akame here from 521 already played both days, so is not going to have a chance to get themselves into that top 12. 14 through 18 though, they do have a shot here if they want to make themselves get into the top 12. Taking a look as well, Chuzhang already finished his placements number 9th. He is going to not have another chance to play any games today. But as we're taking a look, Verse, Star, Frostivus, T225, AIS, these guys all have a shot at increasing their scores. Right now, they're safe. But if some of the players in the lower ranks are going to be not playing, it's going to be very difficult for them. Or if some of the players in the lower ranks are coming to play today, it's going to be difficult for them to hold their spot. Spider as well and Arano, the only 2 players in the top 6 that have only played 1 day. It's only up for those 2. These guys will be able to add so many more points to their scores, trying to overpass the top 4 players. Right now in first place, we got DRG's Fong, we got X1's Wufang, we got OUG's Mike, and Xuan Yan in 4th place here. These guys have already secured their spots. They are not going anywhere. So the lineup for today: Alliance's Frostivus, EWG's Arano, Bauda's Action, JL's AIS, TE Star, Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse, BBE Slows, SS1's Paste, KLA's T225, Wolves Wang Liang, GG Shaw, and WBG Spider. This is sure to be a crazy day. I'm hoping we get to see a lot coming out of Frostivus. This is exactly like you said it. We're gonna have a wild one, and can't wait to see how Frostivus performs today.
Yeah, I mean, something to look at right there is just seeing our BIWEEKly 1 winner. I mean, it's rough, but I'm pretty sure it is pretty much solidified that he is not going to make it to the BIWEEKly 2 final, with him being in, I believe, 12th or 11th place right now with 27 points.
Place.
I mean, yeah, I mean, he's quickly going to get knocked out from another player, and it's rough. It's rough for your JDG Shazam with having a crazy BIWEEKly 1 and taking it home as well. You know, it's just a sad sight to see that from him, but hopefully he bounces back for the BIWEEKly 3. Another player I want to mention as well is Wufang. Wufang, now with his 2nd week in the Pro League, has really turned up this week. We see him in 2nd place with a good amount of points for his BIWEEKly run, already securing his spot in the BIWEEKly finals. Is he going to be able to, you know, continue that momentum throughout the BIWEEKly finals this weekend? Like a player like XY on his 1st week of the Pro League, yeah, he did play in Koi Cup. He has a little bit of time playing against these players, but XY had a good run as well during the bi-weekly qualifying games, and then he kind of fell off for the bi-weekly finals. And this week as well, he's doing very well for his first 2 days. We see him with a good amount of points, and hopefully he's able to transfer that onto the bi-weekly finals for him to be able to, you know, probably potentially take a chip home. But we did see the pressure get to him in the first bi-weekly final. Hopefully he has you know, worked out some of the kinks he had in his gameplay for the bi-weekly finals. But you know, Frostivus, Liza's Frostivus, everybody in the stream right now knows who Frostivus is. The man, the GOAT. Love watching this man play. Has done his thing in C, has done his thing in NA, now in the Pro League. I mean, what is there much more to say here to Frostivus? Unfortunate for Frostivus, he did not make it to the bi-weekly 1 finals, but he's in really good pacing here to make it to the bi-weekly 2, which is very important for him to continue his momentum, because ever since he came to the Pro League, he's been making it into those bi-weekly finals. And I could be wrong with this, don't quote me on this, but I think last week was probably the first bi-weekly final he did not make since he's been in the Pro League. But like I said, don't quote me on that, but I know for sure ever since he making it to the Pro League, he has been up there and has been qualifying for those bi-weekly finals, which at that is not an easy task, and it's very hard to see players being able to do that. But I mean, we see players like XY and Wufong, who are also new in the league, who have been able to do that. So, you know, it's a rare amount of players who can do it, but now we're starting to see it here in the league.
Yeah, I mean, Frostivus has definitely missed the odd bi-weekly final here and there last season. But for the majority of it, he was placing in those bi-weekly finals. I believe the best place, I think he placed 3rd or 4th in one of the bi-weekly finals, which was his top spot. Taking a look here at our hero picks, the first round selection, always going to be that double Liam pick, but now we're going to be seeing that V2 being run up as opposed to that V1 ultimate, and then the double Kylan or Chiling picks, whichever way you want to call it, the English pronunciation, the Chinese pronunciation. There's so many different ways to say the name. Kylan is the way we're going to go today. Hottie getting picked for the number 3. This is kind of a standard pick for you guys who are new here at the NBPL. We're going to see the Liams go first, the Kylans go second, the Hotties go 3rd, and then Matari going 4th usually is what's going to be happening. And then 5th and 6th selections are going to fall either to Justina's. You're going to see your Tessas start to come out, your Temis starting to make way into this game. And the way that they've done this hero selection, having only 2 people being able to pick at the same time, and if they pick the same hero, the hero will be banned out. So now Slows and Paste are only getting the scraps of what's going on. They could pick any hero that isn't the ones that have already been picked. So it does limit their options a bit. Slow's going to go with the Tessa. Paste is going to opt for the ACOS pick. We do know Paste, very, very strong ACOS player. And Slows we haven't seen too much of on the Tessa, but hopefully something will be going right now. Slow's someone that we haven't seen very much of in the Pro League, still gaining his footing a little bit here, but hopefully we can see a little bit more coming out from him today, as we love to see the underdog action coming through the top here. Getting ready into game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, starting on Perdoria, the brand new map. This is going to be intense. We're going to take a look at our forecast, where these players are going to be dropping in just a second. Pace getting that one last yawn in before the game starts. Frostivus already in that pose. He's getting his souls and spirits aligned. He's ready to hit some anime moves going off there, as we are going to drop in creatives. Take it away with our forecast here after we see a little bit of what these heroes are going to be using for their abilities.
I mean, here off rip, I'm looking at the Liams, and I mean, yeah, I pretty much, no doubt in my mind, I was 100% sure that that V2 was going to be played out. And I want to talk a little bit about the Tessa as well. The Tessa was showcased last week by Fong and T225, and the Tessa is now, I feel like ever since I saw her being played out by both of those players, Tessa was going to start creeping herself into the meta once again, because both of those times that that character was picked last week for the bi-weekly 1, she has found some really good success, and we also saw it for our day 1 of the bi-weekly 2. So Tessa is a really good counter for a lot of these super aggressive heroes, as we started to see. And you know, Slow starting off his day today on the Tessa. I would not be surprised if he's gonna have those pop-off games against these strong heroes like the Liam, the Keelan, and the Hotties, which, you know, we usually see those heroes being on top, especially the Liam, that, you know, pretty much has solidified in the meta for some time now, that these players are pretty much full picking Liam Group A. But this is our drop zones for game number 1. We got some players landing Arcadia. We got around 4 players. We got BBE, Wolves, ASE, I believe in the back. I couldn't see the logo. We got Spider, SS1 right on the left-hand side as well. KLA and Bauda all the way in the tippity top of the map, and it's gonna be a nice drop zone. We got a little bit of spread zones, but we also have congested areas. 3 least I see is 2 in one area, but needless to say, it's gonna be hot drops for game number 1 for a lot of players. Game number 1 of the bi-weekly 2 day 3. Sorry about that. We have WBG Spider against FPSEQ's Verse. Pulse Sword against Halberds here for Spider. Gonna eat up the damage there off the LMB focus there from the opposing Justina in the back end. The Scare Rush connects as well. In the back end, we got Pace now applying the pressure onto the Justina. Verse is gonna have the F to avoid being eliminated just yet, but we still have Pace picking the Justina, but Spider's gonna pick up the elimination here now. Pace against Spider this time around. Aquas V, Hottie, RB mains gets the double hits there off the Halberds. Big damage here is gonna cancel LMB focus. Pace now gonna cross up, still wants to get aggressive onto Spider. Says that will be focused, is gonna cancel to the 1 point for the Halberds. No, the terrain was not in his favor. The RB Meeks coming out once again, and a big player here for Pace, and Spider's gonna be eliminated off of this, and Pace stays up, and that's a nice start up here for Pace.
Great kill here from Pace. Perfect timing on the parry to be able to come away with the damage for the elimination here. So we're going to take a look. JL's AIS already taking a bit of damage as well. BBE slows in full pursuit. AIS got a little bit of a weapon and armor advantage here. Slows only on the blue weapon. Gray armor is going to try and find himself a little bit better gear before re-engaging into this fight here. So we're going to take a look now. Bauda's action on the fist blades. KLA's T225 as well. Matari v Matari right off the rip here as we are going to see the uppercut combo coming in into the jumping LMB. We are going to see KLA's T225 backing off. We're getting a little clank action going on here. Action into the armor swap as well as T225. This fight very evenly matched here as we are seeing gray fist blades versus blue fist blades. KLA's T225 able to get into the jumping LMB. Tries to extend the combo here. Unable to connect. Action trying to go for a bit of a heal. Is going to miss up the heal. We're going to see the F2 coming in. Action not going to connect on the F2. Isn't able to get the combo starter off here as we're going to see KLA going in for the grapple into the jumping LMB. Able to come away with a lot of damage here into another confirm from the F2 into an elimination. Action going to be sent to the Soul Altar early here as KLH C225 picks up his first elimination of the game. Now we're flipping over. GG Shaw facing up against EWG's Arano here. Armor swap coming out from Arano. Does have that purple staff in hand. GG Shaw able to get the overhold. Huge damage coming out. Gets it a second time. 1 HP onto Arano. He finds an armor swap down below. Ultimate available, but Shaw getting a huge parry coming through. He is going to be able to come away with the eliminations as Frostivus does try and come in and snake the kill away. Going into a Fist Blades attack here, able to use that timing to be able to mess up Shaw. Switches over to the purple staff that was on the ground here. We are going to see the ultimate coming out from Shaw now. This could be dangerous situations as he is going to go for the Pokeball, but Frostivus dangerously low here. Does have that Pokeball, does have the ultimate coming out here from the V2. We are going to see Frostivus getting eliminated very quickly here from GG Shaw's Liam ultimate.
Yeah, that was a crazy V2 catch there for GG Shaw. Catches Frostivus on flight mode. That's super unfortunate for him. And man, the V2 is just super safe. But we got Wang Liang. 1, 2, 3 connects there for AIS. And he is going to pick elimination onto Wang Liang on the Justina. Was running the V2, I believe. Did get the freeze, but still gets eliminated now. Common Armor to Liam. Still has ultimate online. We have Star in the mix. T225 on the top side as well on the Matari. Star now looking to try to reposition himself. Go ahead and try to collect more resources in this area. Do have him on the Fist Blades right now, on the Keelan as well. The ult's about to go online pretty soon. But yeah, the V2 Liam, I mean, we saw some crazy stuff last week. Even for the Shadow J Cup and Morris Cup, we just seen some crazy conversions with that. You can release blue if you get focused. You catch the Pokeball. If you have a fan in your hand as well, you get double R&B focuses into a restand. I mean, it's just super disgusting how good the V2 is. But T225 getting active against slows right now. Fist Blades invested here for both players. We do have the Tesla Ultimate is going to be weaved there into the F there from T225. Doesn't get the full capitalization off the prowl there now. Slows is trying to back on up here. Does miss that Tesla Ultimate. Trying to kite this out to try to get the rest of the rage percentage to be able to get the second. Oh, but it looks like T225 is gonna cut the chase for now. We do have our first Roman Yang starting the form run up here for game number 1. AIS on 2 eliminations, Spider as well with 1, GG Shaw with 2, and Pace with 1 currently here for this game. Verse now on the Hottie, I believe that's a Justina. With a blue dagger in hand here for Verse. We have to wait and see what he cooks up. He definitely wants to take this Roma Yang. We've seen him time and time again. T Star, AIS, all posted up on this Roma Yang. We also have Wang Liang in the mix. Arano starting to move on in as well. Slows and T225 might be contesting that top right-hand side Roma Yang. Baudas Action, SS1, Pace on the bottom hand side. GG Shot might want to start moving on in. WBG Spider in the middle. Roma Yang. Frostovis might contest that as well. So we do have a little bit of a scrap balls right before we enter the Roma Yang. And the Roma Yang you really want to keep your eye out is the one on the right hand side. A lot of players starting to form on up. We do have first starting to move on up to the top hand side, so it could be the pressure could be moved up there to T225 and slows. Arana Wang Long, everybody's starting to move on up. We see him here, and this could be bad for whoever picks up the ticket here or the pass. But Pace and GG Shot with a little bit of love tabs. We got Aquas v Liam here. Proc comes in off the nunchuck, sends it, gets the nunchuck meter burn. F called in there for the Liam to avoid the full damage. Does lose pretty much all that purple armor. It's gonna be a quick reset here for Pace and GG Shot as well.
SS1 Pace, they're able to get the meter dump off the nunchucks trigger. Not something that we see happen often, so being able to throw that out, definitely confusing Shaw a little bit here as they are going to race for that Yang pass. It looks like Shaw was able to get a little bit of a grapple stun over onto Pace, but Pace now full aggression into the slap here. We're seeing a little bit of slap action going on from Pace, trying to chase desperately around to try and collect this Yang pass from GG Shaw. Looks like he's going to be dealing as much damage as possible. Shaw trying to come in with the overhold. We are going to see the F getting invested from Pace. Ultimate getting invested now from Pace as well. We are going to see the grab connecting, and Shaw taking so much damage here is going to just go for the reset and opt to give Pace that Yang pass. There still is 30 seconds on the clock. GG Shaw does have ultimate available. He's going to wait for Pace's ult to go down, then he's going to hop right back into that circle with his ult of his own, send a little bit of that Liam V2 action going off here. As there we go, you see him coming right back in here. Pace now all has to do is kite for 10 more seconds. We are going to see the Liam ult getting invested now. He's going to have to try and tap dodge these as fast as possible. It goes for the charge around. We're going to see the F1 coming out. He could just get grabbed as soon as we see it come through. Does not come away with the grab. Now Pace, all he has to do, make it into the realm of Yang, and he makes it in safely. It looks like it's going to be Spider versus Pace, Frostovis versus Fun Plus Phoenix here, as we are going to be seeing these Realm of Yang start to take place. We've got one more Yang possibility happening here, as we are going to take a look. Pace versus Spider here right off the start. The range shots coming through. Looks like nothing's going to connect except for one from a Spider here, as we are going to see the taps coming out from the staff, coming through with the 1-2 Paste on the nunchucks here. Going to try and go for a bit of tech chase into the F1, attacking Spider very quickly here. Spider taking a lot of damage, only has that blue armor in hand. Coming through, huge parry coming up from Spider here. Ultimate going to get invested early here from Pace. Pace is going to try and go for the grab of the F1 coming out. Huge parry off on the scale rush here. Going to switch over to the staff to be able to get that extra bit of damage. Tries to go for the grab, does miss the second Tiger Leap here, as we do see Pace going to go for a bit of a reset, as well as Spider in the sky on the Haughty ultimate is going to try and go for a bit of damage, but the scale rush is Pace able to just do so much to kite him out. Does make that first shot. The burn damage is going to come into play here. Pace trying to avoid as fast as possible, is doing a very good job at tap dodging here, and now Spider without ultimate is going to get aggressed on from the scale rush here. Huge parry coming out now. Spider getting parried a second time into another scale rush here. Pace trying as desperately as he can here, but now Spider coming with the hung sword into the uppercut combo, grapple bump extension here. All he needs to do is get one more LMB prio here, but is going to get caught with the overhead combo from Pace. Oh my goodness, the slap's coming out, but he gets the LMB prio one more time. Spider, what it be in a dream, and he comes back, eliminating Pace. Hung sword, and we show the specialty. WBG Spider, he's got his own katana skin for a reason. We call that the 3-band king action here, as WBG Spider able to get that one crucial LMB prio to save his life.
Yeah, that was massive there from Spider. Star is gonna win at FPX ZQ as well. And yeah, the slap might look a little trolly, like they're just trolling, but it has really good value. You're safe, you can't get parried, you can clink off focus attacks. If you're able to catch the tap dodge as well off of it, I mean, the slap, I feel like that's going to be a new playstyle that we're going to start seeing a lot more as well, because it has its values with it. And now with the slap being a lot quicker than the kick, it has that potential with Spider. Oh, could have continued down the cliff, but he is going to drop and slows. So to go ahead and invest his ultimate here. Clint comes in off the focus. He's gonna have to try to create the space, and Chapman connects here for slows. It looks like he is gonna use this to try to back on up, but Spider quickly back on the scene. The counter grapple does connect her for Spider. R&B Minx. Oh, F called in there for the Tesla to avoid the last and final hit, and slows is very weak right here. He needs to be real careful. Spider is going to pick up the elimination, picks it up there off the Soul Smolder. Musket shot not even needed there for Spider. Now TE Star, I guess Epi as ZQ's Verse has that Vermilion's Verse mic, so he can't get active. He's going to go ahead and invest his Justina ultimate. He is running V2. Now the Keelan ultimate is going to be invested for Star as well. In the back end, can't connect with one this time around. He's trying to wait this out. He is not going to eat up a lot of damage. Trying to tap out his roll. He's going to get clipped off the second. The third connects as well. Back-to-back juggles as well. Big damage there for the Keelan. Now Star applying lots of pressure onto Verse, and we got action moving on to the party as well. The freeze connect, but in the back, so you got to be careful off the focus attack, and it's going to be Star with the elimination of release first. Bird's Might is going to connect. Now Star with very low HP. He's going to have to fight Action, and Action might pick up a freebie here, trying to find the last hit, and he is, and Action comes on in. Now Frostovis coming in high here against Action. 1v1 Nbpl here for Frostovis. 2-1 off of this. Big damage there off the focus attack. Now Mataro to invested here for Action, trying to overhold. Got to be careful with the TP focus attack. Frostovis going to try to create the space. He's going to go ahead and reapply the pressure. Has the F to stay safe this time around. Action now is going to release that 2.0 off the halberds onto Frostovis, and Frostovis going to go ahead and invest his Hadi ultimate. Is going to full chase down the Matara in this situation. Possibly take a full reset as well. With 1:15 seconds, he has to try to cleanse his Yang depletion timer in his back. So there's a lot of pressure here from Frostovis. Time is ticking. Action drops very low. In the back end, he drops very low. Someone releases a musket shot, I believe. Might have been Burst in the back end. Action do a really good job staying mobile. F caught in to avoid the last hit there from Frostovis. Still creating the space. We got Star and Burst all full chasing down. Who's going to be pick up the elimination here in this situation? Second round, we ain't starting farm on up, and it's going to be Verse with elimination there onto Action.
Action getting eliminated here. Frostovis not able to get the Soul Bloom, the thing he so desperately needed to cure that Yang depletion. Is going to go for a bit of a reset here, but needs to get aggressive again. All of these players having a little bit more power for their ultimate, and Frostovis now only at 17%. This is going to be a very sticky situation for him. He's only got 34 seconds left until he's completely eliminated from the lobby. He's going to focus all of his attention onto Verse here. Verse is going to try and come away with something, but a huge berry coming up from Frostovis, taking away almost all of his health and shield here. We are going to see the ultimate almost available for Verse, so this could be it for Frostovis here. He only has 18 seconds left. Now all Verse needs to do is kite out Frostovis for a little bit. We're going to see the armor swap coming in. Frostovis now going to get parried himself here, switching over to the nunchucks. We are going to see the F getting invested. No damage coming in from Frostovis here. We do see the aim almost getting eliminated here. Verse, no charges left, gets another armor swap into another parry, but the Yang depletion comes time here. Now Verse now getting third party here by Arano. No ultimate available for him. Is going to try and just kite out as fast as possible. Does have that one charge left. He did use it up here. You do see the V2 we only get 2 charges of your ultimate, but you don't have to wait for them to be out of focus to be able to connect with the freeze. Huge parry coming in from Arano here. Tries to go for another parry in the middle of the air, but is going to be able to just get it with a jumping LMB coming through on the buttery rocks. It's definitely a difficult place to take your fights here, as Pace going to go through into the scroll wheel swap here, able to come away with the elimination with the pistol, coming through, picking up his 3rd elimination of the game here. He is working as hard as he possibly can to come through and get himself in the top 12. He's at 15th place right now, but with the way he's playing and the consistency that he is able to show all of these other players, he could be a contender for the bi-weekly finals this week. We've got WBG Spider now and EWG Arano in the realm of Yang.
This is a big scrap off as well. We have gold dual blades in hand for Spider and gold pulsar for Arano. Both players starting off high. We do have a soul smolder here for Spider. Counter grapple there for Arano, trying to find an opening for himself. Spider tries to clink off of that. He is going to eat up the damage. And look at the damage there off the pole sword. Now Spider responds as well with one focus attacks him. Go ahead and even out this. He also has Calvary Bloom there for the dual blades. Trying to catch the prior off of this. Clint comes in off the focus now. Catches the raw uppercut. Can't get the 1.0. He does manage to do so to the musket shot as well. Arano now is going to be forced to pop his ultimate. But the Keeling ult does chunk out that white health. He needs to see if he can try to take a full reset. And the R&B Minx going to use the ult to avoid that slash there. Perfectly play there from Spider. Now Arano trying to wait and see if he can catch Spider lacking. Holding it out right behind the pillar, trying to see who gets antsy off of this. Spider goes in, doesn't connect off of that. He's gonna weave that slash there from Arano, trying to see he can find the damage there onto Spider, but Spider applying the pressure well. He is gonna win this second Roman Yang as well. He's gonna get another gold weapon as well. We do have Shaw as well, winning his Realm of Yang, the gold armor for Spider, gold longsword with a gold jade as well, plus the White Tiger's powers. Not sure if they are going to be picking up another buff. I think Mike picked up, I forgot what buff he picked up, and I'm not sure what realm it was, but he went off pick. I think it was realm 1, so it could be different. I think he picked Mystic Might out of the gate. So that's just something that I am going to keep in my eyes on in these games, seeing if anybody tests out a different buff opposed to the standard, which is Vermilion's Birds Might realm 1, and then the White Tigers realm 2 that we standard see now for all these games. But Arano now is going to have these Yang depletion timer. He has to try to get active pretty soon.
Pace as well on the Yang depletion. It looks like he did lose to GG Shaw in the realm of Yang, and now they are going to be going at it together. Pretty isolated in this fight, so not too much danger of a third party here, and that is one of the things why these players are picking the Vermilion's Bird Might after that realm of Yang. They do have that option to be able to have themselves eliminated and come back into the game. It does give you a huge safety factor and makes it so much easier for these players to get aggressive and take more fights here, as Arano now does have his ultimate available, so he is going to be able to answer Pace back with a whole bunch of damage as soon as that ultimate comes out here. But we are going to see him get caught into the uppercut, into the 2-on-1 here. We are going to see Arano now forced to dash himself away with his ult charges, is going to be losing a little bit more health. Does go for the armor swap here, tries to connect, does miss here. F1 coming out for Pace. Gonna try and bring it around, has not made a connection yet on his ultimate, is gonna lose all of his ult charge. This is gonna be very difficult for Arano now. Is gonna be forced to try and kite out as fast as possible. Gray armor, purple dagger, does have that movement buff with the dagger here, as we are gonna see go into the 1-2-3, as Arano now taking so much damage into the clank here, tries to come through into the 1-2-3. Oh my goodness, brings it out from the 1-2. Huge parry coming out, and Arano getting eliminated here. Pace keeping himself in this game, putting himself onto 4 eliminations. He's actually doing very well for himself right now. Even though he lost the realm of Yang, he's able to come back, get himself a soul bloom, bring himself further and further into the rest of this game. As we're going to take a look now, GG Shaw coming up on the TE Star.
GG Shaw, gold dual blades for both players right now. TE Star with an F there from the Keelan to knock GG Shaw out. Top of the terrain now, trying to reaggress the situation. GG Shaw trying to see get some more damage onto Star. Star does have the ult online if he needs it. We have Spider moving on into the party as well. This could be a lot of pressure moving, but you do see someone trying to kite around, so that is going to be the player that is going to be getting full aggressed on in the situation. Both of these players trying to lay down some range pressure onto Star. Star is just like, let me go, I just need to stay alive. But no, the pressure is going to continue going his way. We have another player showing up. It's going to be Pace, and that's going to be 4-piece for Pace as well as WBG Spider. It's starting to eat up a lot of damage here now, getting hits there onto both of those players, getting some of that siphon back. You see his white HP going right back off of getting those siphon hits there from the ult, and now the ult is offline, and Spider's the first one on the scene with that soul smother. Is going to be taking out some burn damage here. RB Minx, and Spider with elimination as well. And we've seen Spider now throughout these games. He's been super consistent with good amount of elimination throughout his games as well, and he's starting off hot here for game number 1.
Yeah, first bye week, we didn't see too much of Spider coming out. He was down in the bottom of the rankings, but now we're seeing the old Spider starting to come back here as a huge parry is going to come out from him. He does wait out that Liam F1, knows that it's going to be burnt now, as we are going to see him trying to make another play for the crown here. They are getting super aggressive really early here. This is only game number 1, and we have 3 people left. This is going fast. 10 minutes left in the game. Usually we've got a lot of players left here, as we can see beautiful tap dodge of the ultimate there, as WBG Spider is going to hop on to that haughty ultimate as fast as possible, try and see if he can get some damage off. Does prevent the heal from Shaw there, isn't going to be able to hit the V2 from the Liam. Shaw now in a dangerous position. His Pace coming in with a super huge pole sword scale rush, coming in with the blistering edge as well, dealing a lot of damage. Shaw forcing himself to come through with another armor swap, tries to flip over here, but Pace gonna be able to come away with the elimination, putting him 5-5. Whoever wins this wins the game. It's gonna be, oh my goodness, 5 eliminations to 5 eliminations here. We are gonna see the overhold come through, but the F1 gonna come out now. Pace trying to do a little bit of looting here into the cavalry bloom of his own here, getting the 1-2. F invested from Spider. Spider does not have his ultimate. Paste does have the ult online. Looks like they are going to go for a bit of a reset here. Spider able to get these pots off, actually super crucial here, into the Assault Smolder, into the 1-2. Here we go. We see the Clank coming out here. Both of these players very equally matched with their weapons. We're going to see the armor swap coming up from Spider into the Overhold, into the, oh my goodness, into the Martial Artist Jade on the dual blades here. Absolute insanity coming out here. Spider taking so much damage. Does have that ult available now. We are going to see him coming into the sky with the Hottie ultimate, able to find himself another armor swap here, as Paste is going to go for a bit of a reset here. Spider now trying to make something happen. F1 invested. Paste trying to do some tap dodging, does a great job of getting out of the way here, but he still does have that ultimate available. Is going to end up picking up what I believe was a gold armor off the floor here to be able to get himself a little bit more HP when trying to go for the reset. Having a gray armor is definitely not the most ideal situation here. Spider doing a great job of sustaining here. Tries to go for the overhold here. Is going to connect into the second one, forcing the ultimate out from Pace here. Now all he's got to do is tap dodge. Misses the first Tiger Pounce. Pace playing this a little bit too close to the vest, is going to be losing a lot of HP here now. Tries to get the slash off, is able to get that second Tiger Pounce to connect here into the extra damage from the combo here. We are going to see him connect here into the 1-2. Tries to go for an uppercut combo, but isn't going to be able to connect. Low ultimate left here. Off F1 available for Spider here, is going to be able to bring it back in, and now it's just a mirror matchup here, and Pace is going to take it. The overhold coming through. Oh my goodness, SS1 Pace with the come from behind victory. Ladies and gentlemen, what a play. Beats Spider at his own game. The gold dual blades back to back to back. The cavalry bloom. Oh my goodness, Pace, what a play. He came out here, he said he was going to do it. He knew he wasn't going to be able to win if he had the pull sword out. He's able to find those golden dual blades. He picks them up, switches over, and the cavalry bloom coming through, doing so much damage, able to kite out the Hottie ult, able to make sure that Spider doesn't get enough time to reset and regain his footing. Perfect pressure, perfect game. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Pace came in with a perfect third party there, snags out the elimination prior to Spider, and then just applies a lot of pressure onto Spider there, forcing out that ult twice. Spider almost fully read that Aqua's ultimate. It was super close. He does run out the timer off the Aqua's ultimate, but he did do one mistake at the end that he gets clipped off that R&B focus from the overhold, and that's all that it take there off the gold dual blades to pick up the elimination there for Pace. And Pace with a massive game one. I believe that's 6 on the board for Pace plus the multiplier, so he's gonna be having a great start for his day. That was an insane showcase, and winning this game on our Akos is, you know, is very big, especially with how the other heroes are being picked right now. We didn't really see a lot of crazy stuff from the Leon V2s right now. A lot of these players are starting to read at V2. Yeah, the V2 is easily avoidable. But if it does catch, it's just bad. It's just complete TLD off of that. If you're able to catch one Pokeball, you can do the restand, especially if you have a fan. But I believe it has a restand with all the weapons in the pool. I tested it with halberds, I tested it with staff. I just seen a lot of restands with the V2, so it's a lot of pressure coming in. But we do have a question for everybody at home. Make sure you guys are on Twitch chat. If you guys are on the YouTube channel, make sure you guys swap on over to the Twitch chat in order to win a Summer Split random gift. And the question is, who won game number 1? We just saw it around 10 seconds ago, so you guys need to get this one correct. It's going to be A, SC's WBG Spider, EWG Arano for B, or SS1 Pace for C, or CDGG Shot for D. We just saw this, right, Seb? We just saw this.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, this is the one question of the day that you are not allowed to get wrong. If you do, we will disown you. You are no longer a member of the NARAKA community if you get this question wrong. And if you haven't watched the game, I understand. But if you were watching just now in the last 5 minutes, you should know what is going on. I thought that game was over at the Octaslash. We saw the Octaslash coming out from the dual blades. He was on 1 HP. He gets his F ability back just as the move is starting to proc. 1 HP remaining, and he's able to kite it out, put the ultimate online, and commendable effort. Honorable mention. We gotta give a big shout out to Spider for being able to kite that for that long, being on the front foot of that fight, turning it around, holding out for that long, and making Pace really earn the victory here. As we are going to see, ladies and gentlemen, the answer to your question was SS1's Pace, coming in with 6 kills, with the ranking points and the multiplier, bringing him to a kill game score of 10.2. Spider coming in with a close second, not getting the multiplier and only getting 2 ranking points. He's going to finish at 7 total game score. Shaw is going to be at the 4.5 with only 3 eliminations. We're going to see Verse at 3.5, Star at 3.5 as well, tied for 4th with Verse. Arano picking up 3 is going to be in 6th place. 7th place is going to go to AIS with 3 as well. T225 with 2, Action with 1, Frostivus with the 0.5, Wang Liang with the 0.5, and Slows with the donut. First donut of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We do have 5 more games to play, so fear not for the players that you are watching. They are all going to have more chances to come through. Taking a look at some of the highlights from Thunder Robot, brought to you by Thunder Robot, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be seeing our winner of the game, SS1 Pace, some highlights from the rest of these players, as well as TE Star going to be able to get that beautiful elimination there, as we are going to see Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse picking up the kill onto Action, virtually ending Frostivus's game right there. We do see Arano picking up a kill as well onto Verse. The third parties were crazy in the game here, as we saw Pace coming through with an amazing play onto AIS here, finishing him off with the pistol shot as he tries to go into the ultimate. SS1's Pace here trying to make something happen, but we are going to see GG Shaw coming through with the V2, punching him into the wall, into the over jump there. Absolutely beautiful. For into the 1-2, coming away from Pace here to finish it off with a beautiful parry from on top of the ledge there, as we're going to see Spider coming through as well, getting an amazing pick off onto TE Star. And here we go at that final kill here. It looked like it was coming up all Spider for this elimination, and Pace was able to sneak the kill up, tie the game into the kills, and turn this into a 1v1 for the victory. They were at 5 kills apiece. Comes over with the overhold, and he's able to come away with the elimination. SS1 Pace took a crazy gamble and came away on top. Absolutely amazing game. We're going to take a look at some of our more specific stats in a second here. And like you said, the Akos pick, that is one of the picks that's the least favored. He was in the last round selection. Being able to get a win when you aren't getting full choice of what you're playing as a hero is going to give you such a huge confidence boost coming into the rest of the game, as we see that martial art Octa Slash coming through, dealing a lot of damage. Super important for his game there. The Sap Soul Jade, Varja's Grip, in case he got parried, was able to keep those weapons. Assault Smolder, Cavalry Bloom, and that Blistering Edge just dealing so much damage onto GG Shaw there at the end. 24,000 damage coming through, 6 kills, 6 parries in a game. 6 parries in an Nbpl game, that is an amazing feat to be able to pull off.
That's his first MVP of the Biweekly 2. I mean, you see how versatile he is. He was using staff, nunchuck, dual blades. I mean, he can do it all. You see it, how the high gameplay of these players. Everybody's versatile with every weapon they can use, whatever they need to. Now SS1 is going to pick up the MVP for game number 1. But something I do want to take mention of is, another tech there from the V2 that we saw from GG Shaw that we didn't watch during the game 1 that we got in the replay was on the dual blades. He caught the V2 and he rushed to a wall in the Roma Yang to confirm the follow-up off the R&B focus, as we saw right there. That's something, another thing you guys can notice right there. That's why he ran towards the wall, because he confirmed the R&B follow-up there. If you ever to catch an opponent on the wall in the Roma Yang, you do get that follow-up confirmed, as we see him there taking that Pokeball to the edge of the Roma Yang to get that extra damage here. And I mean, that's how he won that Roma Yang. It's very interesting to watch. I mean, I feel like there's always something new to see off that V2, because yeah, I think the dual blitz is something I didn't know it had a little restand like that. But in the Roma Yang, you saw right there with the V2. Hey, that's something to take note right there. If you guys didn't catch that, I caught that, so I hope everybody else caught that. That was massive there from GG Shaw, but unfortunate enough, he gets caught up there in 3rd place, gets eliminated by some crazy pressure there from Spider and Pace at the end game. He does get eliminated there by Pace, and Pace with a good game 1, as well as Spider. You see how crazy the multiplier is, and we do have that new placement point system throughout all the regions now, especially now with the biggest tournament outside of the mainland. And we do have some players, it's kind of like some players like the new system, some players don't, but we are going to see our current standings here currently for the Biweekly 2. Slows in last place with 4, Action with 9.5, Wang Liang with 12.5, Akama with 17, Pace with 20.2, Frostivus with 20.5, still trying to make it to that 12th place threshold, and only top 12 make it to the Biweekly finals this Saturday. Now, GG Shaw 21.5, TE Star 22.2, FPXZQ's Verse with 22.5, JDG Shazon with 22.9. Still 5 more games being played out. He can pretty much get knocked out pretty quickly. I mean, almost getting knocked out to Ted. TT25 with 26.1. Jails AIS with 29.9 in 7th place. Now, taking a quick look at the top of the pyramid for the overall standings. Still gonna have DRG's falling in first, obviously. We are gonna have Wufong with 44.4 in second, WBG Spider with 38.5, OUG's Mike with 38.4, ASC's XYs with 37.7, and EWG's Arano still playing out his games for his day 2 with 37.5. He's trying to contest that fourth top 3, I should say, spot, but he can have, you know, he could have a run and overtake first place. I believe he just needs 10 points for today to be able to make it to that first place. So that was a crazy amount of points for day 1 there for that player. I mean, almost overtaking first place off of one day. We did see Mike, I believe, last bi-weekly with 40 points in one day, which is a crazy amount of points for a single player for one day alone. But now, that's action. Another player we should take mention of as well for the bi-weekly 1. He was the first player that was the runner-up for that 30-point threshold, and off of 1 point alone, he just completely slowed down. So that's another player I'm going to be keeping my eyes out for the bi-weekly final to see how he bounced back from that bi-weekly 1 where he was in first place. He had like 29.1 points. He needed 1 more kill, and it was just downhill for him off of that alone. It was super unfortunate for him, and I hope he finds his fitting for the bi-weekly 2. But now, FPXEQ's Verse still trying to make it into these games. 5 games still played out. There's still a lot of games to be seen for tonight. Just game 1 has concluded. We are going to be taking a trip to our sunny time maps now on Hollerod. So, you know, the pressure is a little bit slower starting off from game number 1, which is that Firefly spawn in Perdoria. Now, in Hollerod, we are going to be having that sunny time for this game. We do have our group 1. It's going to be Pace, who just came off a dub there for game number 1, and BBE Slows as well. So pretty sure they're going to be locking in that Liam, and FPXEQ's Verse and Wally Young might be snagging up that Keelan. But we also see some players off to try to pick the Hottie in that group 2. So we're going to have to wait and see how these picks look.
It's crazy. Pace going in off of a W, and then game 2 he gets first pick. It's being rewarded for his victory here, as we are going to see the Liams and the Kylans go out, the Hotties coming out, and then Frostavis and Spider most likely on the Matari here. Pretty sure we can call that quickly. And there we go. The Mataris are going to be taken out really fast, and then we are going to be jumping over to our last couple of picks, and I believe we are going to be seeing about the same trend coming through. We might see a little bit different. Akos actually going to be picked as they see the trend. They're going to hop on the paced trend here as Akos coming through, and then Justina is going to be our singular, as well as Tessa going to be as our lone Tessa and our lone Justina in this game coming through. Again, this is how we saw it play out last time, although it was a little switched around. We had the 2 Justinas with 1 Akos, 1 Tessa. So the double Akos pick going to be interesting here, seeing if they can make a little bit of that paced magic happen again. Something interesting as well that I wanted to point out there is we're not seeing Liam's win. We're seeing Liam's getting picked first, but rarely are we seeing them come out on top. It's always usually the Hotties that are able to come through. And situationally, the Liam V2 is an amazing ultimate. The amount of plays that you are able to do with the TODs, if you have Aurora Burst in hand with a hung sword, you catch somebody in a poke, you catch somebody in one of those balls, it is done time for you. You catch somebody out with a fan, even just a regular fan, you're going to be able to take away so much of their HP and hit yourself a TOD. Jumping into this game number 2 here, we're going to be seeing which F abilities and ultimates they're going to be using. I'm interested to see if our lone Justina is going to be running V1 or V2. Last time we did see the Justina being running the V2 ultimates for both of our Justinas. V1 and V2 has been switched back and forth between, depending on the meta. When we had our Shios playing in the meta, when we had all of these characters that were able to have so much extra focus, it was the V2 that was coming out, with the V1 being a little bit different. You get 3 charges, but you won't get the guaranteed freeze. You'll only get a hit stun if you hit it while they are charging up any sort of focus attack. So the V2 two dashes, but guaranteed freeze if you hit the dash every time. So less room for error, but more room for capitalization when you come away with a freeze here. Taking a look, we are going to be seeing the standard ultimates. Actually, Star running the F2 instead of the F1 that we traditionally see on the ACOS. That is going to be our only outlier here, as everybody else running pretty standard F2 V2 for the Hotties, F1 V2 for the Kylans. We're going to be seeing as well Tessa F1 V1 and Matari's F2 V2. Taking a look at our forecast today, we are going to be seeing the Holoroth map coming into play here, as a couple of these players spawning by our puzzle. That we are going to be seeing these players trying to go and solve the puzzle at the Salvation Podium. We are seeing a couple of players at the Plumed Castle are going to be trying to take these scrap offs there in that gold zone. And then I believe closer to the Yushan Ruins, we are going to be seeing a couple of the majority actually of our teams spawning up in this northern corner. As you're about to get things underway, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2, kicking things off. I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm joined alongside Creatives. Let's get into the madness.
Yeah, one thing I do want to point out as well, the Liam's pace is on the V1 and slows is on the V2. So pace often to, you know, stay with the to the standard V1, opposed to switching it up with the V2. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how he does in his game and seeing if the V1 is still on top. But we're gonna have to wait and see. We have burst against AIS, massive jump parry there from AIS, trying to bait out the F, and there it is for the Keelan burst now. Gonna get recut off the prowl with no weapon in hand. It's gonna snag up the common dagger this time around. Since the R&B focus there onto Verse, and AIS now has the health advantage, but we have WBG Spider in the mix, and we've seen Spider land here time and time again, multiple times, and we've seen other players starting to spawn here as well. Off of different games. So we have to wait to see. Frostivus picking up elimination off drop onto Pace, and Pace coming off of a win still has to scale on up now with one elimination on the board, but Burst and AIS still going at it, overholding. Since the R&B focus on the calming staff, catches the R&B on the ground, tries to catch the tap dodge, does not manage to do so. Now what's going to be the mix up here? AIS has the opening with Burst, now has to deal with Spider and AIS at the same time right now. He does see a little bit of kiting here to avoid some of this, but Spider on the Matardi does not manage to catch this right now. He does not be able to see this right now. We do see what's going to be happening here. He is going to send the R&B focus in the back end. We see Spider now. He is going to be able to get the elimination here. We are going to have to wait and see how he does. AIS now is going to eat up the damage off the LMB. Now the test ultimate is going to be weaved here from Spider. We got the LMB prior from Spider. There's going to be big damage here. Still, look at the damage off of common fist blades, and he's going to recash the prior there, and Spider is going to pick up his first elimination of game number 2.
I believe we're not on the completely newest patch. The fist blades are still very, very strong. They have had a couple of nerfs at this point, but they are still incredibly strong. Even a pair of great gray fist blades is going to be a very, very, very difficult play to try and fight against here, as we are going to be taking a look. WBG Spider still on those gray ones, but he does have a lot of power under his belt here on the Matari. Already has 2 eliminations under his belt for game number 1, coming out the gates swinging, playing super aggressive here, as we see Wolves Wang Liang did hit that Salvation Podium right off the bat, so he's going to have that gold weapon in hand.
All right, let's see it now. Wang Liang, nice weapon off drop. He is going to have the weapon scalage plus from all the other players right now with a cold rarity in the beginning of the game. It's always a nice sight for these players to be able to secure a gold weapon, not having to go inside the realm of Yang, not having to, you know, risk getting that Yang depletion timer. So that's going to be a nice little setup there for the longsword Spider. Now, on the blue longsword, we have seen the longsword have some crazy success for a couple months now, being able to catch the 2 picks. We got Wang Liang drops very low against T225 currently right now. The Hottie ultimate is going to be invested there from T225. Wang Liang on the Keelan going to be able to grab on out. That slash is not connected for T225. Still trying to catch on up. Wang Liang is going to go ahead inside Plume Castle, and this is the playground for the movement. He is going to get clipped off the wall there. He's going to be able to weave this time around. Explosive armor there for Wang Liang. Catches a blue armor swap as well. Now at T225, still trying to apply the pressure. He's going to go ahead and cancel that. Oh, the ult's going to run out. Now, Wang Liang might have the call that he needs to try to get full aggressive off. It is going to go ahead and take a pot in real quick. Now, real aggression here is going to get caught off the Scare Rush to fill up LNB as well. Big damage. He's going to spin the F back to catch the pry onto T225. That's a little movement tech there from Wang Liang off the Keelan. Now, Keelan ultimate is going to be invested, and Hadi ultimate is not online there for T225. He's going to use the slashes here to create, to get rid of the distance that T225 is having. He is going to be able to catch in a common armor swap, and this is a lot of pressure here for Wang Liang onto T225. And Verse showing up to the party, and Verse going to snag an elimination there onto T225. And that's super unfortunate there for Wang Liang, because now the ultimate is offline. The opposing Keelan is going to invest his ultimate. His Verse now applying the pressure onto Wang Liang.
Wang Liang here taking so much damage, getting extremely low here. Verse is able to just get this elimination so easily off the third party here. Able to come in and snake 2 eliminations here away. He does take Wang Liang out. He does also take the kill away from him earlier, as we are going to see the portals coming into play here as GG Shaw trying to kite out EWG Zerano's ultimate here. No ult available for Shaw yet. We're going to see the huge scale rush coming out with the purple fan in hand. Is going to be able to deal so much damage. Tries to get that second Tiger Pounce into the scale rush. Able to just give so much chase on a GG Shaw here. Is going to end up getting grapple bumped here. Now Shaw trying to make a play for the crown, as he is going to be able to try and deal as much damage as possible with those fist blades. But the F1 coming into play, taking Arano out so quickly here, does get those purple fist blades in hand. And Akos making a huge play back into the meta here, as we're seeing a surprise jump with the amount of kills these Akos players are getting. Usually we see these last pick heroes going out fairly early here, but we are seeing them make a huge play into this game. Paste had set the tone very early on that. Akos was able to come through, as we are going to be taking a look now. Paste, blue fist blades in hand, blue armor, as the Realm of Yangs are going to be starting to spawn. We're seeing a little bit of a look into our next forecast. Frostivus getting a Yang down on the southern side of the map all by itself. We are going to see TE Star on the Plume Castle, as well as Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse getting a Yang all to himself. Paste here as well up on the top side, not going to be, is going to be contested here. EWG's Arano coming to the mix as well. Paste does have that Yang pass. Does need to hold off for a minute, though. Very, very long amount of time. It looks like Arano is going to back off. We do see that no ult zone being popped as well, so nobody able to burn their ultimates inside that circle. We've got 40 seconds left until these Yangs are going to open up for these players to be able to jump into here. So this is where the action's going to start to get nitty gritty. If one of these players goes down here, it's very, very unfortunate for them, as they have lost their revives by this point here. It's going to be a very, very unfortunate death for some of these players if they do end up going out early. Star already has that ultimate invested, is just going to hold here, does have 18 seconds to play around with, 2 pounces available. Anybody trying to mess with him is going to find themselves on the wrong side of a Tiger Leap here. He does invest that last Tiger Leap, has 1 more available. Last one going to be invested just to be able to kite out as high as possible, and Paste going to be able to take that Realm of Yang here against Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse. You're going to see Paste versus Verse here, and it looks like it'll be Kylan versus Liam here. Liam V1, though, we aren't going to be seeing that Liam V2 capture ultimate available for him. You're going to see they take to the sides here. Verse does have that gold longsword in hand, so having the gold Kylan ult as well going to be very, very dangerous for Paste as soon as that ult goes online. And it all depends on who pops their ultimate first, ladies and gentlemen. As we're jumping in the range shots, no melee aggression happening just yet here, as it looks like the scale rushes are going to come into play. Verse trying to gain some ground here, is going to get a huge parry off. F going to get invested right away for Pace, though. We are going to see contact coming through. Verse force himself to pop his F ability now. We're going to see Pace in a lot of trouble here, as we're going to see both ultimates are going to start to come out. Oh my goodness, Verse doing a beautiful job of dodging here, as we're going to see coming out. Does have 1 more ultimate throw available, but Paste in a bit of trouble because Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse has so much ability with this Kylan slash here. We are going to see him get knocked down now. Verse in a bit of trouble, but now it's time for the Kylan ult to come through. He does have so many slashes available. Now ultimate is going to go down here. We're going to see Hugh's going to get it, and a huge parry for Paste into the 1.0 from the weapon swap. Paste more than happy to take away the golden weapon and be able to give himself a second golden weapon here, as he's going to get a hung sword, taking away that Vermilion's Birdmite as well, going to give him a huge advantage into this game, picking up his only his first elimination of the game, though, so we aren't seeing him heat up as much as we did in game number 1. TE also going to be able to win their Realm of Yang and get that Vermilion's Birdmite, as well as EWG's Arano. as JL's AIS here on the bottom side fighting against WBG Spider. It looks like Spider was not able to get into a realm of Yang, as he neither has Yang depletion or a buff here, as we're going to see the Matari F2 coming out into a 1.0. Beautiful shot coming out. Amazing dodge of the Tessa ultimate here, as we've seen Spider doing a beautiful job of being able to dodge these Tessa ults. I don't think we've seen him get caught out by a single one. Arano joining the mix into this chase here as JL's AIS running for a dear life. No ultimate charge available, very little HP. The whole lobby sees him very low, and it is anybody's game to see who's going to be able to come away with the elimination. He does have Yang depletion on him, so he needs to get a kill, and now he is not in a very good position, but the tower is a huge lifesaver for him here, as he is going to be able to kite around here very easily, especially with that dagger in hand. It's going to be very difficult for these players to be able to try and come away with this elimination, but someone gets an F2. Frostovitz gets the kill, and he comes through. Is he going to be able to cure his Yang depletion, though? It looks like I don't believe he was. Oh my goodness, Frostovitz is just having the worst time. But oh no, he was able to cure it. Here we go. He's going to just use this ultimate to be able to get out as fast as possible here. Cures the Yang depletion and gets out of there as fast as possible. Does not want the smoke from anybody else here. He did what he came here to do, and he got out as fast as possible.
Oh, grapple bump to the R&B there onto Spider. That's big damage. He's going to be forced to pop this ultimate. The Uncle's ultimate is already invested here for Morano as well. It's going to be lots of pressure. The stun does not connect onto anybody in the back end. We see the F to avoid Nbpl F as well. On the backside, we still see some pressure to Spider onto Arano. Drops him very low. Gets the TP R&B, I believe. He gets the elimination. That's massive now for Spider. The ult's about to be offline, but Pace still applying tons of pressure here onto Spider. 1, 2, 3 connects there for Pace, and Spider now is going to eat up a lot of damage, and Pace picks an elimination onto Spider now. Going at it against Frostovitz. The Liam ult is pretty much offline now. No more charges left on that B1, and Frostovitz is going to go ahead and snag up the gold pole sword, I believe. He is going to be real aggressive from Spider in the sign of the terrain. Needs to be real careful. Second Roman Yang already starting to form on up as well. Nice scare rush there for Pace. Catches the pry off of this. Gonna go 2-on-1. Oh no, double grapple R&Bs. Oh, big damage there for Pace. Onto Frostovitz. F invested there for Frostovitz, trying to kite out the situation. We got another player showing up. Wally Young, Arano, everybody in the mix as well. Overholding gets the damage off the R&B focus. Says that'll be focus, and Frostovitz is gonna fall, and that's gonna be Pace. Third elimination of game number 2, already with 3. Coming off that win off of game 1, he is going to fall for this. He is going to have Vermilion's Birds Might though, so he is going to stay safe here with 3 on the board. And Wally Young is going to snag out this elimination now, trying to see if he can find some type of pressure onto Arano. Looks like these players are going to be trying to back on up. Now, we still have some pressure happening in Plume Castle verse against GG Shaw, Justina, B. Keelan this time around. And we probably here for GG Shaw. Big damage in the corner. Now, trying to go ahead and create the situation back on up with 1 minute and 7 seconds here for Verse to try to cleanse his Yang depletion timer. He needs to see if he can find a Soul Bloom as quickly as possible, but time is ticking. He needs to be real careful in this situation. We do have a third party as well in the mix. Now, he's going to use the F to avoid this. R&B focus fall down there for Star. Doesn't catch the damage though. Now on the backside, we still have some pressure going towards Verse way. It's going to be GG Shaw applying the pressure onto the Keelan. Keelan ultimate investor here from Verse, trying to see if he can find the damage onto Star. Since the second one connects, the third one waiting it out. He's waiting this out. He's doing a really good job cutting this out. Star now it's gonna eat up a little some of that damage. Drop very low off of this. The V2 does not connect. Jump LB for the extra damage. Jump LB as well. Verse now is gonna be frozen off of this, but the backside, the F2 from the Hawkos is gonna avoid the damage there onto Verse. That was a disgusting F2, and the V2 is gonna connect there for Star. That was some crazy pressure there for Star, and I was trying to say patience earlier off the Keelan, but it wasn't even enough there for him to stay alive. And Star now with the advantage against Star right now, or against GG Shaw, sorry, is going to force out the F there for the Justina. Now the F called in, and the final hits, and Star picking up 2 on the board, and that's massive there for Star, jumping up to 3. GG Shaw eliminated with 3 as well. Pace still has 3 on the board. Juan Leon with 2, Arano with 2, TT25 with 1. Crazy amount of eliminations already, and it's pretty much spread right now. Not one player fully popping off. We do have a couple players with 3 who have already been limited, but look at the loadout right now for Pace. Gold Hong Sword in the back pocket, gold Hong Sword in the pocket, gold Long Sword in hand, and gold Pole Sword as well. He can swap convert this off for uppercut. There's gonna be a lot of damage coming in here off that gold Pole Sword.
And the gold pole sword is one of the most terrifying weapons in the entire game of NARAKA Blade Point. You get hit with a scale rush, you're getting low. You get hit with one single light attack, you're getting low. It is a dangerous weapon. The movement definitely not as good as some of our lighter weapons in the game, but it is a scary weapon, one not to be trifled with, as we are going to be seeing this first Realm of Yang popping off. This is the second Realm of Yang, but the first fight in the second realm is going to be Paste versus Arano. We are going to see the Akos coming versus the Liam here. I believe we are going to see Pace does have that golden longsword available for him. Also a gold pole sword in the back pocket here. We are going to see the scale rush try to come through here, but the fist blade is just so powerful. F1 coming out into the pistol shot. We're going to see the crouching LMB here as tries to come away with something with the crouch LMB. Isn't going to be able to connect, though. We do see those crouch LMB combos coming out a lot. It is very, very difficult to try and get out of those, as it does give you so much hit stun here. As we're going to see the Liam ultimate getting invested, but the kite is going to happen here from Arano. Arano able to come away, making that Tiger Pounce worth every single bit of damage here, as Pace taking so much damage, tries to go for the LMB prio, is going to get tap dodged out here. No ultimate available for Pace. Now all he needs to do, gets the LMB prio into the grapple bump, into the grapple again, into the pull sword weapon swap here, tries to go around. We are going to see the dash coming through from the fist blades. Great movement available. LMB prio again comes through into the fist. Oh my goodness, into the pull sword swap. Ladies and gentlemen, SS1 Pace showing us the weapon swap of the century here, as you see the longsword combo into the grapple bump, into the second uppercut, into the weapon swap. Absolutely insane play coming through, and it looks like he's got so many gold weapons. He's going to be dropping the pole sword here, I believe. I'm not 100% sure what's going on, but he's got gold hung sword, gold dagger, gold long sword, and I believe he did end up dropping the pole sword here. We might be able to get a check on his inventory in just a second, but he's got 4 eliminations, and he does have that White Tiger's prowess. Paste has come to play today, ladies and gentlemen. He started in 14th, 15th, 16th place, I believe, and now he's up on top at 10th place in the game, as we already see him climbing so high in the standings. Like you said as well, JDG's Chuzhang already completely dropped down into 14th place. Alliance's Frostinus here at 23 points. He does need just a little bit more to come through and get himself into that top 12, but it is very possible to happen. A bit of a long shot for Action and Wang Liang, but anything is possible. We've seen players come back from worse, so hopefully we'll see them make some huge plays today. Wang Liang, a player that was a super huge powerhouse in the first couple seasons of the Nbpl, has slowed down a little bit, but hopefully we can see him coming back a little bit. In a week, by week number 1, Wang Liang was playing absolutely amazing. So hopefully we'll get to see him make a little bit of a more play. He does have 3 eliminations already on the game so far. So and does have that White Tiger's prowess. So he's in a very good position to come through for the win, as we are going to be able to take a look at his replay in the Realm of Yang.
Gonna drop down here with a purple fan, trying to find some damage onto Action. Do see him kiting out the situation. This is Keelan Mihadi in this Realm of Yang that we missed earlier. He's going to go ahead and top off that purple armor. He's going to bait it out. Go ahead and send the R&B focus. Since that LB follow-up as well. No connection off the second follow-up though. Now, pistol shot does get some damage. Chip damage there for Wang Liang onto Action. And Action now, go ahead. Try to catch the scale rush. Overhold. And since the R&B focus there, catches the LB focus as well for the follow-up. That's big damage there. And we see the pistol shot finisher there for Wang Liang. And Arano needs to try to get active pretty soon. He does have that Yang depletion timer on his back, with I believe halfway or half left of that timer. He might have to try to get aggressive pretty soon. We see him with 2 on the board currently. Wang Liang getting active against Action in the back end. Gold armor for Wang Liang, but Action already dropping 2 blocks of that gold armor. We have some ballista tower action here from T225. We see these players all congested in this area as well. We have a bounty on some of these challengers there for Pace. We see him still trying to pick up more on the board, not afraid of picking up that UAV on him. He wants to get these players to follow him around and he can get these fights in, but Pace still applying the pressure onto Action. Overholds the RB focus, big damage there for Action. Since it's the second time around, now it's going to drop very low. He's going to be forced to pop this Hadi ultimate. Pace now trying to catch him off the air, does not manage to do so. Ronald trying to lay down some pressure in the back end with the pistol shots. Ballista shot flying on in from T225, still being able to weave all this pressure right now, but he's going to get clipped off of T225. No, it's going to be Star there with the ballista shot elimination onto Action, and that is super unfortunate for him. him. He is going to fall in there, and that was a crazy shot from the top side. T225 now starting to move on in, trying to see he can get some sorts of eliminations on the board. Currently with 1 pace, trying to kite out the situation, got super aggressive, and now might be punished for it. He is going to lose all that gold armor. Wang Liang in the mix as well, full chasing down, and this is the playground for these players. This ballista tower is used time and time again from everybody. Oh my god, both shots falling on it. Big damage. T225 with the last hit. Pace not happy about that one, but T225 snagging up another one on the board. That's the second one of game number 2. Now to be able to take a full reset in. The pressure might stop for now. We do have the Bane spawning right on top of these players, so they are going to have to start moving on in. We do see some clippers there from Wang Liang on the bottom side. He's going to eat up some of this damage. Does manage to carry on out of the situation. T225 Arano still in the Bane. Star now might cut line of sights here for Wang Liang. It's like the pressure might not be going towards his way. They want to make it to this end game with only 4 players up. These players are getting very aggressive early to mid game, opposed from like the bi-weekly finals where it's a little bit more conservative, obviously, because the pressure is on. But right now these players are playing for those kills. Arano with 2, T225 as well with 2, TE Star with 4. We saw currently he is gonna have that gold staff in hand. Go ahead and pick up some of these resources. Gonna switch the katana into a Hong sword, the purple katana into a Hong sword. Now ready to go back into the mix. We do have Star on the Aquas. I believe he is going to be aggressive the Keely in the backside. T225. Oh my god, trying to weave this Bane. Is going to be able to snag up the gold armor though, so he is going to go ahead and top this off with the gold longsword in hand, running the common cannon as well. And we've seen time and time again that these players like to run that cannon, especially in the end game, being able to take that white health off the burn. And now we're gonna have our first spirit contestant, I believe, of the day here, and these players want to fight for this buff here. It's super massive, especially able to catch it, and the gold armor reset if you don't touch it. You're able to have all those resources in this mix, and we do see a lot of time that these players off to play the fist blades contestant for the spirit well, just because of the mobility that they have, being able to stay in blue focus as well to avoid some of these range shots. But look, Wang Liang sends it, and it's gonna be the Akos being able to cast the parry there, but Wang Liang now to be able to use that F to avoid the full damage in the backside. T225 still applying some pressure there with the cannon. Rondo trying to take a full reset, and everybody trying to contest the spray well right now. Phoenix passes to the RB, focus in the back end. Now there's gonna be a lot of pressure going towards TE Star's way. Does manage to find a common armor star. Wang Liang gonna be quickly to aggress the situation here. Tries to go for the jump parry. Tries to go for the jump parry again. He's gonna be clear off the LB follow up there off the staff, and now trying to kite on out. Star is going to be able to retreat for the time being, and Wang Liang in the back end. T225 still going at it against Arano. T225 is going to be able to lose a lot of that gold armor. Arano now is going to be forced to pop this Aqua's ultimate. What's going to be the mix up for him? He's trying to see if he can find some sorts of pressure onto Wang Liang. We still see him probably wanting to take a full reset. He's going to be able to find a nice little spot for now. T225 is going to be able to get that White Tiger's powers buff and the Sparrow armor. I mean, he's going to have that reset online whenever he needs it, and Arano pretty much burned his ult there. He has to wait this out and wait to see if he can find some sorts of third-party action. But Wang Liang coming in hot here against Arano, quickly aggressing Arano. He needs to be real careful, dropping very low quickly. Already chunked off a quarter of that white health, trying to kite this out. He has the weapon to do so here with the fan, but T225 not showing up to the party as well. And Arano might fall off of this situation with no ult online. This is super bad here for EWG Arano.
Yeah, Rano in a very difficult situation here, as we are seeing him take a lot of HP, and is going to be able to get himself a full reset though, as these players that have started to back off the Bane did end up dropping. It looks like TE Star was able to find himself a purple armor, not the gold that he was looking for earlier, that he had earlier. As we do see Wolves Wang Liang has thrown this rampage out so many times, was able to connect with a lot of damage onto it there. The Rampage Soul J just giving you a little bit of purple focus at the end of the extension of the attack, making it a little bit more difficult for these players to try and get around it, because if you miss that one perfect parry, you're not able to parry the ending of the attack. We're going to see the F1 from, or the F2, sorry, from the Akos dealing a little bit of damage, knocking Wang Liang off of his pace a little bit here, as we are seeing there are 2 Akos left in the lobby, 1 Hottie and 1 Kylan. This is, where are the Liams? The Liams are getting picked first, and they're not finishing strong. Everybody is letting these Liams go, as we are seeing Phoenix Blast in the hand of KLA's T225 as well. Going to be very difficult for these players to try and deal with that later on, as the Nbpl from Wolves Wang Liang here able to deal so much damage into the extension. Guaranteed focus coming out there from Wang Liang is Arano trying to get out of this as fast as possible. He does have the most kiting weapon possible other than the dagger, although they are the congeneric weapons of each other. Fan gonna be down on the bottom here. Arano trying to still kite out as much as possible. It looks like the entire lobby now starting to give chase. TT25 focusing most of his energy onto TE's star here as Wolves Wang Liang fighting against Arano in the back end as well. Still, we're going to be seeing the pistol shots coming up from Arano, sending him away. Now it looks like Wolves is going to start trying to heal himself back up, as he did take a lot of damage there. TE star now on the blue armor, keeps finding himself weapon armor swaps, but it's very difficult as he keeps losing the quality of his armor, trying to kite out as much as possible. Michaela's TT25 wanting to do something with this White Tiger's prowess before it ends in 15 seconds here, as Arano still trying to kite out. We are seeing Wang Liang now very low in the HP department, still has full armor though. We are going to see Kayla's TT25 coming through with the Phoenix Blast, trying to make something happen onto Arano. Does connect. Ooh. Arano forced to pop the ultimate again here, has been in all of these terrible situations we've seen from the start. It looks like the ACOSs are getting focused in the lobbies here. Star and Arano are the ones that they are giving the most amount of focus onto, because having the ACOS in the final circle is going to be very difficult to deal with, especially the two of them. Arano now getting very, very low, is going to end up just taking himself into the zone, but Wolves Wang Liang with the pistol shot going to come through for the elimination. Now they're focusing all their energy onto TE's star here. Looks like both of these players are going to try and make something happen. TE's star is going to be able to get the sap parry off on to our hottie here, as KLA's TT25 is going to get parried, going to go in for the reset here. The F2 coming out from Star, only blue armor available, so this is going to be very difficult for him to come away victorious. KLA's TT25 sending out the Phoenix Blast, trying to hit Star, ends up hitting Wang Liang instead. Wang Liang trying to go for the reset now as Star full aggression off, gonna try and send that Kylan ult now available and invested, is gonna try and send it over on TE star. Looks like Wang Liang is gonna take a little bit of time just to get a bit of reset through. We are gonna see the cannon shots coming out from the other side on TT25. The hottie ultimate still available as well. This is gonna be very difficult for these players to be able to try and kite out that hottie ultimate near the very end. Kylan coming out, huge slash coming through on from Wolves Wang Liang. Doesn't have ultimate available anymore. Phoenix Blast coming out, is going to be able to deal the damage off. F2 invested another time here from TE Star. 4 eliminations for Star, 4 eliminations for Wang Liang, and 2 for KLA's TT25 as the circle closes to a close, to the end.
Yeah, we just saw a lot of pressure going towards the Aquas' way. That's just super unfortunate there for the Aquas in the situation, but I mean, it's smart. Arano does manage to kite out the situation to get that ult back online the second time around, but it was just a little bit too late. He was very low on resources as well. I believe he had no powders left. If he did, it was 1 common powder for the armor, so he did the best he could have. He does get eliminated with 2. Now Star still getting applied the pressure there from TT25, and TT25 Cold Longsword Phoenix Blast can be able to just send these loose, and he is going to be hit off of that, off the LMB there from the fan. And we got Star still trying to take a full reset in for himself as well. The Aqua's ult is online there for Star. TT25 still eating up damage there. Oh my god, big damage in the backside. F2 as well. TT25 is going to be forced to pop this ultimate. Needs to see if he can try to pop a quick reset in for himself. Flying up and down, trying to avoid any shots flying on into him right now. It's going to go ahead and let loose the 3 charge. Doesn't get the damage this time around. Now trying to see if he can get some sorts of damage onto a player to potentially get them lobbying in this situation. But now once this hottie ult is offline, it's going to be very hard for him. The zone is almost fully completely closed. Big damage there from Wang Liang to Star. Star's going to go ahead and invest his Aqua's ultimate. And a lot of these players are playing the top side of the street. There's just 1 tree in the center of this zone. We see them trying to use the best of their abilities to stay up, but the Star's going to fall there to TT25, and Wang Liang against TT25. TT25 just says peace out. I'm going to go ahead and TP on out. I'm going to get 3 on the board. Wang Liang stays up. He is going to be our MVP, I believe, for this game. And TT25 not trying to give out Wang Liang another elimination there to furthermore that multiplier. He's going to go ahead and count his blessings. Going to back out of the situation. Going to go ahead and just die to the zone. But Wang Liang is going to be our winner for game number 2. And we see that we did have an end game here for this game, but I mean, it was only 4 players alive. I believe probably 5 in the last and final moments of this game, but still a lot of aggression coming out here for the league early to mid game. A lot of players picking those eliminations, you know, dying with 3 to 4 up, but still not one player fully dominating. That was a massive game there for Wang Liang. So he is going to be having that multiplier, and he needs it to try to make it to that top 12 threshold to be able to compete this weekly for the bi-weekly finals here for the bi-weekly 2. Great game here for Wang Liang.
Yeah, and Wang Liang was the person who needed that win. If you're taking a look at these plays, KLA's T225 and TE Star already passing that threshold of points to get into the top 12. So as much as they want to put up as many points as possible, and as much as they want to keep Wang Liang from qualifying, Wang Liang was in 16th or 17th place to start the day off. He found himself in 15th with 18 points at the very end there, able to pick himself up. Wasn't able to pick up very many kills in that final circle there. There were only the 3 people left. He wasn't able to get the eliminations, but he was able to come away with the multiplier and the extra placement points, going to give him a huge boost to his scoring, getting him closer and closer to that top 12 as we are taking a look. Bauda's action, another player that we wanted to see come up from below. It looks like it is going to be up to Frostivus and Wang Liang to pull themselves into this top 12. We are going to be taking a quick look at the question, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2. It's always a little bit more difficult than the game number 1. Which player used Justina Gu in game number 2? Was it WBG Spider? Was it EWG Zorano? Was it SS1 Paste? Or was it GG Shaw? Ladies and gentlemen, if you were paying attention in the game, you should know the answer. I am not 100% sure who we saw, but a little bit of a hint. Paste was in the first round of selections. So that's all I'm going to say. But make your decision based on what you guys feel and what you guys have watched in this game. One thing I do have to say, though, the ACOs always coming in the top. Nobody wants to pick it first, but everybody's succeeding with ACOs. We saw the ACOs, 2 ACOs in the top 4, 1 ACOs in the top 3, and we had him come out in 3rd place. Unfortunately, we did see Star go out at the end. They were targeting the ACOs near to the end of the game there, but wow, it's crazy to see a hero that most people are dismissing as one of the meta heroes right now coming through and making such huge waves, as we're going to see Wang Liang picking up 9 game score total with his 5 kills, getting the 6 kill points and the 3 ranking to put him up on top. Star taking that 2nd place over KLA's T225, because KLA only getting 3 eliminations, putting him at 5 points. The extra 0.5 from that ranking is going to put Star at 2nd place. SS1 Pace is even going to pass as well KLA's T225 with 5 points on the board. Paste having an absolutely amazing day. We're going to take a look. GG Shaw in 5th place, Arano in 6th, Spider in 7th. Not the greatest game for him, only going with 3 eliminations. Frostivus able to put a few more points up onto the board. He's slowly but steadily climbing into this top 12. He's very, very close to hitting that threshold. He just needs a few more points to push him over the line. Verse in 8th with 2.5, Bauda's action with 1 and 2 donuts on the day. AIS and Slows are both going to be on 0 points. That's 0 points in 2 games for Slows. Slows really needs to change up his game strategy here, and he needs to pick it up. Otherwise, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. 4 points total out of all of the days played. He's played 8 games and gotten 4 points. He's really got to do something. He's got to change his style, got to change what he is doing in these games, come up with a little bit of a better scenario, because he's just getting eaten like a shark right now. Extra free points for everybody that's able to come away with an elimination on him, because it seems like he's not putting up very much of a fight. But Frostivus, 23 points. We're going to take a look at number 12 place, 21.5 for Wolves as well. He's in 15th place. With the consistency of games that he's playing right now, he is going to be able to climb. It's 25 points the threshold right now. So all they've got to do is get above 25 points without Verse, Shaw, or Pace progressing higher than they already have, and they will be golden. We're going to be, so keep your eyes on Pace, Verse, Shaw, Star, and then also keep your points on Wang Liang and Alliance's Frostivus. These are the players that are going to be on the bubble and very subject to moving around. Some players who aren't moving around and are pretty set in stone: Fong, Wufang, Spider only getting 3 points. We said he needed 10. He put up 7 in the first game, 3 in the second game. He's still got 7 more points to try and come away with that first place finish, and you know he's going to be gunning for it. Super aggressive off the bat. He doesn't need to play super conservatively, because even if he doesn't hit that top place, he is still in the lead and he is still in that top 3 position. Arano as well doing a very good job at keeping the chase close between him and Spider. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a look at some Thunder Robot Born for Gaming replays of the day. Wang Liang picking up his first elimination down on the bottom side as we're taking a look at Spider with some beautiful fistblade tech.
Yeah, now Verse snags elimination there onto TT25. Now going against Wang Liang. Wang Liang gets eliminated here against Verse with the last and final hit there from the Keelan Ultimate Arano in the Roma Yang on the Aquas against AIS. 1-2 off the fist blades. It's a nice ship pair there for Arano into AIS to win that Roma Yang. And now going ahead and creating the space and just investing that after for the elimination once again against AIS. And Spider with a nice R&B bonk there from the pole sword. LMB focus there in the backside. TE star here against Verse. V2. This was a crazy F2 play there inside that building. And this was what Pace was fishing for in this situation. We saw him even with the ult invested. He was trying to go ahead and TP and cancel into the R&B focus to get that chunky damage there off the pole sword. And we saw him catching the cryo the second time around, showcasing the pole sword swap off the long sword. TT2 fighter with big damage. Now a pistol shot tip for Wang Liang inside the zone to pick up that freebie for himself. And this is where TT25 just off to just count his blessing and not give Wang Liang another one on the board to furthermore his multiplier, because he knows that his player is trying to come up in that top 12. And you know, the top 12 is very, very close right now. It's going to be a very interesting sight to see who is going to be the last one in that 12th place spot. But this time around, Wang Liang, Wolves is Wang Liang with 22,000 damage, 5 eliminations here for game number 2. His first MVP of the bi-weekly, 7,000 damage on the fan, 5.4k on the Hong Sword, 3.7k with skills and ultimate. Obviously, we know how strong the Keeling ult is. Was winning that Wild Wind Sprout, Desperation, Alchemy, Sap, Rampage, and Jabbing in his inventory on the standard Keeling F1V2. But I mean, we seen how strong, we seen how important it is for you to stay up and not be eliminated, you know, in those 6th and 7th, 5th place spots. I mean, not having that multiplier really is a game changer. We see with even 3 on the board, you're not putting up a lot of points overall for your game score. And you know, that's the difference now, where no other position has a multiplier. It kind of just, you know, it's rough. We saw Pace there extend a little bit too much inside around the ballista area. He does get eliminated for it as well. He did have a good run in his Roma Yanks. He was winning them. He had a good loadout. He overextended to try to pick up the elimination onto the player that was getting 4 hits down, and it kind of didn't work out for him. He did pick up 3 on the board, but he doesn't get that multiplier, which really hurts at the end of the day, not being able to get that chunky multiplier to pick up the rest of the game score, or to pick up the maximum amount of game score for himself there in that game. But still, it's very interesting to see. I mean, you keep mentioning the Aquas, and I feel like Aquas has always been a very strong character, especially whenever Mike plays it. I mean, Mike be having crazy games with Aquas. I mean, he just be popping out with 7 to 8 kills plus the dub on Aquas. Feel like Aquas is, with how he is right now, he's not going to go anywhere in the meta. I have to pay attention to what games these players are often to try to pick that Temi for the last round of picks. But we're gonna have to wait and see. We are gonna be taking a quick break. Once we come back, we are gonna be loading into our 3rd game of the bi-weekly 2, day 3. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Summer Split Bi-Weekly 2, Day 3 here for the solos. My name is Creatives, and we're here with the man himself, Seb. We have 2 games already out the way. You know, we're gonna talk a little bit more about that, but Twitch drops once again. Everybody at home, make sure you guys are locked in, watching the games. This bi-weekly final is going to be this weekend, so you guys are interested in the range of hills avatar, you only have one chance to do so, and it's going to be this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, for the solo and trio bi-weekly finals. And then in 2 weeks, we're already having that Dragon's Grave for the bi-weekly 3, so on and so forth for the bi-weekly 4 there for the Kill Leader Strikes. But the daily drops every single day. The NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League channel is live. We're gonna be having that Tay the Silk and the Laudation Trial Choice gift for everybody at home with the hour watch time. But game number 3 about to be locked and loaded right now. You like the Akos, huh, Seb? I know you like.
Yeah, I'm loving the Akos. I'm loving to see it coming through. In the first bi-weekly, we weren't really seeing too much Akos coming out, but I'm loving that we're seeing a little bit more. It's always been a fun hero to watch play. It's a, you know, lots of people have called it the more advanced Tarka. You know, I think that they're playing in a very different field of play when it comes to Tarka versus Akos. But with the current meta, the Liam's always getting picked first. Situationally, yes, Liam is the better hero. But the way that these players are sharking down the Liams, because they know that these are the first pick players, they're trying to have their best game. They're sharking them down, they're focusing them out. The Liams are going down so quickly compared to the mobility that you get, the extra mobility you have from Akos, from the heroes like Kylan, from Atari. The mobility you lose playing Liam is so tremendous that these other heroes are starting to come out on top. Every other hero in this meta right now is super mobile. You have the Matari thrust dash, you have the Haughty ultimate where you can fly away, you have Akos where you get the movement buff, you have Kylan with his slashes that give you so much extra movement, and then you have Liam who can, his V1, sure, you can sort of board away. You have, but his other ultimate, the V2 ult that we're starting to see come into play more and more, it's so difficult. As soon as you lose that ult, you're not able to kite as easily as any of these other heroes. So you have to factor that in when you're making your selections. But it seems like these players going for the immediate double pick on the Liam right off the bat. We are going to see it again. Action and T225 having their turn on the Liam. Frostivus and Spider are going to get their chance to play on the Kylan here. As we are seeing, the hotties are going to go to Arano and Star. AIS and Shaw are going to get their picks. Most likely going to be playing the Matari here. We might see AIS drop something different. No, we're going to see the standard Matari. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. They're all banned, ladies and gentlemen. Now we can get to the fun stuff here. It looks like it could be the double Akos. We might get to see the double Justina. Looks like Paste is going to be opting for the Justina pick. Doesn't want to double pick that Akos just yet here. So the double Justina is going to come out. And the last couple of players, Wang Liang, we're going to see what he's going to be playing, is the Akos and the double Akos. We're seeing no Tessas coming out from this game today. And hopefully Slows on the Justina is going to be able to make something happen here. He did have that first round selection in game number 1. So he's played as Liam once. He's played Tessa, I believe, once. And now we're getting to see him on the Justina. Hopefully he can make something happen. I'm rooting for Slows. I always root for the underdogs. The people on the bottom of the scoreboard are my friends because I can relate to them, because that's where I would definitely be.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is we starting to shape up like the standard right now for the picks. I mean, obviously Liam Group A, the Keelans for Group B, and then you have the Hotties for Group C. We were getting a mixture of either a Hottie or a Keelan in Group B, but from the last bi-weekly, or from the day 1 of the bi-weekly 2, I mean, we're starting to see this consistent pattern from, you know, Liam, Keelan, Hottie, and then the Mataris. Obviously, we're getting a little bit of a mix-up in that group where one player would go Matari, another player would go Justina, because they're kind of similar in a way, but I still feel like the Matari is just a way better hero compared to the Justina. Just being able to have that F online, popping the ultimate, getting 2 back, having a TP, canceling your O, having another F. I mean, it's just a lot of utility for that hero, and we see it now that these players, I mean, it's crazy, right? We would have never thought that we were gonna see Matari in these games. I mean, that rework to shot Matari up to the top of the ropes. I mean, you see it now. Ever since she got reworked, everybody, I mean, it's just way too good not to play. And I'm just gonna take a quick look at the Justinas, both of them on the V2. Nothing too crazy. What about the Liams? We do have the V1s coming right back here for Exen and T225 on the Liams, and everything else is going to be standard for everybody else on the hero picks. We are not going to be having anything, you know, out of the ordinary for this game. But the Aquos here for Verse is going to be running that F1, as well as for Wang Liang. And you know, you got to keep in mind as well that we still have our hyper aggressive maps for the Firefly maps for game 5 and 6. We are going to be taking a trip back to Perdoria after this game, but you know, in those Firefly maps, these players tend to be playing those hyper aggressive characters like Akos, potentially even a Temi in the mix. Obviously, you know, the standard picks like Keelan and Liam are always going to be there, but those are pretty much the lower group picks that are pretty much being played out most of the time, are the Akos and the Temis in that mix. But this is going to be our drop for game number 3. 2 games already out here for day 3 of the bi-weekly 2. We have Spider and right next to Frostivus and T225. I believe I see FPX in the backside as well. They are going to be landing on the top left hand side of Celestia for Wolves GG. I can't cast the last one. It's going to be Pace on the backside as well, and then we have a lot of congestion on the right hand side of Celestia. Now WBG Spider, Calm and Dagger currently, but Pace and Wang Liang getting active off rip. We got a Frog Coast out here for Wang Liang. Since the LB focus there for the 5th place, trying to catch him off the jump LB. He's going to overhold the LB focus. The LB focus is going to be clinked there off the 5th place into the jump LB finisher there for Wang Liang. Now GG Shaw quickly aggression here onto Wang Liang. He's going to eat up a lot of damage, catches the pry off of this as well. He has no combo breaker off that Matari. Jump LB starts 3. He might get the elimination. No, the click comes in the backside there for Verse, and Verse going to snag up an easy one there onto Shaw. And now Action picking one up on the board against Slows, AIS against Star, but Wang Liang still getting active against Verse. Not happy about his elimination getting still stolen here with the blue fist blades in hand. He is gonna be able to stay safe off that purple frame there, just like a staff. I mean, that LB focus is just way too good. You're able to send the LB focus and spin back the purple focus as well. It's just an overall crazy weapon for the fist blades, the damage, the combos, the catches. I mean, having the ability to be able to dodge and still release a blue off of, I mean, it's just a whole new element that weapon unfolds.
Yeah, and a beautiful kill steal coming in, by the way, as well. As we saw from Plus Phoenix's Verse was able to take the kill away from Wang Liang, doing so much work with those jump LMBs. Surprised I didn't hear a mink come out of you there, but we did see a super beautiful play coming through as we're going to be taking a look now on the other side, closer to Celestia. Kayla's TG25 making a run for it on the back foot, getting chased by both Spider and Frostivus. It looks like Spider now the only one giving chase here, as we are going to see him going for the scale rush in. Is going to be able to connect here, but the F1 invested from TG25 to be able to back out away from it, using that movement tech from the staff, but is going to get eliminated here. Rano tried to come in and steal the kill from Spider, but the parry punish was able to deal so much damage. He was able to get the kill away just in time here before Rano was able to come away with the steal. Rano now trying to make something happen onto Spider. Gets the LMB prio here from the scale rush, as we are going to see Spider coming through into the 1-2, trying to see if he can get the jump LMB to come away with the extra damage here. But Frostivus is trying to come in on that third party at the last second. And Rano now forcing the Haughty ultimate, able to try and make something happen. Is going to end up just dashing away here. Doesn't want to play this too dangerously. Has very little HP, and Frostivus giving chase here as Spider decided to back off. Arano now full HP, no shield available though, is going to find himself an armor swap really quickly here, tries to go for the parry here, isn't going to connect, as we are going to see him try and back off here. It looks like Frostivus did get his purple's band parried away by Arano here. We are going to see him coming into the backside jump LMB into an RMB here, as we are going to see Arano now scale rushing away here. Perfect use of the fan with the movement tech here. You're going to see beautiful scale rush. Spider not able to keep up the chase, but he is going to try his best to try and come through. Now Wolves Wang Liang jumping into the mix here, as we are seeing 3 players giving chase. All he needs to do is make it into this building and he's probably going to be clear, but all of these players not giving up the chase. As soon as he gets into the temple in Celestra, this is the place where all of these players are going to go to try and break as many ankles as possible, weaving and ducking in and around, and it looks like he might actually be able to make it out here pretty quickly. BBE slows. We haven't seen very much come out from him here. He is going to pop the ultimate very fast, trying to see if he can make something happen onto Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse. But Verse now scale rushing away, does have that armor swap, isn't going to be able to get the freeze off here. Into the Nbpl from Verse here, brings it around. Huge parry now, and Slows completely eliminated from the lobby already. Very disappointing performance coming out from Slows here. I was really expecting him to be able to get at least one elimination in one of these games here, but he's already been double eliminated, just W keying this lobby as if he is in that first place rank. But alas, he is in the very bottom, so it's going to be very difficult for him to come back from this. Verse, huge parry onto AIS into the double jump. LMB is going to try and follow off of that F2 from the Matari here. AIS in a sticky situation, going to try and get himself away from all of the danger with the ultimate here. Does have one dash left available. Let's go for the armor swap here. Going to be able to heal himself up a little bit before Verse is going to be able to find him. Goes into that scale from the F2. The extra F2 he is going to gain off the ult. All he needs to do is cancel, and he gets another one available as well. He's going to bring it in. Now just trying to kite. Does not want to engage into this fight. I don't know if he has both of his lives gone, or his first life gone already. Verse still trying to give aggression, come away with these eliminations. It seems like the ACOS games are going to be the high kill games for these players here, as AIS still trying to come away with his life. Does have that resurrection available, but is taking so much damage using that scale from the F2 Thrush to be able to get out there as fast as possible. Still kiting around, is doing a very good job at getting away from his opponent.
Yeah, it's super fortunate for him. He has to be on the run because the Matari ultimate, he used it for this engagement, and now Birch still applying a lot of pressure. Does lose line of sight of him. We have action in the mix as well this time around, so they have to be real careful to re-engage there. But Spider going at it against GG Shaw. He is just going to let him go ahead and post up for this Rama Yang, looking to try to scale up off that weapon already with purple dual blades in hand. And I hope everybody at home is getting those Laura Croft dual blades, because once they're gone, I mean, this is something I believe that's never coming back. So if you guys want the rare items in the game, I believe it might be going away pretty soon. So make sure you guys are tapped in the game. Make sure you guys do your challenges. But got Frostivus already posted up in the Rama Yang. Verse and action going at it right now. Pistol shots flying on in there for Verse. In the backside there onto action. We do see him trying to kite the situation out with the pass in hand. Verse still trying to apply the pressure on the Akos. Overholding here for action. Does not let loose. Catches the prowl off the LMB. Sends the RB focus. Does not connect though. Now what's going to be the mix up here for Verse? Click comes in off the light. Action trying to stay up in this situation, doing a really good job doing so. The F1 to avoid the focus attack there, clean there from Verse, make sure he can stay up in the situation, dropping all that armor there for action, but action still has ult online. There goes the F called in there for the Liam. Now he could have the advantage in this situation. We have AIS not showing up to the party. F1 or V1 called in here for action. Now he's gonna be able to kite a little bit. AIS now showing up to the party, wants to get aggressive onto action, catches the prior. Now the V called in once again there for action. Big damage to the backside. Still can take no to be AIS with the Matari dash there onto action, picking an elimination. Now Verse taking AIS for a ride. Still has the pass in hand. Grapple to the pistol shot. Now Verse is gonna be able to snag up the pass this time around. He did take that away there from action, which is super unfortunate for him. He is going to fall right before the Rama Yang, and Verse is going to wait this out. Going to go ahead and probably apply just a little bit more pressure onto AIS to go inside the realm, and he can wait this out until the last player enters. And now Verse is going to be taking this Rama Yang, and it's going to be against SS1's Pace, and Pace has been a roll so far today.
Pace has definitely been one of our top players of the day so far. We also are going to see Alliance's Frostivus fighting against Wolves Wang Liang. That's sure to be an interesting fight. The players who are in the bottom of the barrel right now fighting to make their way out into the top 12 are going to be going head-to-head in the realm of Yang, as you're going to see a huge bow shot coming up from Pace here, able to connect right into the face of Verse here. So you're going to see the staff coming through into the Dragon's Rush. Very risky move here from Pace. Throwing that is a super parryable move here, especially with these pro players on how good their parry timing is. The reaction parries for that is going to be very easy for Verse. If he is going to be able to catch him off guard again one more time, it could be interesting to see how this is going to happen here. Tries to come in with a scale rush, but the focus attack is going going to be able to help him out here. Switches over to the fist, tries to make something happen, gets that purple spear out again, is trying to go for the 1-2, but the ultimate coming out from Verse is just gonna be so difficult to dodge. The tap dodge into the rolls. Oh my goodness, Pace kiting it out with every single move, forcing the F2 out though. We're gonna see him try and come through. Does have that ultimate to invest now. We are gonna see the Tiger Lunge coming out pretty soon here, but he's doing a great job of kiting out here. Pace with the movement, bro. The amount of stam that he's using right now goes into the uppercut here. We might actually get to see the grapple bump extension here. Oh my goodness, he's gonna be able to get the TOD. He does miss that second stun here, but we are gonna see him go. Oh my goodness, I thought he hit the Dragon Slayer into the Nedge's Rush here, but he's able to get these crouch LMBs here coming through and dealing so much damage. Both of them very low in HP is gonna be difficult for them. It looks like Pace might be able to get a heal off before Verse does. It looks like they both come through with the heal here. Tries to go with the Dragon's Rush again, is unable to connect though. You're gonna see him into the uppercut, and that could be it here as we're gonna see the grapple extension. He drops the grapple extension here. 10 seconds left here. This is the craziest fight as we go through with the 1.0 from Verse. Pace visibly upset here as you see on the cam. He was so close, coming with a very unmeta weapon right now, the spear. Not something that you get to see every day. It looks like Frostivus did, he did win his Realm of Yank here. Here we go, Frost, as Arano now in a little bit of trouble. Does have that Haughty ultimate available. We are going to see him invest it quickly here as Frostivus is going to pop the ult, but gets the first Kylan slash off. Now that is a huge damage inducer here as we're going to see the second one come down. He takes the kill onto Arano here, but now in a little bit of trouble as it looks like WBG Spider trying to come here and end Frostivus' reign of terror, but he's able to get all these Kylan slashes off. Spider answering with the ultimate of his own though, but Frostivus picking up a kill during the Vermilions, putting him onto 2 with a respawn available.
Got Pace now against Wang Liang. Uncles V Justina Pace. But the Yang depletion timer on his back needs to try to cleanse it as quickly as possible, but that's going to be a lot of damage there off the fist blades there onto Pace. Trying to cut out the situation. This is a blue. R&B focus is going to be parried from Wang Liang, and Pace is going to fall off the situation. That's super unfortunate for him. He is going to be eliminated at game number 3 with no kills on the board. That's rough. He went for the R&B extension there in the Realm of Yang. He caught the prio, doesn't opt to go for the standard damage, goes for the grapple, drops it, and he does fall off of that. And now Wang Liang with the elimination onto him there and the outside of the Realm of Yang. Wow, that's super rough. And I do want to talk a little bit about that tap dodge roll. We're starting to see that being the standard because tap dodge roll, you're able to avoid a lot of things in this game right now. Keelan. We saw him using it against the Alkos right there. Pace against the Alkos. The Haughty as well. There's a lot of things that you can tap dodge roll in this game that I'm starting to see a lot of these players trying to work on that a lot more. And, you know, back in the day, you would see, oh, I rolled. You would say, I rolled. Oh, I might be caught off of this. But now you're starting to see the potential of the tap dodge roll and how clean it can be used and, you know, how valuable it is to avoid a lot of pressure from those characters. Now, Spider getting active against T225. Massive scare was there for T225. Catches the reprod as well. Jump LB for extra damage. Now, overholding LB Pro here for Spider 2-on-1. Doesn't get the damage though. Lands on top of the barrels. Now, overholding. Liam ultimate invested, but Spider now is going to go ahead and catch the parry. But now, the F called in to avoid the follow-up. Now, Crouch LB is going to get caught up here. LB Pro here for T225 to the extension there off the V1, but that's not enough damage there to eliminate Spider, and Spider still has ult online, and that was the second ult there from the Liam, and Spider often to try to take the second Realm of Yang, now already posted up, snags up the pass. Gonna go ahead and take a little bit of a reset. We see now how rough it is now for the Liams in this situation where prior to the nerf, he had 3 of those ults. I mean, that was disgusting. Having 3 Fs there on that Liam, it was just so much pressure. And we saw how, you know, how well he did in the meta. But still, even with 2, you can still see him getting picked there from Group A's. Now, Wang Liang with the eliminations there onto Pace. Big upset there for Pace. Wang Liang posted up for the second Realm of Yang. Frostivus as well was able to stay inside the pocket against Spider due to the Vermilion's Bird's Might. Now trying to take his second run back here in the Realm of Yang to try to pick up another weapon upgrade plus the White Tiger's powers. Currently with 2 on the board. Now doing a really good job here for Frostivus game number 3. This is the halfway mark, and this is where you really want to start turning up for your day, making sure you catch those elimination. But Verse starting to move on in against Frostivus. Frostivus is going to go ahead and back on up. He's going to lose that pass. Verse is going to snag that up from Frostivus. Frostivus does not want to fall here. We see Verse, some nice damage here off the goal launcher there onto Frostivus. Spider already taking the Realm of Yang. waiting for his opponent on this side. We are going to be having potentially another Roma Yang as well. We are going to have Burst joining this Roma Yang against WBG Spider. Gold staff in hand. I did see a purple longsword as well in the back pocket. We got gold longsword in the back pocket here for Burst. Purple fist blades, purple longsword, running the purple fist blades already in hand. He is going to start off high. Spider as well. What's going to be the mix up here for Burst? Overholding Spider though. Gonna use the pillars, gonna get some cannon shots through the pillar there. That's a little burn damage, ×2, ×3 as well. Big cannon shots there from Spider, overholding. Now, neutral game for both players. F is gonna be avoided there from Spider. No knockback off of that. Both players respecting each other, trying to parry bait here in this situation. Since the lunge doesn't get the damage though. Now, Burst and go ahead and overhold LB focus, gets the damage. F caught in there for the killing. Now, Aqua's ultimate investor for Burst. Killing ultimate investor here for Spider. Now, how is he going to respond off this Aqua's ultimate? He needs to be aware of that V2. Double slashes in the corner, trying to weed the F1. Doesn't matter to do so this time around. Now the V2 is going to be avoided as well from Spider. And now Burst has to wait for the cooldown for the second V2. Has one more left online. Catches the leap though. Now there's going to be big damage in the corner. F caught in there for Spider. Double tap dodge to avoid it. Triple tap dodge as well. Nice little
my
there for
goodness.
Spider. Catches the first slash. The second one as well in the corner. Big damage here for Spider. Burst now trying to overhold. Catches the LB. Doesn't go for the uppercut though. Catches the scare runs. And Spider might fall for this. Jump LB for the finisher, and Spider's gonna fall first, coming out victorious here in this Roma Yang.
Fun Plus Phoenix's verse coming out with the tech, ladies and gentlemen. The fist blades proving why they just needed the nerf. They really needed the nerf, man. Like this is some absolute war crimes that are being committed right now with the fist blades, as we are seeing these players being more and more abusive of this. The fact that they have not been completely nerfed in this current patch, and even in the meta to this day on the main patch that is live in the game right now, is still a super prominent and powerful weapon. Being able to catch that prio coming through, just knocking Spider up. He does have that Yang depletion now. He is going to have to try and come through with an elimination, as Wolves and Fun Plus Phoenix are going to be the two teams and players who are going to be able to come away with that White Tiger's prowess buff, as we are seeing Spider also needing to get that Yang depletion cured, as well as GG Shaw coming through on the other side of Celestia. We are going to see all of these players playing closer to the side of the bridge, trying to make a play happen, and it looks like Wolves is still hungry for more, as GG Shaw is still trying to kite out all of these other players. Wants to find somebody and isolate a fight, but it's going to be very difficult to do that in this area here, as all of these players are starting to converge. GG Shaw now fighting for his life, trying to run away as fast as possible. And like you said, that Lara Croft skin is looking absolutely amazing. Make sure you go and collect those collabs, because you will not have a chance to get them again. It's very unlikely that they release these skins a second time, as WBG Spider now trying to come through with the overhold on the staff, but the F1 invested from Fun Plus Phoenix's verse here, as we are also seeing Wolves' Wang Liang trying to make something happen with the gold pull sword in hand. Clank's going to come up. All of these players trying to give chase. They do end up running into each other sometimes here, and especially in Celestia, the place of the kiting. It is where these players are able to get away so fast, so quickly, and break these ankles of these other players. It's exactly what Spider's trying to do right now. Spider now on the front foot of the attack, trying to deal as much damage onto Wang Liang as possible. Wang Liang getting dangerously low, and it looks like Spider is going to be able to come away with the kill. He does get the Soul Bloom and cures Yang depletion. GG Shot trying to make something happen as well. Was hopefully going to go for that elimination and the Soul Bloom that he needed to cure his Yang depletion. But now we're going to see GG Shot trying to give chase onto Spider now, but he's able to get away with barely a little bit of his life. But AIS going to be able to come away with the elimination. Shaw able to get the Soul Bloom, comes in at the last second, swoops in, doesn't care that he didn't get the kill. He's still in this game and he lives to fight another day. Ultimate going offline for him, but does have 30% on that charge. You're going to see all of these players, 6 players left. 4 of them all close in proximity to each other here are going to try and converge onto this location to come away with some more eliminations. Fun Plus Phoenix's first 20 seconds left on the White Tiger's prow. Is going to deal as much damage as he possibly can onto AIS. Still trying to make this play. AIS having a very strong game. 4 kills on the Matari. Matari not a character that we see being a front runner. We see very strong, very powerful character, but we don't usually see them winning games. So 4 eliminations for AIS so far. Very good start. This could be difficult for them, as they are one of 2 Mataris in the lobby. I believe they are the only double pick as the rest are down to solos. We've got one Kylan, one Hottie, one Akos, one Liam, and two Mataris left in this game. That makes up 6 players coming in as Circle 3 closes onto Circle 4.
I mean, that situation that Spider was right there, that's what I was really worried about the killing in the meta. And what I was very curious about when the bi-weekly 1 came around and how the picks were very favored to him and, you know, how well he did in bi-weekly 1. But as we saw right there, Spider investing the killing ultimate, just chunking out that white health in a situation where there's multiple people chasing you down. We have to wait and talk about it in just a second. We do see Wang Liang going at against Spider right here. This is where he falls. Aqua's ultimate invested, uses the V2 to kind of on over to the other one. And that's the strong part there about the Keelan Spider. With the Keelan ultimate there to secure the elimination there onto Wang Liang. But we quickly saw him just falling right after that moment. Just... that's what I was worried about him being in the meta. It's just that white health chunk off there using those slashes is very dangerous, especially with the lobby level that we're in, how strong these players are in these lobbies, how quickly they are to be able to catch up to you. See Spider investing, I believe, 2 or 3 slashes and all white health is gone. He still had pretty much all white health online, but using the slashes there for movement just pretty much chunked off all that white health. So now that the Keelan has been playing out a lot more in these games, I'm very curious to see if he is going to stay in the meta. Don't get me wrong, he's very strong character, especially in the isolated fights. We see him shine time and time again, especially in the Roma Yang. But Wang Liang this time around in Roma Yang against GG Shaw. See the clink off the scale rush. F caught in there for GG Shaw. Grapple uppercut. Aqua's ultimate invested. Matari ultimate invested there for GG Shaw in the back end. V2 misses there for Wang Liang. The leap into the F1 there for Wang Liang. Tries to catch the reprowl. Nice F there for GG Shaw to avoid the gold focus frame there off the Aqua's ult there. Now aerial R&B weave once again for the Matari. Now still trying to full chase down, catches the V2 in the corner, gets the jump LB follow up. The aerial R&B does not connect. The F buffer there from GG Shaw to avoid the falling pressure there. Oh, nice patience there to avoid the parry there, and that was a nice showcase in there from Wang Liang and the Roma Yang. Gets a Matari to secure the elimination there. Unfortunate enough for him, he is going to fall to Spider right after that. But GG Shaw, AIS, T225, everybody pretty much contesting this Mystic Might buff here for the zone. We do have everybody trying to show up here. Frostivus in the center, taking a lot of damage in the backside. Only 1 block of purple armor, not too much damage. He's safe. Burst now jumping on into the center. T225 applying the pressure onto Frostivus. Uppercut into the grapple buff. Doesn't get the follow up though. We see in the bottom hand side right there, Frostivus drops all that armor, and T225 full chasing down. We still have some aggression here onto Verse. Now with the Cloud Weaver, it's be able to maintain a lot of the pressure here in the situations. We're gonna go ahead and back on up, trying to take a quick little reset in. We got Sky Pillar in the backside, I believe. Frostivus says that LB focus. He is gonna be punished for it. He is gonna stay safe for the time being. He's gonna lose that weapon. Keelan ultimate invested here for Frostivus. And this is where the pressure is on. Uses 2 dashes, no siphon back off of that. Overholding, doesn't catch the third as well. Trying to see if he can find some sorts of damage onto T225. Might opt to take a quick reset in for himself, but we got GG Shaw showing up to the party as well, trying to apply the pressure onto Frostivus. Quick little reset here for Frostivus. Oh, it's offline now. Looks like the pressure has stopped, but GG Shaw does catch him inside. Scare rush tappage there. Now he's gonna go ahead and hide inside the bush.
Oh my goodness.
The star there. He's not gonna be caught up in that situation. Now Burst on the Aqua's ultimate. He is gonna invest that ultimate, cancels the ult, I believe, or the ult ran out, but Frostivus is gonna fall to TE Star, catches him lacking inside the bush, and that's super unfortunate there for Frostivus. But now he enters that threshold of the top 12.
It was so close. Frostivus is going to be in that top 12, passing SS1's Pace, as Pace did have a little bit of a rough game here with no kills, no points on the board for him here, as we do see the Sky Pillar coming out from TE Star as well with the gold staff in hand. Is going to be a dangerous weapon against all of these other players here, as Wolves Wang Liang did end up going out as well. Frostivus, Pace, Wang Liang, and Shaw all within 1 point of each other. They're going to have to fight very hard to keep their positioning, and it's going to be very difficult for them to do so. So hopefully we are going to see who is going to reign victorious here, as FPX Verse was the one to come away with the Mystic Might buff from the Spirit Well that we do see coming into these late games nowadays. What do you think about this new integration? I know it's been in the game for quite a while now, but the Spirit Well coming in with an extra buff, Do you think it's too powerful, especially when we take a look at trios with the Thanos snap that you can get coming through with the White Tiger's prowess? What are your feelings on the Spirit Well in the late game? I think it's a crazy cool addition to the game that players can take super high risk to obtain it, but it's a very high reward if you do.
I like it personally because it gives a little bit more pressure to these players, and it's a lot of gamble for you know, it's a lot of gamble, and it's worth it if you're able to secure it as well. But I mean, you see how much pressure is being integrated into all these players who are fighting for it. And you know, I don't really watch a lot of trios, but I mean, in trios, I can just imagine how much more hectic it is to try to secure that buff. And if you're able to come out on top securing the buff, I feel like the return should be as good as it is right now, because I mean, we've seen upsets as well in solos going for that buff. And I feel like it's a good addition because usually in this time, as we're seeing right now, we're seeing a little bit of a downtime where a lot of these players are just trying to play pokage right now, just laying down some pressure with range shots. So I personally like it because it kind of gives a little more aggression towards the end games, where we have a lot of players, you know, waiting this out for the next zone to fully close, and as well as the addition to the random bane as well, where it forces a lot of players to play the outskirts of the zone to not get, you know, caught up in the bane in the middle. So, you know, I like the new changes. And another change that I like as well is the Realm of Yang change, where you're able to invest that ultimate outside of the realm, and you're going to get a read back if you're able to enter it, just to give you a fighting chance. You know, it's going to be another high risk, high reward type of thing going for that. So that's another change that I really like as well, where, you know, you can fight outside the realm of Yang, possibly secure a an elimination on the board if someone tries to contest you for that pass, and then going right inside the realm right after to try to pick up another elimination. I feel like those changes are really well. We did have some times where no contestants were happening during the Realm of Yang. Everybody was just waiting this out, which is a little bit of like a 360 simulator, where the players were just running in circles waiting for that realm in a little corner. So I like this new change being implemented. It secures a lot more aggression to the players.
Yeah, and as well, purely from the entertainment standpoint, it does give us so much more to watch, as lots of the time when we were casting in the earlier seasons of the Nbpl, we had what was called the mid-game lull, where everybody just kind of took their time to hang out, send some range shots at each other. But now we don't have that time. Even right now, we're still seeing these players getting sharked on. When it's mainly range shots coming through, it's still super high, super aggressive, very, very interesting fights going on that comes all the way through the game, and it doesn't give you a break in the action, which is exactly what we love to see, as JL's AIS right now taking full force onto the lobby right now, as he is the other one of our Mataris in the lobby now has been completely eliminated. We've got KLA's T225, Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse, and TE Star and GG Shaw. Verse on 4 eliminations, T225 and Star on 1, Shaw on 0. JL's AIS did go out with 4 eliminations, so he will be placing high, and depending on how these other players are able to play the rest of this game, he could be placing in 2nd place, given the fact that if Shaw is able to come away as MVP with, let's say, 1 or no kills, this could give this could give AIS the chance to come away with a 2nd place. As we are taking a look as well now, Star taking to the skies, Verse with full gold armor available, 2 golds, 2 purples. We're going to see the first ultimate coming out here, as I believe we're seeing both the Hottie take to the sky and the Liam ultimate getting invested as well. Matari ultimate coming out. 14 seconds left in the game, ladies and gentlemen. We now are seeing the Akos ult coming out. Verse is going to get caught out by the Liam. Liam able to take full control here, as we are seeing Star is going to go out. Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse picking up his 5th elimination, and now GG Shaw with 0 eliminated. I just called that. There's no way that happened. GG Shaw is going to MVP with 0 eliminations. The multiplier going to nobody. That is so crazy. Oh my goodness. The MVP of the game is going to be Fun Plus Phoenix's Verse, who did come away with 5 eliminations and a 2nd place finish here. As I believe it's another Akos. I'm pretty sure Verse was on Akos. This is Akos, 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 ladies and gentlemen. That is the name of the game for you here. As if you want to be playing hard, you got to be playing on the Akos.
I mean, we see right there. I mean, you can't be the last one standing, but if you don't have no eliminations on the board, the multiplier doesn't mean anything, you know? Even if you get second place with 3 to 4 on the board and the person last one standing has 1, you're still going to take the MVP home, just off the placement points difference there, and just having those eliminations under your belt, which we see it here. You still need to try to pick up eliminations. It's still funny to see now that, you know, how different the system is now, and how the aggression still happens even if first place is the only one with multiplier. You know, most of the times we do see a lot of the aggression happen towards earlier in mid game, and those players do fall right before the end circle, and you don't have the crazy multiplier on your trail. But I mean, still, we still see a crazy game here for these players. The Alkos, like you mentioned, is still in the mix as well. Alkos just has that crazy potential, the perma gold frame, you're able to get 2 leaps, and having that purple frame off of 1 leap, the F1 30% damage reduction, the V2 with the siphon. I mean, overall Alkos is just an overall better Tarka, obviously, you know. Since day 1 he has been just a way better Tarka. Would love to see Tarka back inside the meta. I remember back in I think it was last Worlds, we had Tarka in the meta, so it was super fun to watch Tarka in the mix. As always, it's always a good time seeing Tarka being played out in these games. But you know, back to the meta now. I mean, you see how the Liams do have a little bit of potential there in the end game. They're making sure they can stop some of the pressure, but a lot of these players are playing, you know, up in the skies. If they're playing Matari or even with a Justina as well, we see them playing the high ground. So just nullifying the low ground is good to an extent. But you know, it all depends what characters are up in the last and final moments of the game. But you know, needless to say, the Liam is still an overall really good hero, super strong. We still haven't seen anything too crazy on the V2. We did see it in the replays for game number 1, the V2 cash there for GG Shaw running inside the running to the side of the Rama Yang to confirm the follow-up R&B. They're off of that, but you know, it's still some crazy things you can do with a V2. I wouldn't be surprised if we're saved throughout the night as well. We are in our halfway mark of the day. We still have 3 more games to be played out. We're going to be taking the trip to Perdoria for our game number 4, but the difference between game number 1 and 4 now this time is going to be a sunny time, so no Fireflies are going to be in the map for game number 4. But right after that, we are going to have our Firefly maps, which to me personally are my favorites, with a lot of aggression off drop for the Firefly contestants. I mean, we see time and time again everybody landing in those Firefly spots to be able to get that ult online and pick up those eliminations as quickly as possible. And it all comes down to, you know, what weapon each player gets. You know, it's another little mini game that I like to see every single time we have those Firefly maps in the pool. But we're going to be taking a quick look at the scoreboards currently here for our 3 games down. Our 3rd game is going to be taken here by Verse, with 6 eliminations on the board there for FPSEQ's Verse, winning that overall 8-game score for himself, and JL's AIS securing 2nd with 4 on the board, 5 overall game score. WBG Spider with 4 as well, but 4.5 gets eliminated a little bit earlier than everybody else, but still securing 4.5, and that's a crazy amount of game score still. Wolves Juan Leon 3.5 with 3 eliminations. T Star 2 eliminations with 3.5. Alliance and Frostivus with 3 overall game score. GG Shaw as well. This is good for Frostivus. Now he has to continue maintaining his consistent games to be able to keep that 12th place. We're going to take a look right now. We have seen him entering that top 12, but still, I know you're not too happy about BBE slows here, Sab. I mean, you've been talking about him all day.
It's disappointing. It's disappointing, man. No points in 3 games. He's running it down like he's in a ranked lobby. Like, we see him die right off rip instantly. Then he respawns and dies again within the first 5 minutes of the game. It's like he doesn't even want to be here. Like it feels to me like he's just playing him to get through this bi-weekly. He knows he has no chance, so he's just playing the game to sort of just have fun and play around, and that's fine. But this is the Nbpl. Like, you want to do that, go home and play some ranked. Like, it doesn't feel like he's up for the competitiveness of the lobbies as they are progressing right now. But yes, Frostivus as now is 0.3 points ahead of our 13th place player. So 13 and 14 are very close behind, and they are catching up. And as we do see, Spider has passed Wu Fang, and now Feng in first place is only 2 points ahead of Spider. Spider still has 3 games to get 2 points. I feel like that is a pretty attainable goal. The only person who couldn't get 2 points in 3 games is BBE Slows. I can't believe it. It's an unfortunate circumstance. Hopefully next bye week he'll be able to come back with a full new sense of energy and adapt to the gameplay and actually be able to put a few points on the board. EWG Zerano also with a donut to this game. Not super consistent with what he's usually doing, but we are going to take a little bit of the highlights from the game earlier, brought to you by Thunder Robot.
Got AIS. Crazy parry right here for AIS. Wants a star.
WBG Spider able to come through with another huge parry. These are some beautiful parries right at the start of the game. And here we go, taking a look at BBE Slows here. Just huge parry. And there you go. He's already fully eliminated. Not even a full 10 minutes into this game. As we see SS1 Pace almost able to come through with the grapple bump there. And you just see that one decision at the last second. And then parried a little too soon. Frostivus here, beautiful kill onto Arano there to completely eliminate him from the game. Unfortunate for him to go out. And then Shaw parried, I believe he parried 3 times there to lose that. And then there's Fun plus Phoenix's burst, able to come through with a beautiful scale rush into Prio, into elimination. And here we go, we see a couple more eliminations as I believe this is Wolves going down with 1 Kylan slash. And you can see how confused Wang Liang is there as TE Star able to get the elimination. I don't even know if he knew that he was there. I think he just went for the slash for a little bit of movement, was able to come away with the kill. He gets Fun plus Phoenix getting the kill on T225, and GG Shaw coming away with the victory at the top, but versus the real winner of the game. Everybody laughing because Shaw getting the last surviving with no kills. It's the funniest thing to happen this season, I believe. No kills, first place. I love it, ladies and gentlemen. MVP board, we're taking a look. 22,945 damage, 6 kills, 2 parries. Merciless Havoc for that staff. He did use most of his damage coming away from the Fist Blades. We do see that Cloud Weaver in hand as well, with the explosive armor and the advanced heal coming. Cannon, huge damage as well. And again, the ACOS is the MVP. I believe they've taken 2 out of the 3 games. Well, our MVP for game number 2, I believe, was not an ACOS. We did see it becoming, I believe it was a Hottie or a Kylan. The ACOS went out 3rd and 4th. It was Wang Liang who came away with the victory, and I'm pretty sure he was on Hottie. Come away with the MVP there, but still an absolutely amazing game coming through. Are we gonna see another Akos win? I don't know. We're like, Akos is on top of the game right now. I wouldn't be surprised if in the next couple of days, the next bi-weekly, we're gonna be seeing Akos getting picked first over these other heroes. And I know objectively Liam is better, but Akos is winning. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know, as the famous saying goes. Sure, a character might be subjectively better, but in the current state of how the Nbpl is being played, it looks like Akos and Kylan are the ones that are picking up the most amount of eliminations, whereas Hottie's falling a little bit short. Hottie's dominating in the realm of Yang. Hottie's dominating in the final circles, but getting kills at the start of the games, it's going to the Akos, it's going to the Kylans. And I'm loving it. I'm loving to see how this is panning out here. I'd hope the Mataris be coming in with a little bit more, because Matari being my new main, as soon as they made the buffs and made her able to just take your neutral away without having any super crazy skill at the game. No neutral. But before we talk about a little bit more neutral stuff, we're going to go into a interview, and we will be right back after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview, and this is Jaeger, and welcome to the post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with T225, and let me say hello to our audience. 来吧，225先跟我们的观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 KOAT25。
欢迎225来到我们的这个赛后采访。Okay, so first I would like to know, so far, are you satisfied with this bi-weekly total score so far, and how you comment on your status right now? 那我首先要问一下，那目前225我们是知道你是有这个实力和水平在这边的。目前现在这个虽然是常规赛，但常规赛这个总分啊，自己满意不满意啊？然后觉得到多少才是自己一个满意的状态呢？
我觉得自己成绩并不满意吧，我觉得50分才是我的真正实力吧。
才是一个自己该有的状态。Okay, so to be honest, I'm not really satisfied with my points right now because I think so 50 scores is my best status and the score I should have. Okay, and I also would like to know, so because we are going to have the bi-weekly final, and I would like to know, you have the confidence right now and so far, so how you comment on yourself? 那这边也要问一下，因为我们即将要迎来这么一个周决了，我们也是非常期待啊，因为除了期待你的表现之外，我们也非常期待你这个小舞蹈，对不对？目前为止自己怎么样？评价一下自己有没有信心？
我觉得对自己肯定还是有信心的，因为你夺冠肯定需要信心还有实力嘛。
So I think, in my opinion, like the championship for the bi-weekly, they need the confidence. And for me, I really have confidence that I will get this championship in this bi-weekly final. Wow, 真的很有信心。让我们来看一下今天的题目是什么。Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好的，在我们激情澎湃之下来看一下。So you guys can see the question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box after our player counting 3, 2, 1. We will take a screenshot. A lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, let's see to this question. Which hero did KLAT225 use in Game 3? 这道题呢是刚才这把比赛当中225用到的到底是哪个英雄 I think if you really focus on the matches and I think you really know the answer. Okay, let's talk about the latest matches. So because the latest match, I saw that you don't have to like enter to the realm of yawn, and also you have not like too much kills in the like beginning and the middle of the game. So how you operate to the end? 那我这边要先问一下，因为我们聊到刚才这把比赛嘛，225啊，在真的完全没有人头，然后也没有进入到回阳去分一杯羹的情况底下，自己怎么去运营到了最后呢？还拿了一个金武器，当时。
苟且偷生。
苟且非常简洁。Okay, so for me, I have a skill which is just stole from these people who just died. Okay, I think it's a great way, you know. 我觉得这真的很好的一个在单排当中的生存模式。如果能打，一定要打出一个精彩的分数出来。如果不能打的话，没关系啊，我们也有自己可以保命、可以去运营的一个手段。那我觉得接下来应该要让我们一起进入倒计时，准备好了吗 ？Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting, please.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 225还记得刚才这道题的答案是什么吗？
答案是 B 榴莲。
Yeah, the correct answer is B. Okay, at last, because today we saw that a lot of players like the Pace and Wang Liang, they used to be very great solo game player in solo game. And like for this season, they are like a little bit strange, and I would like to know. So for today, they are like really back in the track again. So how you comment on them? 这边最后来问一个问题啊，就是我们其实之前有非常喜欢的选手，像老 P 啊、王朗他们，之前都是在我们单排当中也是比较瞩目的选手们，但到了这个赛季好像不太在状态当中。但今天他们又有了一个非常亮眼的表现。225觉得他们怎么样？会不会影响你的夺冠之路？
我觉得不会影响吧，常规赛一般般嘛，应该是回光返照了。
Okay, so I think for these players, they won't like bother me to the championship of this bi-weekly final, and I think for their status, maybe you know when people before they die, they're like sometimes will be strong, and they are like just in this status. 哇，真的，其实也是虽然是淡淡的说出，但是也看得出自己一个非常有信心的状态。那我们接下来只能说祝你好运，达到自己希望的状态，然后进入到周决，好吗 ？Okay, thank you for today's interview and good luck to T225, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Summer Split of 2024. I'm your host and caster, Seb, and I'm joined alongside the combo king himself, Creatives, my man, the zero ban warrior, let's call him here, as we jump into our second half of games. Creatives, how are you feeling about the day so far, and what are you thinking? What are your thoughts on the future here? As we go into these last three games, this is their last chance to make a mark on the board before the bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, it's super aggressive now here for the Pro League for this day of the bi-weekly finals. I mean, bi-weekly 2, day 3, sorry. Yeah, a lot more aggression. Seriously, there's a lot more aggro from early to mid game, but another aggression is going to be these switch shots for everybody at home. Make sure you guys are locked in this weekend for the bi-weekly 2 range of hills avatar. I know these are the ones that everybody's looking out for every single week. You guys are asking in the chat, when I get the Dragon's Grave, when I get the Dragon's Grave. 2 weekends after this weekend, all right? Keep that in mind. The Dragon's Grave still a little bit of a time here for the bi-weekly 3, but the daily drops are always in play every single stream. Getting that tag, the Spectral Silk, and the Laudation Trial Choice gift for everybody at home with the hour watch time. And then obviously, you know, this is everybody's looking at. I mean, the Champions Bubble Choice gift, that was fire. I still have that in my inventory. I don't even know which one I want, how clean every single emote in that box is. Fortunate enough, we can only pick one. So, you know, me being how I am, I'll wait a little bit to see, fill out the situation, see who I'm feeling in a random day to pick for that emote. But game number 4 on its way. Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot more pressure this time around. A lot of these players are playing a lot more aggro. We are seeing a lot of eliminations happening early to mid game. The splits there, I mean, we've seen average around 3 kills for that top 8 side, top 7 side. A lot of these players are dropping a lot of eliminations. We see how good the multiplier is if you're able to stay up in those last final moments of the game. We're starting to see the Akos, like you've been mentioning, Seb, just a lot more value being shown here for these games so far. So, you know, it's still a lot to be, you know, tested out. We are still only in bi-weekly 2, so it's still a lot more left here in the summer split. Moving on over to Worlds, I should say the mainland qualifiers is going to be right after summer split in 2 months, I believe. And then, you know, on over to Worlds. That's the big for everybody. Everybody outside the region is trying to qualify right now for J Cup. I mean, we had our EU last past weekend, but still, that's the topic for another day. It's just super exciting right now. This is where, you know, you really got to be locked in NARAKA every single year. If you love the game, you love watching competitive NARAKA. I know me personally, I love this time of year. Every single time we're starting to get to that end side of the year where a lot of the pressure is on for every player who's competing in the game. So, you know, it's super exciting. But, you know, now game 4, Perdoria, sunny time, no Firefly maps. Is there going to be anybody else responding here? No Akos or Hadis for the MVPs. Hadis still overall a really good character in the pool, as we've seen time and time again. Has got nerfed a little bit a couple months ago, I believe. Got 5 seconds taken out of his ultimate, opposed from the 25 he had before. I believe now it's 20 seconds left on that ult, and we see it, the value of it, you know, have gone down a little bit just off of those 5 seconds alone. But needless to say, I mean, still, that ultimate is very good in the game still, especially having the F as well, where you're able to fly around in the parachute and, you know, be able to create the space. You have mix up off of it. If you get released off a dagger L and B, you can parry out of it. You can come right back in with a blue focus attack, or you can create the space. I mean, it's just an overall good hero. Verse winning our 3rd MVP of the day, taking it home on the Akos for our game 3. And I know you've still been mentioning slows, Seb. I know you're still mentioning slow, but that's what I was saying earlier. You know, it's not an easy thing to do to come into the league and being able to make it to that top 12 bi-weekly finals. Only a number of players have been able to do it. Wufong, Frostivis, Orano in that pool. You know, it's not a lot of players who are able to get inside the pro league and able to, you know, adjust to the pressure and the play style of everybody in the league. I mean, especially being on land, there's a lot more factors being implemented inside the games, and as well as, I mean, just having a player with a coach behind them, which pretty much everybody has one in the pro league. It's just a lot of information being fed to these players that every little thing counts. Who lands where, who rotates where. I mean, it's a lot of information. It's a lot of studying from these coaches that are able to feed these information to these players. But we have our next set of hero groups here. I mean, Spider, Liam, Frosted Liam is what we expect here for game number 4.
And hopefully we'll actually get to see some success coming out of a Liam, especially since we've got Frostivus coming through on the Liam. Oh, Frostivus, you dirty dog, coming through with the Akos pick. What did I say? What did I say, ladies and gentlemen? We're gonna see one more Liam available, but Frostivus doing exactly. He's listening to me, guys. He's listening. He's tuning into the stream, and he knows what's up. Akos is the powerhouse of the lobbies right now. He's gonna be going for that Akos pick right off the jump. It looks like we are gonna see 3 Liams in the lobby now because Akos was picked. We're gonna see the Liams coming out. Kylans were double picked, so they are going to be banned out. Hottie's getting banned out now. Liam, since he was double picked, we are still going to get to see the 3 Liams in the lobby, though. That's going to be an interesting one for sure. And now going on to our 5th and 6th round selections, we're seeing 1 Akos coming out, 2 Akos coming out. Akos now going to be banned out. The last picks are probably going to go to either Matari or Justina. I believe we are probably going to be seeing the Mataris coming out here as the last couple picks. Star still with his available pick is going to run the Matari. This is gonna be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen, because we have no idea how this is gonna play out. And this is what I'm so excited about. Frostivus going for a pick that nobody expected to come out, especially from this very first play, is a very super interesting one to see here. Because when your first round selection, you pick Liam. That's been the standard of the industry for right now. And picking Akos, you know, he's doing something a little bit different. So he's really got to pop off this game and show people that Akos is indeed the hero to pick in these games. And that's exactly what he's setting himself up to do.
Yeah, here we go. Very interesting pick. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I mean, we've seen the success Akos has had all day so far. Now on Perdoria, Frostivus often take that F1 V2 for the Akos, pretty much the standard. We see a little mix up sometimes with the F2, as we see GG Shaw running the F2 Akos. We are going to be having 3 Akos, 3 Liam. I mean, this is where, you know, when someone picks an off pick, or not the standard double Liam picks off of Group A, this is where you have the versatility of having an extra hero in the pool in the game, as we see it here for the Akos and the Liams. But yeah, very interesting picks so far. 2 Keelans as always, 2 Mataris as always, and we do have 2 Hotties as well. So the only one that is not, you know, in that first round of picks for everybody is going to be the Akos. But I mean, we've seen how successful the Akos has been. 1 Akos on the F2, the other 2 are going to be running the F1 for that 30% damage reduction plus knockback. Very exciting times right now. I'm going to wait and see how this pick goes for Frostivus. And look at the congestion of players on the top left hand side of the map. I mean, it's just so many players landing near that Ossos Peak side, and you still got 2 players landing Arcadia as well, and right above Arcadia as well, we do have some players landing near Moongate's Terrace as well for game number 4. We are about to start our 4th game of the bi-weekly to day 3 here for the solos, and who's gonna be able to make it to that top 12 threshold? We see Frostivus has made it, but the 13th place is only off by a point, so it's gonna be a lot of pressure still here for this game. 0.3, it's gonna be super close. I mean, you got to be in your A game right now. Got to stay consistent here if you're Frostivus to maintain putting those points on the boards. But game number 4, how do you feel the Aqua is gonna do it here for Frostivus, Seb?
I'm loving it. It is a less diverse lobby, so we do have 2 heroes that have been triple picked here. We've got the Liam, and we also have the Akos coming through as WBG Spider going for the scale rush on the greatsword right away here. We see SS1 Pace giving heavy chase with the fist blades. Jump LMB, say it, bro. Say it.
No, I know we're gonna get more jump LMBs, so it gotta be in a moment. Look, you had it this time. Spider trying to retreat. You know, there's always jump LMBs. Always jump LMBs. Always. But yeah, I mean, Spider now. Blue Dagger this time around is going to go off to just retreat from the situation. GG Shaw picking up elimination onto SS1 Pace. And this is bad for Pace here, Seb. We see him having good games, game 1 and 2. And now it's starting to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, he has been fully eliminated with 0 kills in the last game, and now he is already getting sent back to the Soul Altar here as GG Shaw was able to pick up a kill here. As now we're taking a look, WBG Spider, no armor available. Scale Rush is going to come through. Second Scale Rush coming through as well. Third Scale Rush coming through, but he does find himself a blue armor, getting pushed into the blue armor by GG Shaw now. Blue Dagger versus Gray Fan, who's going to come out on top. F ability going to get invested for Spider here, as we're going to see the uppercut coming through here into the extension, but now we're seeing him come through, tries to go for the uppercut into the jumping RMB. As we're going to see Shaw now with the Echo Assault invested, gets the Tiger Leap into the pounce, and Spider goes down with no eliminations on the board right off the rip here. Interesting play coming out. And now we see Spider taking himself to the Soul Altar to try and go for a revive here. We're going to see Frostivus with the huge parry onto Wolves Wang Liang, able to deal a decent amount of damage, does have purple nunchucks in hand, but now is getting third-partied here, and the fourth party starting to come through. Frostivus finding himself always in these situations where the entire lobby decides that they want a piece of his action, and now is able to get an armor swap and back off. The rest of these players have decided to give him a little bit of space here, as we're going to take a look at EWG's Arano coming through on the Fist Blades, as well as TE Star. Mirror matchup coming through on the Mataris here, as both of these players trying to make the exact same play, coming through, seeing who is going to be victorious. TE Star looks like he switched over to the Dual Blades, now back onto the Fist for that extra movement here, as we are seeing Arano trying to keep up the chase, but it's unable to make anything happen. Star doing such a great job at running away here. Now we're seeing the jump LMB coming through from Arano. Now Alt F invested from TE Star all the way to the gold focus to be able to scale away here. Star, no armor available, so this is going to be a tricky one for him to be able to come out of here. Star.
Yeah, it's going to be rough for him if he gets caught up, but he has around like 60% on that rage. Arano's on around 80, so he could fall in the situation, and Frostivus getting hit by the 2-on-1 here off the nunchucks into the V2, does not connect off of that. AIS in the back end as well, preparing that cannon. Now the 1-2 on the ground for the nunchucks. Now puck comes in. No, it's a clink now. F1 called in for there for Frostivus, and the AIS is gonna snag up. Yeah, that's super rough there for Frostivus. Still trying to find a fitting. Recatches the prow this time around against AIS. Gonna double jump the LMB focus. Okay, a little bit of a staff tech there against the nunchucks, but he's gonna get caught up off the prow here, off the blue nunchucks there from AIS. To be able to create a little bit of space here, does not let loose that nunchuck meter burn. LMB focus connects there for AIS. 30% damage reduction here for Frostivus. Alco's ultimate is invested for both Oculuses now. To be a mirror here for both Oculuses. The V2 missed there for AIS. Frostivus, some good patience, is going to be hit off the F1. The V2 misses there for Frostivus. Try to roll it, doesn't manage to do so. We see it there. The 10th roll coming into play, catches the prior off of this, off the uppercut to the V2. Is going to get a little bit of siphon back. We got action now showing into the party, and it's going to be bad for Frostivus. He's not going to fall yet. He is very weak. In the back end, AIS stays alive, and the Kilo ultimate is going to invest it for action, and he's going to snag up 2 freebies there for action. That's going to pull up 2 on the board there for action.
Frostivus is just like the most unlucky player in the NBPL. We see this happen time and time and time again. I feel like he just cannot catch a break. He doesn't get those isolated 1v1s that these other players have. I don't know if it's the fact that he is a newer player into this NBPL, or all these other players know a little bit of secret tech that he isn't able to perform as well compared to these other players, but it just seems that he's getting unlucky. It seems that he has the skill to compete with these players, but every single time he finds himself in these scenarios where he's the one getting sharked down, he gets so close to finishing these kills and then just ends up getting third-partied here. We saw it happen twice. AIS stole a kill, and then it was KLA's, or it was Bauda's action who was able to come away with the kill, and now BB is slow. He picks up a kill. Gentlemen, he did it. Oh my goodness, the cannon shot from downtown. Steph Curry with the 3. BB slows now, fighting on to Fun Plus Phoenix's person. Look at him go. His W key must be broken, because all he does is press it. But there we go. We're gonna see him get fully eliminated after 1 elimination. This is what I'm saying. Like, he is fighting in the zone. He's using his ultimate. He's not playing very smart, and I'm confused on the game style here. I'm not sure if he's doing this on purpose or if he's just he's out here to have fun. He's just here having a good time, but he does go down. He picks up an elimination though, and I could not be prouder, as now EWG Zarano and TE Star still going at it in the back end on these Mataris here, as it looks like he's able to bring the fight around a little bit. Star able to deal a little bit of damage. Good tap dodge on to the Matari F here, as now they're trying to keep chasing each other. Star very, very low in HP. The revives are going to start to disappear though pretty quickly, as we are going to see the Fs come out again. T-Star about to get it off of cooldown. Going to end up trying to pop that pretty quickly here. You're going to see it come through, but he is going to go down as TG25 comes through with an elimination. Arano, very upset. He's been chasing this kill since the start of the game, and now he goes out as well. He does do it before the revives end, so he is going to be able to have his life back and try and come through with another victory. As, oh my goodness, we see WBG Spider with the Liam ultimate able to deal a decent amount of damage off of the ball catch here, as Pace now in a very sticky situation. It looks like Spider is going to just avoid the Realm of Yang and try and go for this elimination before the Realm jumps through, and Pace is going to go out again with no eliminations on the board, allowing Wolves Wang Liang and Alliance's Frostivus to be able to keep up pace and come through and try and make a play for the crown here to be able to qualify. Bowda's action now getting absolutely demolished with the dual halberds combo from JL's AIS, and now forcing the ultimate out is going to be action. We are going to see, it looks like Frostus was able to sneak himself into the Realm of Yang, and so is Action. So we're going to see Alliance versus Fun Plus Phoenix and Wolves versus Bowda coming through, as well as Spider going to be fighting against KLA's T225. That is sure to be a intense Realm of Yang, as Action starts things off. We're going to see him not taken to the skies as the most players usually do here, as we are going to see Wang Liang trying to come out with a fan focus attack right away. Sends the second one out here into the trigger block, into the Prio, but the F ability is going to come out from the Liam to be able to dodge the Prio into the uppercut combo here, as we are going to see grapple on connects here, gets the Prio a second time here, tries to go for the parry, is not going to be able to connect here, goes for the cancel with the grapple, is going to end up just backing off here, going for a bit of a heal here. Fist blades coming out from Wolves Wang Liang, huge clank coming out now, as we are going to see him able to come through, but the F ability is going to stop most of the damage coming out, as now we see the ultimate coming out from Action, but the Prio, Wolves Wang Liang into the jump LMB, taking away most of the ultimate power away from Action, not able to get too much siphon off of that, as we are going to see the ultimate now coming out from Wang Liang, doing a very good job of dodging here. So we do see he does get the one hit off. Are going to see him just go for a little bit of a reset here, as Bowda's Action desperately needs the reset as well, getting him more Kylan slashes as well. If you didn't know, if you heal up a little bit of HP, we are going to see the ultimate fall though, as brings it down. Now the clank coming through. Ultimate is going to be invested. Last stage of the Liam ult coming through, but gets the overhold charge. Clank coming through into the meter block, but brings it through with the charged LMB. Very, very low HP here. F ability invested. Action dangerously low here. 1 HP and a dream for both of these players. Cannon shots come out, but he doesn't switch to the weapon fast enough, and Wolves Wang Liang gonna come away the winner. Fun Plus Phoenix also taking out Alliance's Frostivus in the Realm of Yang, coming away with Evermillion's bird buff.
This is where you got to be careful here for Wang Liang. We've seen it time and time again where second half of the matches, he has those pop-off games and he's starting to turn on up. And we see him, I believe, currently in 14th place. Pace does get eliminated. He is 13th. Wang Liang's in 14th. So if you're a Frostivus fan, Pace being eliminated there by Spider earlier was a massive sight there for Frostivus. Now he's going to have that Yang depletion timer, but Arano against Verse this time around. 1-2 off the Hong Sword. Blue Hong Sword for the Arano. Gold Dual Blades for Verse. He is going to have the weapon advantage, and he's going to have Vermilion's Burst My buff as well. Triple LMBs to the Matari ultimate here to avoid the grapple R&B focus there off the Dual Blades, trying to kite this situation out. Has the ult online, he needs it, but he wants to wait for this ult to go offline. He is going to go ahead and take a quick little reset. We see Wang Liang at the backside, eating up a lot of damage there from Frostivus. Frostivus already in that ult form. Aerial LMB, F caught him there from Action, trying to see if he can catch Wang Liang in the backside, but it looks like Wang Liang is going to be able to take a quick reset as well in the backside there on the Liam with 2 minutes and 30 seconds and counting. Frostivus trying to see if he can try to cleanse his Yang depletion timer. He is going to have FPXDQ's Verse on his show this time around. He's trying to see if he can kite this out to take a quick reset. He's going to send LMB focus. A LMB doesn't catch the area R&B though. F1 called in there for Frostivus. Now trying to even out the health as much as possible. The Liam F invested, takes his turn back there off the dagger now, sends it right back again as well. Big damage there for Frostivus onto Verse. Let's see if he's able to weave these ultimates here from the Liam. No siphon back there for Verse. It's gonna go ahead and wait this out. It's gonna go ahead and take a little quick reset inside the zone. Cancellation there for Verse. F1 called in there for Frostivus, but still fighting inside the zone. Doesn't have the health advantage. Might fall in this situation. The 1, 2, 3 sends it, but the F invested there from the Liam. And Frostivus is gonna fall off of this with no eliminations. And Wang Liang now jumps to 12th off of this with 26.5, a 0.5 point difference. And Wang Liang is still in the mix. And that's super unfortunate there for Frostivus. He needed to try to pick up this elimination on Wang on Leon. That would have been a better sight for him, but he still has 2 more games to go after this Spider against T225. Kylan ultimate invested here for T225, applying tons of pressure onto Spider. The back-to-back juggles, the triple. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage onto Spider. F called in there from Liam, from the Liam. Now AIS showing up to the party. Spider job's very low off the gold nunchucks. AIS is going to be snagging up the elimination here. Vermilion's birds my buff there for Spider. He is going to stay inside this game. Ooh, a little headshot there from T225 there onto AIS. Aqua's ultimate now invested this time around is going to be able to scare Rush on out of this situation. The Aqua's ultimate is going to run out in halftime. Spider might be moving right back in. We see him in the mini map already getting active against T225. The counter grapple bump doesn't catch the focus attack though. Overholding here with the gold nunchucks, trying to see if he can find the elimination onto T225. F invested there for the Keelan. He knows that this Keelan has no ult online, so he can't get full active if he needs to. We see him already applying the pressure. Nice shift parry there from Spider onto T225. That's gonna be big damage off the gold nunchucks as well. Catches the RB there to the follow-up RB there for Spider. He's gonna pick up his 3rd one, I believe, of game number 4. That's a massive kill there for Spider. Now currently in 1st place, trying to carry on over the most amount of points over to the bi-weekly final. We see him with 49.5 currently here for day 3, already overtaking Fong, already overtaking Wu Fong as well. Great showcasing here for Spider. And Arano as well, being in 4th with 42.5. Mike drops down to 5th. I believe he was in 3rd, moving on into our starting off our day 3. He was in 3rd. GG Shaw waiting for this Realm Yang, has to pass online on the Akos. Gonna wait and see how he can do for this game. Currently in 11th place, trying to get more of a lead to make sure these players do not contest his 11th place spot right now. But Spider quickly posted up for the Roma Yang as well on the gold nunchucks. We've seen him now. I was just watching Spider the other day too, and he was playing the nunchucks opposed from all the other weapons. He had pretty much a full gold inventory, and I saw him, preferably taking the purple nunchucks that he had in his inventory opposed from all the gold weapons he had as well in that situation. But this Roma Yang is going to be a Liam v. Liam. WBG Spider against FPSZQ's verse. Both players with gold weapons. They are going to start up going up high for the high ground verse. The gold dual blades in hand, trying to lay down some pressure off the off the blue cannon. Does not manage to get a burn tech, I believe, but that Lemmy focus is gonna connect here for Spider. Overhold and sends it back to back. F called in there for the Liam. Now Spider can get active off of this. Nice scare rush. F called in there for the Liam as well for Spider. Trying to see he can catch the prior off of this. Gonna spin back the LMB focus. Gonna wait this out, creating the space. Quick little reset for both players. Both ults still online. F's on cooldown still for both. Nice scale rush there for Spider. Doesn't catch the ultimate though. Oh, the ultimate is gonna be invested there for verse. Now it's the V2 called in here for Spider. Now what's gonna be the mixer here for Spider? Now meter burn. He can uppercut off of this as well to restand it. Gonna recast the V2, but the F called in there for verse to avoid it. He knew it was coming. Trying to wait this out. He has one more people online for himself. The Spider now has the health advantage. Verse gonna get cut off the V2 this time around. Go ahead and talk. This is so good about the V2. I mean, you're able to catch a quick little reset into the damage, and we see him cinnamon inside the wall, but verse drops very low. Spider with the health advantage right now and wants to see if he can try to pick up this elimination onto verse into the 1-2 finisher there for Spider. Nice little showcase in there for WBG. Spider securing another one for this game. I mean, he's showing up now. Jails AIS as well. Gonna pick this up, and it's gonna be a gold long short in hand for Spider, but I believe he's gonna stay here with the gold nunchucks. Still now, go ahead and chew out the situation. Spider's gonna wait this out. Go ahead and can't get active off this White Tiger's powers. See him now with a second victory.
Absolutely insane. As going for the nunchucks is definitely the play here, as going into from the V2 ultimate capture into a full meter dump from the nunchucks. Even if you have the F to be able to avoid it, it is going to be a devastating amount of damage coming through here, as EWG's Arano taking to the skies here, trying to run away as much as possible, able to tap dodge just enough away from that F ability from GG Shaw, but he's still hungry for this elimination. Arano forcing himself to get away from this fight, does not want to be in the position that he's in. He's losing so much HP. GG Shaw just giving such an aggressive chase, but Arano doing an amazing job at being able to stay out of the way of all the damage here. Is going to be using that scale rush to climb away as fast as possible. GG Shaw still hot on his tail, and the rest of these players are going to start to notice this and attempt to close in here as we're seeing the F2 come out, but canceled by the F into the jumping LB. 1 HP in a dream right now. Arano able to just back dodge away, gets the F back as he cancels his ultimate, gets one more F ability, trying to find himself an armor swap, but he's gonna get a pot reset. GG Shaw had it within 1 second, but is unable to come away with it now, and he's just gonna be able to break the ankles of Shaw even more now as he's found him. He's caught him out. He used that F to try and get away, but the F of Akos was able to prevent the escape there. But Arano now doing such a good job at kiting here through this area. Is going to end up getting caught out pretty quickly here. Still 8 seconds left on that F ability to be able to survive. We are going to see the ultimate coming out. I believe GG Shaw is on that Yang depletion, so he's going to need to come up with this kill very, very quickly here. In a little bit of trouble. We are going to see him. He only has 3 minutes left, so he does have ample time to try and come away with this elimination, but he was so close and now he's so far away. Everyone in the lobby has spotted them all out. They see the active Akos ult. They're going to wait for that to drop, and now I believe Arano, back on a full reset here, is getting caught out by JL's AS. FunPlus Phoenix's versus the other player on Yang depletion is going to need to find himself something very quickly here. GG Shaw not looking too good for him. He might need to try and snake away a little bit of a third-party bloom steal if he wants to stay into this game, but we are going to be seeing them try and come away with it. Arano still heavily focused by GG Shaw, finding him, and now the prio is going to be given over to Arano from the F2, but Arano getting decimated by the entire lobby as bow shots are flying through, cannon shots are connecting left, right, and center. Arano needs to grapple away. He's going to get grapple checked onto, and now it's JL's AIS trying to come through with the extra damage to come away with this elimination. I do believe he does have Assault Smolder, so on that pole sword, it's going to mean heavy damage if he connects with a grapple shot. Oh, and the blue armor swap is going to come out for Arano here as he's getting backed into a bit of a corner as FunPlus Phoenix's verse now trying to come away with the elimination. He's the other player who needs this desperately, but all of these players getting caught in the corner here could be a lot of trouble for EWG's Arano as GG Shaw trying to enter into the fight as well here. Huge double parry coming out here. Arano able to escape with his life, but now the burn damage coming through, and now AIS gonna try and come away with the kill, but it looks like he had, oh my goodness, he keeps, I mean, wait, I believe he had Mortal Defiance and he had the Red Soul Jade, the Vulpine Essence, and now Spider looks to be the one to come away with the elimination, the one person who doesn't need it. FunPlus Phoenix's verse now fighting against GG Shaw. The Yang depletion players going at it over and over, and now Shaw is going to be eliminated as Verse picks up the kill and cures his Yang depletion. JL's AIS now is going to be a victim of an uppercut here into the ball, into the ultimate, is going to end up getting eliminated here. Grabs the Soul Bloom off of his body, does have that ultimate throw available if he needs to. Wang Liang is going to try and come through, does tap dodge away from the ult, so he does not have any more ultimate throws to come through. We are going to see him try and go for that gold armor swap. He's just trying to bait out the swap here as it looks like he is going to end up backing off.
You see how much rage you get back here in Immortal Warrior off of one bloom pickup, already overpassing Wang Liang with how much old rage he had, but now Spider running the V2, full kitted out here on the weapons. We see 3 gold weapons in inventory: gold longsword, gold spear, gold nunchucks in hand here for Spider, picking up another elimination there. That's super unfortunate for Arano. He did have the Vulpine, and it's just rough. The player who had the Yang depletion timer was just full aggressing the Matar there, and that's in the situation like that, you just see that the Matar is just running away. He did not have ult, so he had to try to kite the situation out, but you just get the full lobby focusing you, and that's just a rough way to get out. Wang Liang getting clipped off the, I believe, the Moonbane there, gets a little bit of damage down to Wang Liang, and Burst now applying the pressure onto Wang Liang. 1-2 off the nunchucks, overholding now. Wang Liang trying to kite the situation out as much as possible and be able to go ahead and re-pick up the gold armor on the ground there. He is going to go ahead and try to get some damage onto Verse, but Verse applying tons of pressure. RB Minx there for Verse. Back-to-back swell. 1-2-3 is going to get paired there for Wang Liang, but he's on Liam. You don't take no damage off of that if you have F on cooldown, and we still see the pressure going towards Wang Liang's way, and Verse coming in hot here with the RBs. Wang Liang's going to go ahead and invest the F, trying to kite it out, trying to use the terrain for his advantage, and this could be an isolated fight. This could be an elimination here for Verse, picking up potentially his 5th one, then there it is, and Wang Liang is not happy about that, and you can see it there. Verse is going to pick up his 5th one of game number 4 now with 39.5 overall game score. with a good sighting here for himself here for these games. Still has 2 more games to be played out. Potentially the run-in here to take the MVP as well. Now Spider against Verse. Big scrap off. Got Storm Sharp for one of these players. Verse, go ahead and try to cut out of this situation with Spider's going to apply tons of pressure. Both Leo ults are online if needed. Verse going to be the first one to pop it though. Go ahead and overhold. Doesn't bite those Spider. Staying on neutral, being well-rounded. The F is going to use for movement this time around for Verse. Top of the Ballista Tower, sends down the R&B focus. 1-2 on the ground as well. Since the R&B focus again. 1-2 on the ground. Oh my god, big damage here for Spider. Verse now drops very low with one more ult F charge online for him. I believe no, he's gonna cancel. Still has 50% left to the 1-2 mix. No, the F called in to the pistol shot there for Spider. Picking up his 7th one of game number 4. I mean, he is on fire right now. This is what I was saying. He was doing this day 1. He was having these massive pop-off games, and we see it clearly once again here for day number 2 for him. Day number 3 overall here for the Pro League. Now Spider getting active against Star. F caught in here for the Matar. This is our last 1v1 of game number 4. Spider looking to try to get active. Didn't even invest that ultimate earlier in that scrap off, so he can still get aggressive off of this little cancellation there off the LB focus there for Star. He is gonna be sent down off the F alone. Now Spider's gonna have the time to take a quick reset, and as we see him already with full gold armor back up for himself. Star has an ult online, can get active, but trying to kite out the situation. Not wanting to play inside the Bane, but Spider not afraid of anything. Trying to get right inside the mix. He is going to get some pressure there onto the R&Bs there. Star is going to use the F4 spacing here this time around. Trying to lay down a bow shot. 1 does connect there. Lays down 2. Only 1 connected. Scale rush on now. Going inside the Bane. A little bit of Bane surface here. Do not want to get clip off of this. Could be bad. Star doesn't want to take the fight to Spider. He's trying to kite the situation out as much as possible. With 13 seconds left, he's going to be clip off the Bane. This is what I was saying. Star's going to lose all that armor to the 1-2. Now almost get clipped off of that as well. Trying to use the Ballista Tower as movement. This could be bad for him. Not wanting to fight this out. I don't understand why there's only 1 player left. He's going to probably potentially fall to this. Trying to take a quick reset in, but Spider just applying tons of pressure here in the situation. Does manage to pop 1 common powder in, or a white health in, I should say. Now using the F, overholding, gets a little bit of damage there towards Spider, kiting on the situation once again. Now the pressure is on, no health left. That's just rough here for Star. I'm not sure why he's not sitting and fighting. He has ult online.
He doesn't want to fight the White Tiger's prowess.
I mean, he's weak, you know, like it's just a lot of hits there off the Bane. You know, he had the Bane stuff because the Ballista Tower was in the center, and now the V2 is going to be invested here for Spider, trying to catch him lacking. The F is vested once again, and that's one thing good about the Matari. He's just using that F as mobility, but he's sitting inside the zone, can't drop very low. He is going to fall to that. He's not going to give Spider domination, and it's just rough, you know. I know he had the White Tiger's powers online, but still getting clip out the Bane there is just a lot more riskier finding out the situation than standing the ground on the outskirts of the Bane. And we saw the Spider with a marvelous game 4, 7 on the board. I mean, WBG Spider showing out here for this game. He's gonna be sitting nice and comfortable there in the overall standings in first place.
Yeah, I mean, Spider has nothing more to prove to us. We already know that he can do this with ease. Coming through with an 7 eliminations. I guess he didn't get that last kill on the TE Star. He did take his own life in the storm, as we saw him not wanting to give that extra point away. But a huge scoring game coming for Spider, just putting himself a cut above the rest of his class here. He finishes that game with over 10 plus points over the amount of DRG's Fung. We said at the start of the day after game 1 he needed 10 more points to get even 1 point ahead, and now he's 10 points ahead of that. So 20 points after, and not even all of the games are played. Spider doing an absolute phenomenal job, and we finally get to see the full fruition of what Liam really does to a lobby, especially when you have 3 Liam U's in a lobby, giving yourself even more power, especially with somebody like Spider playing Liam. You're able to see why Akos is usually not picked. I'm very happy to see the Akos being picked, and Frostivus, just to show how unlucky this guy is in the Nbpl. The one lobby he picks Akos, where Akos is going on top, Liam is the one that succeeds. Quick question for you guys though, ladies and gentlemen. How many players chose Akos who in game number 4? Was it A1? Was it B2? Was it C3? Or was it D4? Ladies and gentlemen, we were just talking about this. We talked about it at the start of the game, talking about it at the end of the game. The players who were picking, it was a special game, so there was a different number of heroes being picked versus the normal amount of how these heroes are getting picked out. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your answers in the chat and you will be entered to win a Summer Split random gift. And who doesn't like free stuff, ladies and gentlemen? Go ahead and pick that up if you can. Hopefully you'll be the lucky winner, and good luck to you all. Creatives though, what a incredible game. The Liam came in to full play. We actually got to see it being used in the proper sense and not just a desperation ult to try and kite out that final little bit of HP. We saw Spider coming through with the amazing ultimates into the meter dump, capturing them in the balls. That is what we love to see. The ACOS not coming out in full form in game number 4. Sadly, it's the one game that Frostivus decides, I'm going to be a little bit different. I'm going to pick ACOS as the first pick. He's just so unlucky. Like, he got his third-party kills stolen three times.
Oh, 3 times? I counted twice.
3 times. Twice at the start, once when he was going for a bloom. It was very unfortunate for him, as we're going to take a look at the scoreboard. Spider finishing with an 11.4 game score. That ranking points and the multiplier giving him a huge bonus into this game. 11.4 score in 1 game. All he needed was 10 points to get that first place. Now he can relax. He's got 2 games where he can mess around, have a little bit of fun. Fun Plus Phoenix's verse at 6.5 points. AIS at 5 in 3rd, TG2 5 in 4th place with 3.5, tied with Bada's Action in 5th. GG Shaw getting 3 points in 6th, tied with TE Star in 7th, and Wolves Wang Liang hitting the 8th place. Taking a look at our overall standings now, Frostivus has dropped to 13th place, as it looks like Wang Liang has come into that number 12 spot. Paste also losing his positioning in the top 12. Unfortunate for him, but hopefully we will see these 2 players try and make a play. And Slows finally got a kill, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so happy.
Man, Slow's not gonna stop hearing it from you, Seb. He is super aggressive, as we've seen, and he falls for it a lot. Super unfortunate. He gets eliminated early game lots of times so far tonight, but 12th place, already in that threshold. We saw Wang Liang on the bottom side, but the top of the pyramid, FPS ZQ's verse with 39.5, JL's AIS with 39.9, EWG Arano with 42.5, X1's Wufang 44.4, DRG's Fong with 48, WBG Spider with 57.4. I mean, he's sitting nice right now. It's nice in first place. He's gonna be able to take a lot of points on over to the bi-weekly final this weekend. I know Spider-Man putting in. Yeah, I mean, he still got 2 more games, you know? He still has 2 more games. He's playing like he just did. He's gonna be racking up a lot more points, and he's trying to stay at top of his game. I know he's been putting in a lot of time. GG Shaw against Spider. This was an early scrap off. GG Shaw with the V2 finisher there onto Spider, losing his early game. And it shows there that losing your early game does not mean anything. This was verse against Slows. Stay in the pocket, doesn't let lose those 3 charges, and gets punished for it there off the purple fan. Wang Liang against I can't see the action in the backside to the follow-up there. He avoids the cannon shot there from the 5th place verse against Frostivus. Saw the song just ticking for so much, and Frostivus is gonna fall there. AIS against Spider in the corner. Spider runs it right back, catches TT25 with a massive parry to the follow-up R&B for the finisher. AIS against GG Sean the Rama Yang, 1 point up for the halberds there. Big damage. Is gonna be able to weave that F2 there off the leap into the follow-up LMB there from the Tiger leap, and now Spider into the 1-2 against verse. Now Arano, Spider, aerial LMB finisher for Spider. Verse with a massive ship parried onto GG Shaw in the corner. Question LMB, R&B mains there. Gets a lot of damage into the fallen R&B for the last hit. Wang Liang, cannon shot finisher there for himself. Super unfortunate Wang Liang, and I feel like that's what was happening with Frostivus too. Just, you know, super unfortunate in timing in the backside. TE Star just not giving up the elimination here onto Star, and I still feel like he could have just stood his ground, you know? I know he had buffs, don't get me wrong. I know he had buffs, but either, you know, just run outside the zone, stand your ground if you were not trying to get those eliminations. I don't know. I feel like he could have played that a little bit different. Yeah, the White Tiger's power is insane, as we're gonna see WBG Spider taking the MVP for game number 4 with a massive game for his 4th MVP, 21,000 damage, 7 kills, 11,000 damage off the nunchucks alone, 4.2k off the fan, 1.3k off the fist blades. Had Hepta for a long sword, Storm Stride, Thunderstorm for Katana, Soul Smolder, Desperation, and Dragon's War for the nunnies that he had in his inventory. And then we see him having a nice showcase in there with the gold nunchucks on the F1 V2. But yeah, I still think V2 is still the best ult. It's just gonna take a little bit of time for these players to be a lot more comfortable with that ult, because they've been running that V1 for a very long time until now. And you know, a good example of the V2 Liam is Wufong and Mike, and how they're using that V2. But it's just gonna take a little bit of time for everybody to start catching up. I mean, I seen the crazy outplays from Mike. I saw him trying to go inside the Roman Yang. He had the ult online. He was not afraid of letting loose his focus attack, because if he does get parried, it's a 50-50. You get hit by you get the damage that he gets from the focus attack, or if he gets parried, he catches him in the ball and just gets free damage. He has a fan in his back pocket, and he can restand it, go for the TOD, double R&B focuses, aerial R&B, back into the ball, and just rinse and repeat. The nunchucks, I mean, right there, we couldn't even see Spider do it, but he was against a Liam, so he ought to just stay with the damage, full damage output with the nunchucks. Nunchuck meter burn, cancel to the uppercut LMB into the ball once again, and they just rinse and repeat. I mean, there's a lot of mix-ups with that ultimate. Halberds LMB focus cancels into the R&B into the 1.0 from the Halberds, and grapple cancel from the LMB. I mean, that ultimate is just very, very versatile, and it has a lot of mix-ups with a lot of weapons. Staff lunge to the follow-up, even off the last hit, recatch the ball, do it right over again. It's just a lot of damage off that ult. So I think it's just a little bit of more time that these players are going to need with that ult, and we're probably just going to start seeing that ult non-stop if it doesn't get changed. But I do see how the V1 is still in the mix, especially with the siphon, to be able to catch more than one players. And in these situations, a lot of these players are being put into like third parties. We saw that with Frostovich is being super unlucky. Every single isolated fight, at the end of it, just a third party. He just getting his eliminations stolen there, and he needed those eliminations to stay up in the top 12 threshold. And we're gonna have to wait to see how he responds here for game number 5. We are gonna be going to our Firefly map here for game number 5, so this is where it gets interesting, Seb. I feel like we're gonna start seeing maybe potentially another 3 Akos pick. I'm not sure, but we are gonna start seeing possibly a Temmie. I love the Temmies. Temmies is my favorite character,
yeah.
So I hope we see the Temmie.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're going to see an outlier game like that. Having 3 Liams and 3 Temmies or 3 Akos in one game is a pretty crazy scenario to happen.
Yeah.
The way that the picks have to work to be able to make that happen. Theoretically, if one person picked Liam from every single group, we could have 6 Liams in a game.
Yeah.
But there's no way that people are going to let that happen. They double pick it right at the start so that they don't have to fight multiple of these players. They only have to worry about 2 of these each hero, and they don't have to worry about, oh, if I win this fight and I beat this Liam, I don't have to fight this one right away, then I don't have to fight another one. Then it also adds to a little bit more competitive edge with the diversity of the heroes.
Let me ask you something. You remember back in last year Pro Leagues, I think it was last year, maybe a little bit further before, where we were just having like a big amount of same heroes being picked. Like you would see like 12 Temmies or 12 Zapings. What system do you like better? Do you like the versatility of different heroes now with this new group, or did you enjoy seeing more of the Ditto fights being showcased in the Pro League opposed to how it is now?
Well, it really depends. If you're going for pure nostalgia, when we saw those, let's say when we still had the 16 player lobbies and we had, let's say, 16 Yodos, those were the days.
Those are crazy
games. The OG days of 16 Yodo Himes. But then that also brought us into the meta of 16 Z-Pings.
Yeah, that was not fun.
Which was the worst time in NARAKA history to date, I believe. And I will firmly say that that is not something that we want to see happen again. Another lobby full of Z-Pings, it's just definitely not the vibe that we're going for when we're trying to take a look at these fights. The fact that they make it so that all of these players have to play different picks, there is still a chance for it to be 6 players playing one hero, 6 players playing another hero. It's very unlikely to happen, but they still have it added as a possibility. Gives you an added element of suspense when these people are choosing their heroes. It gives you so much more of it just adds so much more entertainment value to the game, to the Nbpl as a whole. And for the competitors, it makes it that much more difficult to be able to succeed. It makes you need to practice every single hero
Yeah.
in the meta, rather than, oh, I'm just gonna grind this one and then make this hero the best that it could ever be, because it's now making it so every single person has to be good at every single hero, and it's cutting the weak from the herd, and it's making it so that these players who are super strong and who are able to play all these heroes are excelling, and it's it's rewarding players for their skill all around, instead of making it so that this one player could decide, I'm gonna practice Takeda, and I'm only gonna practice Takeda, and I'm just gonna only play Takeda. You could be really good at that hero, but like going into a different matchup with another hero, you could be terrible. So it makes these players have to become more well-rounded, and it betters the community. It advances the whole game, and I just absolutely love it.
Yeah, that is true, and I feel like that aspect also translates to the weapons. You know, like,
of course.
See there. I mean, earlier we saw lots of damage with all the weapons in the pool there for I believe it was Pace for game number 2. I believe he had, you know, damage with a lot of weapons in the pool. So that also
applies. The staff, the longsword, everything.
Yeah. So yeah, I feel like this is a lot better and, you know, more of a viewer's perspective. Not sure how the players really feel about it, but for a viewer's perspective, having the versatility of having different heroes in the game, you know, it really applies the pressure. So whenever you're in that top groups, you're playing your best character. You know, you're trying to have the best pop-off game that you can have, because you have first picks, you have first dibs. You know, you're able to play your comfort pick wherever you want to play. But you know, with how the meta is so far and how we've seen how everybody's pretty much going Liam, I'm pretty sure that's probably the character that everybody's working on the most when they're playing in Immortal War. When they're not playing on the Pro League, you know, that character, every single time I go to my stream, he's on the Liam. I did see him play some Tessa about 2 days ago, so he might be cooking something up for the bi-weekly final. Probably something that DRG's Fong hit him with. He was not happy about day 2. I'm not sure, I didn't watch, but I'm pretty sure him testing out the Tessa is definitely something that, you know, he wants to get back into it, because, you know, obviously all these players have been playing all these heroes at some point, you know, but you know, with how like the meta changes, they're often to get their muscle memories more focused into whoever's in the meta currently. But having a character like that, you know, you just need a couple more games to get back into it.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, following with this meta, a lot of these players are starting to fall short, as we're starting to see, as some of these players aren't performing as well as they used to be, as they aren't able to fall back on their hero picks, as play heroes that they can't just grind out one hero. They've got to be well-rounded. It does take away for, let's say you're training 5 hours a day. You can't just train 5 hours one hero. You now have to diversify your picks and start learning how to utilize these other heroes to the best of their ability. And it is giving these other players a very nice way of changing the aspect of how they play. And so jumping into these next couple of games, we are going to be seeing these players having to play these different hero picks. And this is when it gets really down to it. These 3 players on the screen right now are battling out for that 12th place spot. Alliance, Frostivus, we're seeing Pace, and we're seeing Wang Liang. One of these 3 players is going to qualify. The other 2 most likely aren't going to be able to come away with a qualification. And this is going to be very difficult, because all 3 of them are super great players, and they're really grinding for the spot here. As we're about to get our games underway, we're going to be taking a look at who's getting the first round selection. It is going to be Arano and Star. Frostivus and Spider are going to be left with the scraps, so hopefully we might get to see a fun game. Justina, Frostivus, you know, when he comes on the Justina, he's always cooking, so we might get to see a Frostivus Justina game. Hopefully he'll have something to pop off with. And Spider, you know, he does good with everybody. He is one of those players that's extremely well-rounded. Arano and Star picking the Liams right off the bat is going to end up being banned. Kylan's coming out for the second pick. AIS still to pick his hero. We are going to see him probably popping. Oh, he's going to be picking the Hottie, so we might actually get to see a 3 Kylan, 3 Hottie lobby. So you were right. We're going to see a influx of more of these different heroes. So we do have the 3 Kylans coming out, and then I believe Verse and Wang Liang going to be opting for the Hottie picks. Verse still yet to pick his hero. He does pick the Hottie here. So we are seeing 3 Hottie. We are seeing 3 Kylan. We are going to be seeing 2 Liam. Justina's going to get banned out. Oh my goodness. No Matari picks from T225 and Action here. And now I bet Frostivus is shaken up about this here. This could be some collaborations. Temmie, are we going to see it? Temmie coming out. Frostivus to pick and Matari. Tessa coming out from Spider though. Tessa coming out from Spider. That's going to be an interesting one. Tessa hasn't really been very successful in these past couple of games that we've been seeing so far. But, you know, hopefully we'll be able to see something happen with it as, you know, Spider's able to make anything work. So we'll be checking on all of them very shortly as we're about to jump into this next game. This is sure to be a crazy one. Game number 5. I believe we're going to be on Holoroth.
Yes.
Holoroth coming through for game number 5, Morrisile for game number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host and caster, Seb. I'm joined alongside yet again with my main man, Creatives. And we're about to get creative with the plays here, ladies and gentlemen. As we're jumping in, we're going to tell you which ultimate variants and which F ability variants that these players are going to be using jumping into game number 5. As sometimes there's a little bit of a switch up, but usually it's a very, very traditional way of how they're going to be running it. And it looks pretty traditional. F2V2 for the Justinas, F2V2s for the Mataris, F2V2s for the Hotties, F1V2 for the Kylans, F1V2 for the Liams, as both going around, and then F1V1 on the Tessa. Pretty standard picks here, ladies and gentlemen, as this is usually what we're going to get to see. And Frostivus. Oh, we're seeing a V1. We're seeing V1 coming up from T225 on the Justina. Just an interesting play given that the meta has so much purple and blue focus. Could be a little bit more difficult for T225 to be able to come away with these freezes, but he is going to have that extra one in the back pocket and the potential, if he hits 2 players at once, to regain some of his freezes.
Right there, that indicator that we see Frostivus character model shining there, the box, that means that's the double pick in play. So anytime you guys see that on the screen, that means that player has already played that hero once. So this is going to be a double pick there for Matari for his game 5. Spider on the Tessa. You know, our top 4, top 5 have been playing that Tessa and have been having very, very good value. So I wouldn't even be surprised if I seen Spider have a crazy pop-off game 5 on the Tessa. Yeah, we have had some of the other players playing the Tessa and have not found that success that I've previously seen with our top 4, top 5 running that character. And you know, I will, until I see a top 4, top 5 player running the Tessa and not finding any value, I will still say that the Tessa is able to shut down a lot of the pressure there from the Liams and the Hotties, especially with just the enchantment and how much damage you can get. I mean, you can just off and go for the focus attack if the F is a cooldown. You can extend with a grab or with a combo extension if you wait out the enchantment bar. I mean, it's just a lot of mix-ups that you can do once that enchantment connects there for the tether. So, you know, we're gonna have to wait and see how Spider plays the Tessa for today. But like Seb mentioned earlier, Pace, Frostivus, and Wang Liang do have the most pressure out of the lobby right now. They're trying to either maintain the top 12 or overtake the top 12 right now for our game 5. Still, this game and one more game will be played out, so those players are going to have to make it happen in 2 games. Now, game number 5, Holoroth. Be very interesting to see where we see our drop zones for this game. And now we see both of the Liams for this game running the V2. Like I mentioned, I still think that is the superior ultimate. Yes, did see some V1s today, but I still think the value of the V2 and what you're able to do with that ult alone, it's just way better compared to the V1. So once again, I still think it's just a little bit of a waiting game once everybody starts adjusting to the new ultimate and they start getting a lot more comfortable what they're able to do with that ult, how you're able to play around it to secure the ball off the ult, and you know, getting the value. Once again, Mike, when I saw it, how he was getting the value off of just popping the ult and staying inside the pocket and just releasing, regardless of him getting parried. I'm gonna keep mentioning it because that is something very different that we have not seen ever for a character, where you either get the damage off the focus attack, or if you get parried, you catch him in your ult. I mean, it's a very, very crazy ult. And once again, the TLD potentials with any weapon in the pool right now as well. With, well, the majority of the weapon, it's just It's just really good not to run. I still think that ult is the best one. We're gonna have to wait and see how these Liams do for this game. Wang Liang though, locked and loaded, waiting for this game number 5 here for Wolves, trying to secure that top 12, trying to make it to the BIWEEKly 2 finals this Saturday, trying to be able to compete for the BIWEEKly grand finals, try to take a chip home here for Wolves. Wolves already winning the first BIWEEKly finals, won 4 trios, which was a massive dub. And you know, it was crazy to see the White Tigers powers for Wolves that game, being able to take that one home and pretty much clearing out the whole lobby off of 1 elimination. I mean, we saw how disgusted the White Tigers powers is in trios, but now there it is once again. Pace, Wang Liang, Frostivus, 3 players trying to compete for that last place spot. Potentially they're able to make it to that 12th place spot, but once again, we're gonna wait and see how our drop zones are going to look for this game. We're gonna take a quick look once again at the hero picks with the ults and abilities for everybody. Once again, Frostivus is going to be playing that double Matari for this game. Like Seb mentioned earlier, the T225 on the V1. I still think the V1, me personally, I like the V1 just because you're able to catch the pry off of it. You know, yes, you might not catch the freeze to go for the full extension or the focus attack, but you're still able to extend if you're able to get the stagger off the dash alone. So I feel like it's a little bit more versatile, and if you need it, you could use it for movement. 3 dashes out. You know, we've seen it time and time again being used for movement, opposed to the V2 where you're stuck with 2. You can't really create that much space. The pressure's still on with 2 dashes if you're trying to use it for movement, as we've seen action on the V2. But now, locked and loaded here for game number 5. We are going to have our drop zones for this game. We see a big line of players right on the left-hand side of Imperial Village. We do have a couple players landing, I believe, near the city of Tong on the bottom right-hand side of the map, and also all the way in the bottom hand side of the map, we still have 2 players, BBE and KLA, landing there. Lone Wolf Wang Liang there for Wolves on the bottom left-hand side of Puzzle as well. I mean, this is gonna be a lot of congested players here on the top right-hand side of the map here, Seb. This is Firefly map, so don't forget.
I love the Lone Wolf Wolves landing at the Salvation podium. I see what you did there, C8. I'm gonna run with it. We're seeing the gold zones by the Imperial Village are gonna be super congested, as you were saying. Let's hope Frostivus is able to pull through. You know, NA does have a little bit of bias towards Frostivus, as he is the tri-region champ, as we like to call him over here. Is gonna be able to get himself some blue armor and a blue staff right off the rip here. Out on to Baoda's action. The player he was fighting earlier did end up getting third-partied. We're going to see a huge parry coming out, though. Frostivus now in a bit of trouble here. Does have F available. Is going to pop it to be able to get the prio, but action coming through with the freeze is going to be able to save himself a little bit here. Going for that armor reset now. Frostivus in a bit of trouble. Finds himself a blue armor. Be able to reset here. Baoda's action is going to turn right around the other way here. Clank coming through. We are going to see the longsword slash going to be reigning victorious into the uppercut combo here. Frostivus into the weapon swap, but the Justina freeze is going to be able to reign victorious into another weapons confirm. Is going to come away with the kill, and Frostivus, for the first time in a couple of games here, is going to be able to come away with an elimination right off the rip without getting third-partied. Perfect start for the game for him. Is going to try and go for an uppercut onto FunPlus Phoenix's verse here. Tries to go for the parry, does end up missing here. Is able to get prio, but the terrain is going to grief him a little bit here. Tries to back off now, in a bit of trouble. Goes for that gray armor swap right off the rip. Is going to get the prio into the weapon swap again here onto Verse. Verse just taking so much damage, as now the F ability is going to get invested. Grapple chase onto him. He's going to try and go for an armor swap, but that blue armor had already been used up. Frostivus using every single armor he possibly can in the area. We do see the SS1 paste very close in proximity here. We do see a blue armor on the ground. Who's going to grab it? Verse is going to be able to come away with it here, but now Frostivus in a bit of trouble here. Is going to try and just get away. Goes for the double jump. Isn't going to be able to. The jump LMBs are just a little too much. The ultimate is going to start to come out here, but now paste on the 1-2. Frostivus actually coming out on top of this here, but now, oh my goodness, the Kylan ultimate is just going to be so devastating. Frostivus is going to go down early here, and Paste, the one player he wanted to not come away with this elimination, he would have rather Verse got the kill, is going to be a little bit higher in the standings. Paste now, very, very high aggression onto FunPlus Phoenix's Verse, is going to be able to get the tail end of that slash here, but with one little chance left of his ultimate here, Paste is going to be out of his ult now, forced to run back and try and hide as fast as possible, as now burst on full chase with his ultimate, answering, saying it's my turn now. Hits him once, hits him twice, and Pace goes back to the Soul Altar with only one elimination. Look at this. Wang Liang, Frostivus, and Pace all on one kill, all back to the Soul Altar.
Yeah, and I mean that's fine. You know, off drop, you're able to lose one life. If you're able to catch eliminations, which we saw value there for all three players, getting one on the board. Unfortunate enough for Frostivus, those third parties are getting to him tonight. There's just, he had the upper hand against the Hottie. He did have the Matario online, and the Hottie did not. So he had everything that he needed to stay aggressive in that situation, but just Pace was quickly on the scene there to snag an elimination onto him. Now we see Spider on the Tessa. Hero who has not been seeing a lot of value today, but we're gonna have to wait and see how he does. We are gonna probably see him in the realm of Yang, so he's gonna go ahead and back up from the situation. GG Shaw and TE start going at it. Gonna go ahead and get more resources to scale to take that realm of Yang. And we saw some nice showcasing there from Frostivus, running the nunchuck pole sword swap combos there off the uppercut to confirm the focus attack off the pole swords. And I believe the first one I saw doing that was Spider, almost like near a year ago, probably doing that. It's been quite some time now where he was using the nunchuck poster swap, so I'm glad to see it once again. JL's AIS, GG Shaw, and TE Star all going at it near this ballista tower. And when this is a common playground for these players, we see them time and time again using these ballista towers to kite around and stay mobile to not make sure they don't get caught up here from any pressure thrown their way. Wolves is Wang Liang and Plume Castle. The outskirts of Plume Castle trying to scale up some more. We got Arano and T225 going at it. We got TOD happening here for Arano into the V2. We are going to see the one pop in here into the knockback there from the V2 to the follow-up R&B. I mean, look at the damage off of that. And he's going to snag up gold halberds as well off the T225's body. I mean, he is set up now for the Rubber Yang.
I think he was trying to go for Authority roller kill.
Yeah,
he wasn't able to time it perfectly there, but we do see the elimination come through anyways, as we're gonna see the Kylan ult coming through from GG Shaw, able to get the first hit of damage onto JL's AS, as AS decides to pop the ult of his own and take to the sky. Shaw hot in pursuit as TE Star also trying to give chase here. He is going to be able to connect on the first Kylan slash, misses the second though here, is going to be taking a lot of damage from these Kylan slashes as he is dealing the damage to himself, does end up throwing away a slash here, tries to get some siphon onto Star before his ultimate is eventually going to run out, but he does lose so much HP. Star desperate for this kill here. He is hungry for the elimination, but it looks like JL's AS. Oh my goodness, it looks like GG Shaw came away with a huge parry here, and now AS trying to come away with the elimination here is going to miss. Star missing the ultimate into the grapple bump. Oh my goodness, the F ability coming out to save his life at the very end here. Throws the 1.0 out. Now all of them extremely low. Shaw was able to get a reset off from the Kylan ultimate here as they go for the parry, the overhold, but the F ability is going to save his life here. Everybody with 1 HP in a dream just running away as fast as possible into the grapple bump, into the jump LMB, into the scale rush, connects, and GG Shaw goes down. JL's AS is also going to go down quickly here as TE Star coming in with a double charge from the pull sword to pick up that elimination. Wolves, Frostivus, and Pace still on one elimination apiece. Frostivus and Pace are going to have to put in a little bit more work than Wolves. Wolves is sitting pretty right now. He does have that 12th place spot secured, but Pace hungry for the kills. Frostivus hungry as well, and Wolves just as ready to come away with this elimination. Balda's Extra now gonna try and give chase onto Alliance's. Frostivus wants to come away with this kill. The jump LMB doing a great job at taking space here, but now he is gonna get sent up into the sky here as the Matari F is gonna come through to just give away most of that ground. It finds himself a blue armor swap. Frostivus is getting super lucky with the armor swaps today. In this game specifically here, as he's able to just find himself an armor swap after armor swap, keep himself alive, get himself away from the action. It looks like he's going to try and snipe the Yang coming through at the very end here. With 3 seconds left, these players are going to start to enter very quickly here. As Fun Plus Phoenix's verse is now going to be fully eliminated. Pace versus Slows. Oh my goodness. Slows in the realm of Yang coming through. He does have a very good kit, way better kit now than SS1's Pace. But with the performance that we've seen from Slows earlier today, I don't believe that he's going to come away victorious here. Hopefully he will. It will put a stop to Pace, and it will give Alliance's Frostivus a chance to come away with a little bit of an advantage lead. Pace coming through, trying to go for a bit of a scale rush here. Musket shot coming out from Slows. We are going to see the 1.0 coming out from the fan. going for the scale rush, Clank off the scale rush here, as we are going to see the F ability getting invested into the one jump LMB. Ultimate getting invested now from both of these players, or Slows has ultimate available as well, but Pace able to just send the shots out faster than Slows is able to charge himself up, is not able to get himself into that purple focus, making it very difficult for him to be able to come away with any sort of elimination. But now Pace is on the back foot here, getting in a lot of trouble. Slows could do it right here. He is getting him locked down, misses that last shot. They're both very low in HP. They have to be very crucial about their movements from here on out. Slows able to get himself a little bit of a heal off. So it looks like he's going to go for that shield first. Pace giving himself a full reset here, dropping all of his health jades to be able to get himself back up to health quicker here. Into the charge here, able to come back around into the slap. F ability coming out from Slows here. Slows now on the back foot, trying to go for the uppercut. Is Pace able to make something happen, but is going to end up getting hit by the F1 ability coming out to block the damage from the 1.0, but now the weapon swap into the charge, and Slows is going to be eliminated. Pace coming through, getting himself a gold weapon and purple armor, super huge buff coming through. His X-Shin gets completely eliminated by Arano outside the realm of Yang, and KLA's T225, I do believe, took out Frostivus.
Yeah, Frostivus gonna have that Yang depletion timer. I believe it was Arano that he was up against EWG, so he's gonna have that Yang depletion timer. I mean, Slows, man, that's rough. Pace was on common armor and had blue weapon, and Slows had purple fan in hand. And I mean, if your opponent is jumping, I'm pretty sure you're guaranteed 3 dashes off the purple focus off the first one if you catch him in the air, and he misses the follow-up there, so he doesn't get the extended damage there onto Pace. And we see Pace now aggression Frostivus, and Frostivus 3 minutes. Look, he's trying to get aggressive off of this. No, he's going to use it to back on off, using both Fs there to create the space. Now, kind of grapple in the back end there from Pace. Arano in the scene as well. This could be bad here for Frostivus. Trying to use the TP on now. It's going to go ahead and play a little bit of a magician game here, avoiding anything, not throwing out a blue to avoid getting parried. Now, Vermiliion's burst by here for Pace. He has everything he needs to get aggro off of this situation. Now, trying to catch the prowl, doesn't do so. Now, big barrier for Pace onto Frostivus. It's a pulsar hit as well. 3 charges on in. We got Arano in the back end now. Frostivus needs to continue to scatter on now. So the RB makes, and Frostivus falls off the situation now. Arano against Pace. Both players here with Vermilion's burst by. That's just super unlucky there for Frostivus, man. Getting caught up by both of the players with the buff outside of the realm. It's just super unfortunate. Arano gonna eat up some damage here from the Keelan ultimate here from Pace, and Pace applying tons of pressure. T starts showing up to the party as well, getting hit there by the shadow clone there off the slashes. He's still trying to get active in a mix. He's gonna go ahead and wait this out. Gonna go ahead and try to time the third party perfectly. Pace trying to move on in. Massive parry there for Pace onto Star. F invested to avoid the damage. V2 called in here for Star. Now we see it here. Gonna waste the first F. The V2 does not connect off of that one. Now the opposing Liam's gonna call on in. No one's catching it. Yeah, he does. It's gonna be TE Star looking for the roller hit kill. Does not manage to do so. He does though, but it's gonna be the skill rush, and Pace is gonna fall off of that. Pace still in 13th place. Frostivus drops to 14th. Star now in the mix with no ult online. Needs to be real careful because he still has a Rondo on his trail. F called in to avoid the prowl. Now trying to scatter on out. I hear someone resurrecting on the top side of the puzzle. Now Star might be clipped off of this. You gotta be careful in this situation. You do not want to get hit by the roller. Ooh, nearly gets clipped off of it. Madison stay up. Now Ronald's still applying tons of pressure. The roller's coming right back around. You gotta be careful. And yeah, he is eliminated. And Ronald, I believe, no, he doesn't get the kill. No, he doesn't. And Pace starts moving on it, but he's gonna opt to stop the pressure for now. And that's what I was saying. You gotta be careful there by the roller. He is going to fall. And I want to talk a little bit about there by T Star earlier in this game. He had the V2O up and he got parried, and I believe the catching the ball off of the parry, it has to be on reaction kind of thing, or kind of like a prediction thing. And that's what I was saying, where it's going to take a little bit of time for these players to adjust to that. But it's a guaranteed ball off of a parry. But we're going to see a little bit of scrap out here with Wanliang and Spider. Wanliang investing the Hadi ultimate, trying to chase down Spider. Spider does not connect off the Tessa in chat, man. Now he's going to apply the full pressure onto Spider in the backside. Doing a good job kiting. Does not catch anything so far. Does not catch that one as well. That's good movement there for Spider. Since back to RB focus, and RB makes right there. Big damage there from Spider Wolves. Wanliang trying to kite on out. Does catch the 1-2 into the 1-2-3 there for Wanliang. Nearly getting eliminated there, but he stays in this game, and that keeps him alive there for that top 12 spot. Now, trying to post up for the second realm of Yang. Pace as well. Both of these players know they have to go inside this realm. They have to try to pick up the most eliminations as possible. So they are going to be risking it here for the second half of the realm of Yang. We got Wolves, Wang Liang, purple armor, purple fist blades on the hottie. Pace is on the Keelan. That's purple armor as well off that first realm of Yang. Not sure what gold weapon he snagged up from that first realm of Yang, but nice little Jade inventory here for Wang Liang. Blue Fang in the back pocket, blue staff as well if he needs it. You can go ahead and wait this out. This is another thing I started seeing from this year's this split of the bi-weeklies. A lot of these players are waiting to go inside the realm of Yang, but Pace is not wasting no time. He's going to be going against EWG Arano here.
Yeah, he definitely does not get to wasting any time. He is all guns and all action, especially at the place that he needs to be right now. He is on the cusp of making it to the bi-weekly finals here as we get to see the player perspective from how they play this realm of Yang. You can see how quickly the camera movements go from these players as we see the 1-2 coming out into almost hitting and the 3. We're going to see the overhold coming through, able to deal a little bit of damage with the longsword. Huge parry coming out from the cavalry bloom here, able to get the toothpick damage off into the grapple bump, into the uppercut, into the carousel, into the grapple bump, into another grapple bump. Misses the last one, tries to connect. The ultimate is going to come out. Does miss the ult here as we're going to see the Kylan slash coming out with the follow-up. Is able to tap dodge away in the middle of the mess here to avoid the last Liam ball as Arano just trying to go for a bit of a reset here, playing Ring Around the Rosie with him, is going to get him out in the open, and that's all he needs to come away with the elimination. Hits the slash, even with the F, he's able to hit the follow-up here as Wolves Wang Liang fighting against KLA's T225. Golden Nunchucks in hand for T225 here. Storm Strike from one of our players as well. Wang Liang trying to make something happen on the back foot with the blue fan in hand. Is going to end up going for a bit of a reset here. Is going to be able to come away with the reset damage, but Wolves is going to lose it just as quickly as he gained it. Advanced heal able to give him just a little bit of HP more back as he lost, as he is going to end up in the positives here. Huge parry coming through though, but is going to end up dodging most of the damage here as KLA's T225 is going to come away with another huge parry here. And now the Justino ultimate on the V1. Misses the first dash here. We are going to see him try and go for another one in the sky. Does miss the second one here. Tries to hold the spacing, but he's able to get it into the meter dump. And Wolves Wang Liang going down to KLA's T225. What an amazing play here. Wolves getting set back just a little bit further. And SS1 Pace able to come through and pull just a little bit further than him. It looks like Pace is going up. Wolves is falling down. Frostivus, I'm not sure what's going on with him. Unfortunate plays for him so far, as Wang Liang has 5 minutes now, as they have extended the timer of the Yang depletion for that second realm of Yang in Immortal War. They do have 5 minutes instead of 3 to try and get themselves a Soul Bloom. So Arano as well going to be on that, as well as Wang Liang going to try. They are very close in proximity to each other, so a fight scrap off popping between the two of them would be an interesting play. As we are going to be looking now, Frostivus has been replaced by GG Shaw, as Shaw could be the one to fall short as well. He is at 32 points, where Wolves is at 30.5, and Pace is at 29.7. They are so close in proximity to each other. Pace is going to want to play this second part of the game closer to the end. He's going to want to play this pretty close to the vest. He does not want to go out right now. He needs a couple more eliminations in this game. He needs to get a higher placement, but most importantly, he needs to make sure Wang Liang doesn't get another kill.
Yeah, now we see Wang Liang has that Yang depletion timer. He's going to get quickly aggressive here from Arano. 1-2 is going to be gold doublets in hand here. Massive imperative for Arano. So the R&B focus does have the F to avoid the full damage. Now trying to kite the situation now with 3 minutes and 55 seconds left on his Yang depletion timer. He's going to get full aggressive on from Arano. Oh my god, there goes the TOD into the ball. What's going to be the mix up here for Arano? Looking for a wall, I believe. Does manage to get so now. Going to be able to slam him down. He's going to be able to pop the ultimate this time around. Now, how the ultimate investor here for Wang Liang. Arano trying to see if he can find another ball for himself off this V2. Going to wait this out. Probably gonna that ult's probably gonna run out, I believe. Oh, throws it down. Oh my god, if he would have caught him through the window there, that would have been disgusting. A fadeaway ball through the window would have been dirty right there. But Wang Liang now with the ult still up, he is gonna go ahead and well, that ult is going to run out now, and Arano's trying to kite the situation now. Currently with 4 on the board, has Yang depletion timer as well. He does have to go against Wang Liang. RB, no, it's gonna be a big period for Wang Liang. I thought he was gonna fall down off of that, but it's gonna be a big period for Arano to the sap as well. He's gonna get all that health back right once again. Every LMB into the arrow RB there for Arano. Overholding, no, it's gonna be Wang Liang sending it. Oh, spins it back to avoid getting parry. Pistol shots flying on in here for Arano. RB focus now off the staff. He's gonna send it once again, and Arano's gonna get elimination off of this. And Wang Liang super close picking up the elimination onto Arano, but it was not enough, and Arano staying up, cleansing that Yang depletion timer as well with 5. And game number 5, GG Shaw, KLA T225, JL's AIS near Plume Castle. Looks like KLA's T225 is going to be applying some pressure onto AIS in the back end. We do see the Hottie V Justina happening in the backside. We've seen some nice showcasing so far here from T225 and Aroma Yang on the Justina, and I feel like we haven't seen the rest of his eliminations as well. This man has 5 currently right now, and Justina being one of those comfort picks there for T225, showcasing it once again tonight, how well he plays it. We do see the Hottie ult now going off. It's going to cancel the ult, save 28% off that rage. He is not going to get some pressure thrown his way thus far. We are going to have a little bit of reset happening here for AIS. Pace, though, in the back end, might want to try to get active. Currently with 3 on the board with 29.7. GG Shaw still alive, though, with 0 eliminations. Now, it's 4 players in the mix. Can't count Frost if it's off, though. We still have 1 game left. He does get eliminated with 1, but if he has a massive pop-off game 6, he can make it happen if GG Shaw, Wang Liang, or even TESAR just don't have a phenomenal game 6. But now, game 5, still in it. Pace, gold armor, gold weapon. I mean, this is the god loadout. If you're able to have a gold weapon with gold armor, winning second Roma Yang, just a good showcasing for you. Mystic might buff starting to form on up here for the Spirit Well. Plus the tuna for Pace has gold pole sword in the back pocket as well. So if he wants to swap off that staff as well, he can do the uppercut swap there off the pole sword, as we've seen. That was pretty much like the first swap combo we've seen. I mean, with the staff and gray sword, you know, staff, gray sword. It's pretty much the standard swap that we've seen from for some time now. So if he wants to go ahead and do that, he can. But T225, let's get the J set up here for T225. I believe that's explosive armor that he has. 1 charge left, gold weapons in the back pocket, purple fist blades in hand, and I'm starting to see T225 really favoring those fist blades a lot in his games. I think pretty much every single time that I see him on the screen, he has the fist blades. If he's not in a scrap off it, and you know, if it gets parried or not, he's always running those fist blades. So he is trying to play the majority of his games with that weapon. I mean, I do not blame him with how strong that weapon is, especially with the crouching LBs. I mean, it's just an overall super good weapon. We don't really have to talk about the fist blades of knowing how strong it is, but there's gonna be some pressure happening here in the Spirit Well. Ronald trying to stay up on the gold dual blades Pace as well, trying to contest this, and this could be bad if one of these 2 players falls here, Seb.
Yeah, Pace definitely needs the Spirit Well. It'll give him such a huge boost in the rest of his game here. Rano trying to go for the parry on the follow-up off the stone form here. Pace now taking a lot of damage. JL's AS going to put him in a little bit of trouble. Pace now forced to back off here. Is going to just opt to go for the reset instead of trying to contest. We do see KLA's TG25 does have that Cloud Weaver Jade, going to give him a huge opportunity to take space. Pace just hold charging on the full sword to try and stone form any attack that's going to come through. It is going to throw the 1.0 off onto Arano, dealing a lot of damage, forcing everybody to back off from him here. It is going to get almost 60-70% of this charge to come through onto the Spirit Well, and it looks like he might be the one to capture it. Ket pops the ultimate here to be able to get his ult back because of the Spirit Well capture here. Is going to full aggress onto AS here, and he needs this kill. He needs it bad, but KLA's TG25 comes in and swoops the kill away. But it looks like he popped the ult a second too late. He doesn't have his ult back. He is gaining rage at a rapid rate, but look at that. 28%, 30 on the ult he thought he might have had. It looks like he popped the ult a second late here, ladies and gentlemen, and Pace gets the kill robbed away from him. KLA's TG25 on 6 eliminations here, as SS1 Pace only on 3. He needs a couple more. He's 0.3 points away from Wolves' score, and it looks like he took a little bit of pop damage from the Bane. He's going to try and get out of here as fast as possible. GG Shaw looks like he might have seen something happen here. He's going to try and aggress up onto it. Playing close to the side here. Looks like he's just going to try and hold that space on this upper side. Going for that bit of a high ground here. Doesn't want to ingress too much onto Pace here, knowing that he does have that Mystic Might buff, is going to be a little bit of a difficult play for GG Shaw here. 0 kills again. Okay, I'm just going to throw it out now in case it happens. Imagine GG Shaw gets the last person standing with 0 kills again. It looks like it's set up to happen. We've got 6, 5, and 3, and GG Shaw on 0. It happened earlier. We saw GG Shaw finishing last player alive, but 0 eliminations on the board, so he only got the 3 placement points, and the multiplier was going to nobody. And honestly, if we see that happen twice in a day, like this is some NARAKA history we're recording down here. As KLA's T225 with a beautiful bow shot to steal away the kill from SS1's Pace. As Pace had a beautiful run for that elimination on the Kylan ult, but was not able to come away with it. And as you can tell, he already almost has his ultimate back. As Arano doing a little bit of kiting here, switching over to the dagger for that extra bit of movement. It looks like Shaw fighting against T225 down on the bottom side here. KLA's T225 getting active and ready to come away with the elimination. The 1-2-2-2-1 here, forcing GG Shaw to pop that ultimate. It's going to make him go for the reset here. Only has 2 Kylan slashes with the amount of health that he's got. Is going to go for a bit of a reset here. Now gives him a little bit more options for mobility here. Pace holding that high ground. Arano trying to contest him as well. GG Shot back to full HP. KLA's T225 gave him a pretty good scare, but now he's back up right where he needs to be here. Does still have ultimate invested. Does go down as soon as I say that, though, as we are going to see Pace trying to come through with the pull sword again. Gold pull sword in hand is going to be very dangerous for all these other players. Has 11 seconds left on his Mystic Might. He's going to try and make the most out of it by seeing where all these other players are and give himself a good perspective on where he's going to need to position. GG Shaw taking the most damage out of all these players here. There's 2 Kylans, 1 Justina, and 1 Liam remaining in the lobby. Arano, full aggression onto GG Shaw here. Arano now taking so much damage. GG Shaw was able to defend his place up on the top here. Now KLA's T225 getting absolutely decimated here. Tried to go in the grapple extension, but everybody dropping the grapples today. Pace especially, as he's dropped a couple of these grapple extensions. We're going to see him go for the parry, attempting to make something happen, but T225 with a great uppercut combo back into it. You're going to see the explosive armor coming out as well, forcing himself to pop the ultimate here. Is on that V1 of the Justina, which we have not seen very much of today. We're going to see Arano now taking a lot of damage. The scale rush from Pace coming through almost took him out, but now we're going to see the ultimate coming through, and he's going to get sent into the storm, taking a lot of damage from the storm, including the ball as well. GG Shot getting almost completely eliminated here, trying to go for these uppercuts to save his life, and he runs right into Pace, and KLA's T225 steals another kill right from underneath Pace, as we're going to see the ball ultimate going to send him into the storm one more time. Pace is just not having the game that he wanted to. KLA's T225 on 7 elimination. Absolute insanity here, just trying to take the win away from everybody. If you did notice as well, EWG's Arano has climbed up to 2nd place, and KLA's T225 is getting very close in proximity to DRG's Fong's score. So the top 3 could be Spider, Arano, and T225 if the lobby continues the way it does for game number 6. Pace needs to get Pace needs to get both of these eliminations and finish first if he wants to come away with the MVP. I believe KLA's T225 with that 7 points is going to run away with it here, as he's going to surprise Pace with the Cloud Weaver here as the final 3 get ready to go into battle. I believe it's 1 Kylan, 1 Liam, and 1 Justina for the end. Pace the only one with ult online, so he does have that advantage right now. But as we're going to be getting into this fight, the Cloud Weaver is going to pose a super huge problem for the rest of these players.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Frostivus fan, this is exactly what you wanted here. Not giving any eliminations towards Pace's way. We've seen him in constant scrap offs, but not being able to pick up any on the board into this end game. Still up here for the top 3. So once again, if you're a Frostivus fan, you kind of want him to be eliminated here, just to solidify him not getting a multiplier or any more eliminations to make it closer there for Frostivus to try to overtake, because it's only a 0.3 difference there for him to enter the top 12. And then, I mean, already with the placement that he's going to get off of this, I believe he's going to snag up 12. So, you know, just still gotta wait this out. Pace with a massive parry there onto T225, big damage, R&B, and as soon as I said that, now he's gonna active. Now T225 is gonna eat up the damage off the F there, and now he's gonna go ahead and swap on over to the fist into the Keelan ultimate investment here. Gonna overhold since the first one. Zone almost completely closing 2 times there. He's gonna pick up the elimination onto T225. Now Arano flying on in the backside. We still see the pressure happening here for Pace. Drops very low here in the zone. Gets another slash hit there from Arano or onto Arano. Pistol shot connects there for Arano onto Pace, and Pace is gonna pick up 4. But it's not the last one standing. That's gonna be EWG Arano, and he is going to be winning our MVP for game number 5 with a good showcase in here for the young boy EWG Arano. Another player who is fairly newer to the Pro League, did come in the beginning of last year, I believe. This might be his first year. Oh no, he came in last year, the last season of last year's summer split. So he only played a couple games into this year, but I mean, he has showcased a lot of potential in his gameplay. We see him now taking the win here for game number 5. Pace trying to get the point count there and seeing where he currently stands. But T225 with a massive game 5 as well. I believe he might be taking an MVP. I'm not sure who's gonna be taking, because T225 had 7 on the board, but Arano is gonna be taking that multiplier, and I think he had around 5 on the board, so that could, you know, even it out for him taking the MVP. We're just gonna have to wait and see who takes this one home for this game. But I mean, what a game 5. We've seen the damage there from all these players, the plays. Now the pressure is on, you know. Now we have some pressure here for the bottom side of the pyramid to try to make it into that top 12. We don't have our MVP call. We're gonna have to wait and see.
It's
who
Arano.
picks it up. It's Arano. It's an MVP.
Arano came away with the MVP. In the end, the multiplier is going to do a little bit more. He was able to pick up that kill. So I believe KLA's T225 finished with 7. Arano finishes with 6 and the first place. Pace finishes with 4 and the second place. 1 Kylan slash away.
1
from victory.
Yep.
If he doesn't go for the reset there, if he doesn't run away and try to avoid the pistol shot, he throws the Kylan slash the other way. It's a gamble, because if he misses, he dies to zone tick, but it's his only option. Arano was able to kite it out by just a second. I guess his ult did end at the very last second there. I thought he had 1 more slash in the bank, but I guess he needed 1 more available. He just needed a little bit more HP. Unfortunately, he did go out pretty quickly there, as Arano came away with the first place finish, and giving him that multiplier and the extra placement point is going to give him the MVP there. Beautiful play. Way to finish the game perfectly. The huge parry coming through at the very end onto T225 from Pace was the deciding factor for him to be able to even get 1 elimination in that finals. But to take a look, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see the fabled scoreboard. 6 kills, 3 ranking points with the multiplier is going to give him a game score of 10.2.
Okay.
KLA's T225 is going to come away, because he had more kills than Pace, in that second place with 8.5. Pace still able to put up 6, which is great numbers for him. Frostivus only able to put up 1. And our other player, Wang Liang, who's in the contention, finished 4th with 3 eliminations on the board. TE Star 2.5 in 5th. JL's AIS with 6 in 2. Shaw with 1.5. Frostivus and Verse with 1. Spider and Slows with 0.5. I mean, at least Slows is putting up a half a point. He didn't get a kill, but he puts up a placement point. And Action going out with a donut on the day. We haven't seen a single game without a donut today, so that's a little bit unfortunate to see. Taking a look at the overall standings now, Wang Liang has dropped out of the place, and it looks like Pace has come to claim his spot in the 12th position. Frostivus now needs a huge pop-off game. He's at 27. I believe we're going to see the 12th place score. He needs to beat that, and he needs to make sure Pace 31. He needs 5 points, 31.7. He needs at least 5 or 6 points to come away. So we need to see him take a 6 or 7 kills with the victory to get himself a secured spot into the finals, ladies and gentlemen. He's so close, but if he fails in this last game, it's going to be so far away. Paced now on that place. He needs to fight hard to hold it, and so does GG Shaw. GG Shaw is still in contention for losing that spot, and now we see Arano has surpassed Fong with a 52.7 point total points here, as WBG Spider still climbing high at 57.9. Didn't put up too much in that game, only the 0.5, almost getting him up. Hopefully, I think he's going to try and go for that 60 point on the final score here. And KLA's T225, he's getting 3 points away from coming up and taking away that third place spot from Fung. And they're just trying to put up as many points as they can to make it easier for them to hit the final marker on the match point in the bi-weekly finals. Taking a look at some of our highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot. They're going to be seeing Fun Plus Phoenix picking up a beautiful kill on the hottie after the third party here. And this is where GG Shaw first went out. They're seeing TE Star coming through with the beautiful double charge here. And BBE Slow selling the most free Realm of Yang onto SS1's pace there, as they did have gray armor and a blue weapon, and he had purple armor, or blue armor, purple weapon, and was still not able to come away victorious here, as BBE Slow did end up going out here to KLA's T225 with the Vermilion's bird buff and the tech chase from the nunchucks, and a beautiful play from Paste here to come through with the elimination on the Kylan. As we see the freeze here as well. KLA's T225's freeze onto Wang Liang was absolutely beautiful. And then Arano here with a beautiful parry. That was the second parry in that fight sequence as well to be able to come away with the victory. And the rob of the kill there. If he gets that kill, that fight goes a completely different way here and comes away with the elimination onto T225 and almost gets the kill onto Arano. Arano comes away victorious and the MVP for game number 5. We finally see a Liam MVP.
Yeah.
Here we go. It's the first time we see it, especially the Liam V2 as well. Very interesting play coming through. F1 V2, Storm Stride, Phoenix Blast, Sap, Advanced Heal, Quick Charge, and a damage reduction Jade for 18,000 damage and 6 eliminations. Dual Blades being the main contender in his damage. 3 parries in a game, pretty average. Very good play from Arano coming through. And this is his 8th time as MVP. Arano has really proven that he is supposed to be here and that we need to see a lot more of him. I'm super excited to see what more Arano can do. We haven't seen very much of him, but ladies and gentlemen, we are going to ask you a couple questions before we get into anything else. This is an answer for treasure, ladies and gentlemen. So if you do get this question correct in the chat and you get picked, you will win a Summer Split random gift. How many kills did TE Star get in game number 5? Oh my goodness. The most random question out of nowhere. Or no, we weren't focusing too much on the star, but was it A1, B2, C3, and D4? We did see the standings, but I got to admit, we did not touch on them very much for TE Star. Yeah. So your best guess, I always guess C if I don't know the answer. So try your best, ladies and gentlemen, and good luck to you on winning the Summer Split random gift.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it starts getting a lot more difficult for these questions throughout the end of the night. You really got to be paying attention to, you know, the overall broad of the players who are competing. You know, it could be any random question that can be popped up there for an answer for treasure. But we are going to be taking a quick break. Once we come back, we have our last game here for day 3 of the bi-weekly 2. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Summer Split Bi-Weekly 2 Solos Day 3. My name is Creatives, and we're here with Seb. Just saw 5 games being played out. We have a lot of pressure for GG Shaw, Wang Liang, Pace, and Frostivus right now, trying to make it to that top 12 threshold. We have Frostivus on the bottom side there, trying to contest that top 12, as well as, I believe, Wang Liang trying to contest that top 12. We do have Pace and GG Shaw already in that top 12, but it's super close in points right now. These players still have the pressure for this last and final game of the day, and we are about to see how our last game pans out here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. It's a crazy sequence right now. We're gonna have to keep our eye out, and this is what I love about the Pro League here, Seb. When it gets this close, trying to contest that top 12, and even in the bi-weekly finals to see who's gonna win, you're always keeping your eye on the left-hand side of the screen, trying to see, trying to do the math in your head, like, did he get enough points? How much more points does he need? How many more kills? Does he need it? Does he get it with the placement? It's a lot of things that are always in the mix to try to see who's going to be able to make it to the top 12. But here we go. There we go. The players I just mentioned, GG Shaw, Pace, Wang Liang, and Frostivus, all trying to contest that top 12 for their last and final game. I do want to mention the second round when Yang there against Wang Liang and T225, and that's a situation where you wish you don't have Storm Strike. We see Wang Liang winning, we saw Wang Liang getting a parry, but he got griefed off the Storm Strike, so was not able to get the follow-up there to pick up the elimination. And unfortunate enough to that, he does fall in that second round of Yang. He didn't make it to the end game, but that could have potentially gave him another kill and not give it towards T225's way, which he needed these kills. He really needs these kills in this situation that he's in right now. So that's just something that I noticed there, that having the Storm Strike there for Wang Liang was not in his favor. But Pace, Pace came into the league and he started showing his mechanics, being able to do the heaven steps on the katana, floating. I mean, I saw a lot of things from Pace early when he first got into the pro league, and now off of game number 5, we saw him in the Roma Yang. He was trying to go for the double carousel, potentially triple carousel extension. If you guys are not aware, if you're able to catch a carousel on the wall, you can 1, 2, 3 the follow up into the grapple follow up, R&B carousel, rinse and repeat. So he was trying to showcase his tech there as well. So if he was able to do that, I'm telling you, Seb, I would have lost it if I would have seen the triple carousel in the pro league.
Yeah, triple carousel anywhere would be crazy, especially in the pro league. We would be witnessing history. Every single time we watch these NARAKA games, there's always something new that comes out, always something crazy that is about to take place and happen underway, and it's new every single day. That's what keeps us interested. That's what keeps us watching these games. That's why they keep playing, is because there's nothing that's going to rinse and repeat. The strategies are always changing. The mindsets are always growing. Everyone is on their toes for this last game. It's a battle between the 4 players. We've got Wang Liang, GG Shaw, Pace, and Frostivus. These 4 players are battling it out, and you got to keep your eye on them. And I know we will be keeping our eyes locked and loaded on them. The rest of these players, they've already made it. They're already good. The other players on the bottom, it's safe to say that they're not going to be able to come away with a 30-point game. So we're going to be having to take a look at the players on those 4. They're going to be the players that are going to need to make the most action happen in the quickest amount of time. They've got 1 game. They got to lay it all on the line. They got to come home, and they got to make sure that they're in that 12th place by the time the timer hits 0. As we're about to jump in right now, taking a look at who is going to be picked. Frostivus on 5th round, so he's not in the best spot so far. Wang Liang is going to be 1st, so this is going to give him a huge advantage. Pace 2nd. Also a huge advantage. We might be seeing Pace on the Kylan. I don't know if it has already been double picked. Slows as well getting that 2nd round pick, and Shaw on the 3rd. So Frostivus already had a huge disadvantage right off the bat, just getting super unlucky with how this day has played out. Wang Liang getting that 1st pick is going to be massive. Like having his 1st pick, what is he going to play? Looks like he's holding off on making his pick until the very end here. We're not 100% sure about what he's going for. His coach is mentioning a little something to him. We're going to see he's probably going to take to the very last second to make his decision here. He needs as much time as possible, and he locks in the Kylan. interesting play going forward, as I think he does need that extra damage right off the rip. I do believe it is a Firefly day, so having that coming through, as we are going to see Liam and Kylan getting picked as well. We could potentially see
Another one, yeah.
another one coming through. Liam and Kylan both getting banned out now, as you're going to see Temmie coming out from AIS, Shaw opting to go for the Hottie, as it looks like AIS has decided to play with our emotions a little bit and jump back onto the Justina. Star gonna go for the Hottie. Arano gonna go for the Justina. And this is gonna be mirror picks all around. Everything there banned out. Frostive is not gonna be allowed to play as Justina. Spider on Z-Ping. Interesting play coming through from him here. He doesn't need to put any more points up. He's just going to have fun. He's just happy to be here. Frostivus not getting his Justina pick. I believe that's what he was going for, but we're gonna see him bring out the Temmie. And this is where he puts it all on the line. The Temmie for the win. Ladies and gentlemen, can the Sandy boy make it happen, or will he just fall short? We're gonna be taking a look in just a second as did you do 5 on the Takeda? Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. He's made my day. Matari for action, but T225 on the Takeda. Let's put this whole 4-player beef aside. Let's get Cam on T225 the entire game. I want to see some Aurora Burst TODs with the Takeda ultimate into F grab, F3 into ultimate, into Aurora Burst, into ultimate, into Aurora Burst. We got to see it happen. Hopefully, we'll see what happens. But ladies and gentlemen, the game is about to get underway. We're going to take a look at which variants of the ultimates and abilities they're using, and then we'll give you a slight forecast onto where these players are going to be landing as all these players get to lock in. Game number 6, it's all on the line. You know who we're rooting for. You know who is going to be on the line. It's these 4 players here. We see them one more time before we take a look at what we're playing here. The double picks are coming out for a lot of these players here, saving their double picks for the end, and pretty standard ultimates and abilities. F1 V3 for Frostivus on the Temmie, F1 V2 for the Liams coming out. Versus actually going to be opting for that FV1, F3 V1 on the Takeda, F1 for AIS on the Justina, and the rest is going to be pretty standard. Action on the F2 V2, F2 V2 for all of the hotties, and the rest is going to be pretty standard. Nobody opting for the V2 Justina is an interesting play. F1 V1 on Spider for the Z-Ping. It's the first Z-Ping we've seen in a while, and thank God it's the first Z-Ping we've seen in a while. Taking a look at our spawns, take it away, C8.
We do have some droppage here near. Well, I mean, this is my least favorite part of the map, Sunwing. I mean, there's a lot of players landing near Sunwings, and I mean, playing around the poison, it can just completely grief your game. So I'm not sure if I see Wang Liang there. He might be rotating on in. Hopefully he does not get eliminated there by any of the poisons there near Sunwing. It looks like we do have some players landing right above Shipwreck as well, and we're gonna see our drop zone. WBG Spider, KLAC225, EWG Zorano, all closest to Sunwing. Yes, we do see a little bit of congestion there on the left-hand side of the map, but game number 6 is locked and loaded. We have 4 players still fighting to make it to that top 12, but Frostivus, I did see him get signed in the back end. He is going to eat up the damage off the flame here. Now, with no weapon in hand, catches a long sword, is going to be eliminated by the fire there, and that is super unfortunate there for Frostivus. You do not want to be taken out that way to start off your last and final game. He is going to have a second life there, but that is just super unfortunate there for Frostivus. You can't even make that up, you know. You can't even say anything about that because that is just super unfortunate with Spider. I can T225. We got Takeda in play here for T225. RB jump LNB here for T225 against WBG Spider. Recatches the Prile into the Furrin as well. He's gonna slide uppercuts off of this. KTO, the offense jump LNB. Furrin once again, not slide uppercuts times 3 for the follow-up jump LNB. Furrin into follow-up RB and T225 with the combo off the Furrins there, the standard Takeda combo. It has been a while since we've seen this in the Pro League, and I love to see it here for game number 6 for T225. running that V1, showcasing how Takeda was one of his favorite picks back in the day when it was meta, but slows against Action. V2's out here for slows, not catching the first ball though. GG Shaw in the mix in the back end. This could be bad. This could be good for GG Shaw. Gets the damage there to the R&B mixed there for slows. Nbpl here for GG Shaw in the back end, but no, it's gonna be Action picking elimination there against slow. Now GG Shaw trying to stay active in the situation since the limiting focus does not cancel. He goes for the aerial LMB, tries to cancel in the air with a grapple. Now Action has the F as well as the Hottie to avoid that prowl there from the Matari dash. Now GG Shaw is gonna go ahead and invest this Hottie ultimate, trying to see if he can pick up this elimination onto Action. Action with a massive TP army focus. Now since the first slash, the second one does not connect. Action has the Matari ultimate. GG Shaw has to be real careful, not gonna get caught up there off the TB focus attacks there from the Matari. Looks like he is gonna go ahead and overhold the F. Does not catch the stagger off of that though. And GG Shaw looks like he is gonna want to try to back up for the time being. He is going to take a full reset in himself against Action.
Are we just like as a community in NA just permanently cursing Frostivus by rooting
I think
for
we
him?
are. I think we are.
He just seems to get the most unlucky plays that ever happened. Huge parry coming out of the back end from Baoda's Action here. We are going to see him picking up the damage onto GG Shaw. Tries to go for another parry here. Great use of the dodge to keep spacing. Trying to gain prio into this fight here. We are going to see the F ability getting invested. Does come away with prio. Isn't able to get the LMB off here though as he tries to go for the charge attack. Tries to go for the parry, but huge uppercut combo into the extension. But the F ability is going to come out from GG Shaw to save him from the certain damage of that charged LMB. As we are going through, we are going to see the overhead combo come through from GG Shaw. Tries to go for the musket shot. Doesn't connect on the musket, but we are going to see the katana coming through from Action. Trying to go for that prio again. We're going to see him switching back over to the dual halberds. The taps from the staff are going to come through, dealing so much damage. Action now on the back foot, trying to give as much space as possible. Trying to go for the uppercut here, and BB Slows already eliminated. Slows, man, what are we doing here? Again, I'm going to leave it at that. But Action trying to go for the scale rush here. Trying to go for the parry, getting prio off, but the F ability going to come out again every single time Action uses that F2. The F2 from GG Shaw is going to come out and save his life here as now into the back end, switching over to some dual halberds. It looks like JL's AIS has been eliminated by OnePlus Phoenix's Burst, bringing him a step above in the standings, knocking AIS down into 7th position here. The scale rush coming through Shaw. This is an interesting fight here. It's been taking forever. Huge parry now. Action now lost the first amount of footing in the fight that we've seen so far. They're seeing the 1.0 coming out, getting released, getting Ryo as well off of that. Does have the ultimate available. Is probably going to wait for GG Shaw to pop his ult. 92% on the ultimate for Shaw, and they're just going back to back, F for F, answering each other. Shaw getting a huge parry now into the musket shot, and Action waited a little too long here. Oh my goodness, Frostivus versus Pace. The winner of this fight is going to decide the game for them here, as Frostivus already down to his last life. Oh my goodness, the scale rush barely saving his life here. Able to scale rush away. Frostivus in a lot of trouble. Pace trying to make something happen. The scale rush is going to connect. Frostivus able to get an armor swap here. Going to try and go for a little bit of a heal before re-engaging into this fight. Pace does the same as Frostivus is trying to scale away here. This is a dangerous zone for Frostivus to be in. Tries to go for the armor swap. It doesn't have any armor. He gets the gray back, though, as the double charge comes through from Pace on the dual halberds. We're going to see him try and come through on the dagger, but just not enough to get the amount of damage he's asking for. Is able to get the uppercut overhold here, as we are going to see Pace trying to go for the 1-2. Frostivus just trying to hold blue. Doesn't have very much to work with here. The blue dagger is just not... Purple dagger just not putting in enough for him here. Is getting him very low in HP. Doesn't have very much shield left. Is able to get the overcut here. Pace getting very, very low, but now the Kylan ult getting invested. Frostivus is going to be losing a lot of HP. Getting sent up into the sky. Forcing the ult here. Great ultimate to be able to get a bit of a reset off here, as now Pace is going to end up going for the reset himself. Going to throw these wisps out. Is going to catch him out here. Going to try and go for the wisp connect. Misses the second one here. Frostivus is, you can tell he's playing with a little bit of anxiety right now, as he's just getting absolutely tormented by SS1 Pace. He did manage to kite out the entire ultimate, though, as we are going to see them both go for the jump parry. Brings it back around. The F ability coming out from Pace. Brings it up again, and he takes the kill on the base. He takes the kill on the base, ladies and gentlemen. Pace does have his revive. Is going to be sent back to the soul altar, but Frostivus up by 1 kill. He still needs to get at least 4 more points if he wants to be victorious and take away that 12th place spot. But He's taking a kill away. He sent Pace to the altar. It's the perfect place he wants to be in. Now we're looking at another player who desperately needs to get himself a kill here. Almost getting hit by the poison, able to kite it out at a very good pace here. Wolves Wang Liang. Kayle's T225 just angry, wanting this kill. He is hungry for the spot here. The F1 into the musket shot is going to deal a whole lot of damage, but Wolves Wang Liang does have that Yang pass, is going to pop the ultimate to be able to just kite out the rest of this here. Gonna take to the skies here, see if you can get a little bit of extra damage off, make T225 burn some ultimate here as he sends the shots back and forth. It looks like he's gonna try and go and finish the kill before entering the Yang here. As this might not be the play here. He might need to go in there. Gets into the Yang before anything too dangerous happens, as KLA T225 is also going to enter into the Yang. He does have that poison damage happening to him. So gonna need to use a little bit of a pot up before. I'm gonna switch over to the fan for this fight against GG Shaw running the dual blades. This is gonna be an interesting one here. A katana from GG Shaw. Interesting play. You don't see very much katana coming through anymore. Ooh. Huge parry coming through. I do believe that is actually the hung sword coming through from here. Tries to go for a parry. Overhold is going to come through, but the F ability invested from GG Shaw here, trying to gain that Nbpl is going to end up popping that Haughty ultimate to try and see if he can get some damage off. Gets the one charge off. Tries to go for the one charge again, but now we're seeing Wolves Wang Liang with the Kylan ultimate in hand. Spacing is key here. It looks like Wang Liang's going to answer with the first bit of damage here, as now GG Shaw going to take to the skies. Ends up losing his ultimate here because of the height distance. Going to try and fall to the ground here. Scale rushing up to the top, trying to kite out as much as possible, but Shaw now taking a lot of damage. Misses the follow-up though. Gets the LMB cryo. F ability coming out into the 1-2. Tries to go for the overhold here. Does connect on the overhold. Connects on the overhold a second time. GG Shaw, low HP. Wolves Wang Liang needs this kill to get into the game. Huge parry, and Wang Liang comes away with the elimination. Ladies and gentlemen, it's getting intense in the room here. Everybody is bringing out their best, what they have to play. He gets the purple hung sword. He gets a gold pole sword. He'll have Vermilion's purple armor. He's stacked and ready to go into this next fight.
That was a crazy scrap up, and that was a big one as well. Wang Liang against GG Shaw. Arano winning his Ramo Yang as well. T225 as well. So Wolves, EWG, KLA are going to have the Vermilion's Burst Might buff. We see T225 going against Wang Liang right now. T225 trying to shut down any momentum Wang Liang has currently right now. Does have that purple pole sword off the Ramo Yang. That's why this guy's the pro against T225. R&B focus there. No combo breaker on Takeda. Going to use the shove there to back on up, but it's going to get recaught the prio there for Wang Liang. To the R&B focus. That's big damage here. And the last and final hit. And Wang Liang picking up a second one now in game number 6 with 32.5 overall points. Pace with 32.7. Frostivus has that Yang depletion timer on his back. He did go inside the Ramo Yang and he lost. So he's going to have that timer and the pressure on his back. And we see him now against Arano. R&B Pro here for Arano's going to go ahead and invest the Whisk here. Doesn't catch the damage. Yes, he does against the R&B focus there. Purple halberds in hand for Frostivus. Now, Pro for Arano in the back. And we got another player showing up. It's going to be FPSEQ's verse now. Now he's going to clink off of that, but he's going to eat up a lot of damage in the corner as well. Frostivus is going to be forced to pop his ultimate here. Trying to get the pot in, does not manage to do so, but we still got some pressure happening in the back end, playing inside this Temi ult, and this is where Temi is vulnerable. Once this ultimate is gone, we're just gonna see a little bit of time here for all the pressure probably going towards the Temi's way. You see Verse already quickly aggressive Frostivus in the situation. Everybody near money trying to get some action onto Frostivus. They did see the Temi ultimate invested. Now Frostivus doing a really good job cutting the situation out, though. He does get rid of the line of sight from all the players, but it's gonna be Arano, quickly aggressive. Frostivus here. Nice little uppercut, raw uppercut there from Arano to catch the F there from Frostivus. Gonna throw down the Whisk. No connection onto Verse. Does connect onto Arano in the back end. Is gonna send the LB focus to create some space here. Now the chase is on. Frostivus needs to try to stay alive, but needs to try to stay in the mix to try to cleanse his Yang depletion timer with 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Has a lot of pressure on his back. No armor in his inventory. All pretty much completely gone, as well as a quarter of that white health as well. So he is very low. He's gonna eat the damage off the RB focus there from GG Shaw. Trying to stay alive, fighting for his life. We got the Haughty ultimate invested for GG Shaw. They're all trying to claim the elimination. It's gonna be Verse picking the elimination here onto Frostivus, and that's gonna be Frostivus' run. He is not going to make it into that top 12 threshold. That is super unfortunate there for Alliance's Frostivus. Now we still have Pace, Wolves, Wang Liang, and GG Shaw fighting for that spot. 2 out of the 3 are going to make it. Is it going to be Juan Leon contesting Pace now only with 0.2? Or is Pace going to be able to close out the distance against GG Shaw to secure his 11th place spot? We're going to have to wait and see here in game number 6. Arano going at it in the back end against Verse still. GG Shaw has the opening that he needs to get this third-party action in. We see Arano dropping very low. The damage is going to go towards Verse's way. It's not GG Shaw picking up the elimination. Verse now has 4 on the board. Gets the uppercut through the window, but doesn't capitalize off the full damage. Verse trying to stay alive. He's going to go ahead and kite the situation. Now trying to retreat. Trying to post up for the second Roma Yang. GG Shaw as well. We got Spider with 1 on the Zaping. Arano with 1. T225 with 2 on the Cicada. Verse with 4 on the Liam. Star with 0 on the Hottie. GG Shaw with 2 on the Hottie. Pace with 1, and Wang Liang on Keelan with 2 as well. I mean, that is super unfortunate for Frostivus. The start he had as well, you can't make it up, man. It's just super rough, man. Throughout the whole day, not being able to pick up his eliminations, getting them stolen multiple times. Wins the scrap off against Pace early in this game. Very close call. Does come out victorious. Goes to Solid Roma Yang and falls off of it. It's just super rushed there for Frostivus. He is not going to be able to qualify, but Juan Leon and Arano going at it right now. Go long sword in hand for Arano. Juan Leon has the pass. Going to go ahead and get rid of it. Arano's going to go ahead and snag up the pass this time around. Wants to make it inside this Roma Yang. Currently with 1 on to Justina. He is going to be able to snag up that Roma Yang. Now Pace and Star going at it. R&B focus connects there for Pace. I believe the parry went towards the back way, so he was not able to connect off of that. But Pace has blue armor, blue fist base in hand. Actions lurking in the outskirts. TE Star, though, laying down some pressure off the cannon shots. Is going to be at PSEQ's verse against SS1's Pace here. And this is a big scrap off here for Pace. He has to try to pick up his elimination here in this Roma Yang. Only with blue weapon and blue armor. Going against verse with purple armor, purple weapon. It's going to be a high task here for SS1 Pace to try to win this. But if anybody can do it, it can be Pace. He's had some success in these Roma Yangs time and time again. I'll be proud of that for Verse. F invested early here for the Keelan. Now, trying to take a quick reset in. Here's Verse drop down. Trying to see if he can find the opening that he needs. Overholding. It's going to be the mix up here. Cannon shots fine on in here for Verse. Can apply a lot of pressure if he connects off of this. Does not connect so far. Now, Pace. Go ahead and play the top side of these pillars. Verse as well. Both of these players playing a very conservative right now. Both players they're like in sync right now. And we probably here for Pace. F called in for the Liam there to avoid the full damage off the fist blades. Now, a little bit of movement error. Might eat up the damage off of this. 1, 2, 3 connects there for Pace. Now, Liam ultimate invested here for Verse. Can't use the ult to avoid any of this. The first one's going to be Wee. That's V1 there for Verse. Next ship period there for Verse onto Pace. Now, what's going to be the mix up off of this lunge into the F. Pace now going right back in with the blue dagger. And that ult is going to get a charge up off the blue ready off of that. Now, what's going to be the mix up here for Pace? Cast the first slash. Big damage off of this. Verse now. Try to cut out the second one. Gets clipped off the second. The third one connects as well there for Pace. No, nearly clips him though. Now the fourth one does connect. It's a little bit of rollback off of that. Connects out the fifth as well. Big damage here for Pace. Now he's going to lose a lot of the white HP as well. Verse trying to stay up right now. He is going to have the health advantage in this situation. Pace might be caught up of a cannon here. He might be eliminated off of that, but he is going to be able to stay up for the time being. Pace now does not get the damage off the follow-up. Since then, let me focus. Now he can get a follow-up. The F called in there for the Liam. Trying to slap him on up. Trying to get the damage off of that. Does not manage to do so now. Both players in neutral back again. Catches the front Pace now with the RB focus. He's going to win this Roma Yang. And that's a mass elimination there for Pace. He is going to get the armor upgrade plus the weapon as well. And he is going to have the white tires powers. And he's going to come on top here in this Roma Yang.
I just got to say as well, KLA C225 on the Takeda, 3 eliminations, winning that second Realm of Yang. Takeda in an isolated fight, such a strong hero, but not having a combo break option is just so difficult for some of these players to have, especially when you're trying to save your ult to go for a TOD. Popping that ultimate and using it as a combo break is something that these players are not trying to do. Arano and Verse, both Liams in the lobby actually on the Yang depletion. Oh, I believe Arano's on the Justina. Liam for Fun plus Phoenix's Verse on the Yang depletion. Pace winning the Realm of Yang with an absolutely beautiful play coming through. Almost died from the Kylan ult there. No value, very little value coming through from his Kylan ultimate, but was able to come through with the prio and come away with an absolutely beautiful elimination in the end there. TT25 fighting against TE Star down in the bottom corner here. Pace looking like he wants to engage on a bit of a third party here, as we're seeing Star taking a lot of damage here. Both of these players don't need to be engaging into fights right now. TT25 is just getting hyper aggressive for absolutely no reason, having the time of his life playing on the Takeda in this lobby here, and just making all of these other players fear his wrath, as we see him going again and again trying to eliminate a TE's star from this game match. He's hungry for the kill. He wants it. He sees him caught out. He knows he's lower HP. Does have ultimate available. Both of them do. As he does miss the grapple here, is going to end up losing sight of him. KLA with the White Tigers buff, so he's going to be gaining all of the health back that he lost in the storm. Wolves Wang Liang here. 2 eliminations on the board. Paced at 34.2. Wolves Wang Liang at 33. So 1.2 points Wolves has to catch up to. And it's a very close game. He was 0.2 away. Now he's 1.2. TE star now. Ultimate invested. Going for a bit of a reset here. Is going to end up canceling pretty soon here. Going to cancel the ult, get 19% of his ultimate left, and just try and scale the Celestra end circle. This is going to be one to remember, ladies and gentlemen. The amount of kiting that these players are going to be able to do, the ankle-breaking movement that you're going to see from these players as soon as the daggers and the pole swords come out to be able to scale rush past all of these players. So we are seeing closer to the money area, as most of these other players like to call it. We're seeing EWG's Arano, Bauda's Action, and a couple other players as well as Paste joining in to the mix. KLA's C225 ultimate popped on the side there, trying to take out TE star. Star getting very, very low, but GG Shaw coming in, trying to aggress on as well. As we did notice, GG Shaw did not pick up that kill earlier. It was Fun Plus Phoenix's verse that was able to come away with the elimination that we saw in that scrap off that was happening earlier with, I forget who the person who did end up going down was, but Shaw was able to pick up the Soul Bloom, which did allow him to cure his Yang depletion from the first Yang, bringing him into this game. So he does have a lot to prove to still be here, and he is very, very close to that line on the bottom. So he still needs to keep playing as hard as possible if he wants to remain into this game here. We're going to see the F1 getting invested. Arano getting dangerously low here. We're going to see the jump parry coming out, but the jump LMB from the staff is going to connect through. And Arano getting very low, was able to break some ankles really quickly here, though. And now back on the other side, KLA's T225 trying to spot somebody out. Full ultimate back again for him. Everybody back in their respective positions.
Yeah, we see you with a minute 43 here. Verse trying to cleanse this Yang depletion timer. Arano as well. And we've seen T225 get very active as well. I mean, he's on the top of the pyramid. He can get active as well. He can control the momentum and tempo of this game as much as he wants. He has the ability to do so without having any drawback from it. He's just trying to pick up more points for his last bi-weekly game, moving on over to the final. But Arano loses all that armor, trying to take a quick little reset in. He's going to eat up some damage on the backside. We do have the F investment there from the Justina. It's going to go ahead and pop the ultimate as well, trying to avoid the scare rush there from I believe it was Spider on the pole sword, and we know how much damage a scare rush off a pole sword, especially on the purple rarity, can do. Arano still applying the pressure onto T225 this way, but look at the gold damage rarity off that spear with an RB focus there onto Arano. He is going to pick up another one on the board. That's his 4th one on Takeda at PSGQ's verse now. Trying to see if he can try to cleanse with 46. You think so? Hopefully. That'll be crazy because we haven't seen we haven't seen a Takeda in a mix for quite some time now. I mean, looking at a character like Liam, he's just an overall better Takeda if you really think about it. I mean, it's pretty much the same concept, but just way better. So, I mean, it will be very, very interesting to see a Takeda catching an MVP, especially in a level of these players. I mean, you see Burst eating up a lot of damage to the back end. It's going to be Cannon Shots flying on in. It's TE Star with his first elimination there on Tavares of the game. He is going to pick it up with the cannon there. That was a nice play there from Star. Juan Leon still trying to get active with a 1.2 point difference against GG Shaw to try to make it to that top 12 threshold. Now we see the Keenan to be invested against GG Shaw. This is a big scrap off. If he's able to pick up this elimination onto GG Shaw, he can cut all the pressure that GG Shaw has towards him right now and just live throughout the end game. We still have 7 players alive. See him playing it smart. Backing on off from that situation once that ult is offline. Spider, though, on the Zaping. Might want to get active. We have T225 snagging up the Spirit Well for the free on the Mystic Might. Do see him picking up that buff. Plus the weapon, the armor upgrade or armor reset or swap, whatever you want to call it. He's applying tons of pressure onto Juan Leon. This could be bad for Juan Leon. Jump LMB, Scale Rush connects there. Oh my God, big damage there for T225 onto Juan Leon. And this could be bad for Juan Leon. He's trying to kite out the situation here against the Takeda. And you do not want to get this Takeda ultimate invested, especially with no combo breaker online, which is not for him right now with 7 seconds and counting. Can potentially get out if that Furin does get called in there onto him. But Now, with a nice kiting here from Wan Leong, trying to ice off some of this pressure, but it's just a lot. We're seeing the back end. Spider now trying to move on in. Does manage to catch a common armor swap here to try to stay inside this game, and he needs to live right now if he's trying to make it to this top 12, because DJ Shaw has no pressure thrown his way right now. He has a little bit thrown his way as soon as I said that from Spider, but they're looking for the Keelan right there, T225, or I'm sorry, for Pace, or Wan Leong, sorry, Wan Leong. Trying to stay up, random bang, now spawning in the middle of the zone. We have zone 5 starting to spread around 55 seconds. Common armor here for Wan Leong, and this is an easy check for any players, especially for T225. You hit the lock key, you see the armor rarity onto the player, and oh my god, it's just so much pressure here for T225 onto Wan Leong. Still not letting go of this chase here onto Wan Leong. Wan Leong is trying to fight for his life right now, trying to stay up, but it's gonna be cannon shots flying on in. Keelan Ultimate invested here. Does manage to tap dodge the RB focus there from T225. It's gonna be a lot of pressure. No, oh my god, extra with elimination there. And Wan Leong is not going to qualify. And we have our top 12 being able to play this Saturday for the bi-weekly 2 grand finals. Is gonna be Pace, Shaw, ASC, OUG, TEJLs, X1, FPSGQ, DRG, KLA, EWG, and WBG all competing for the grand. Oh my god, that is super impressive. They're all competing for the grand finals there for the bi-weekly 2. That is just super unfortunate if you're Wan Leong, especially your Frostivus as well.
Wait a minute here, CA. Action still got a chance. No, I'm just kidding.
No, there's no way. There's no way. He needs like a 10-point game.
He needs every single elimination with the first place finish. He needs to kill 1, 2, 3. That's 4 eliminations. That's going to put him up to 8 or 7 eliminations total with the first place finish. I don't even think he can still do it then. He's at 20 points. I think it would be very, very close, but no victory at the end here as KLA's T225 finally getting himself parried here. We're going to see him end up going for the overhold. Oh my goodness, everybody taking damage. Now Pace getting extremely low here. Going to try and fight for his life to try and get out. Pops the Kylan ultimate, and as we saw, almost KLA's T225 almost getting extremely low. He is leading the lobby right now with 4 eliminations on the Takeda is absolutely impressive as well. We did see Pace end up taking his spear away from him though, as we're seeing now T225 trying to run away. He did get that golden armor swap from his previous spirit well that he had earned earlier in the game. KLA's T225 gold nunchucks in hand now. Not ideal weapon, that he would have rather had that spear in hand. The wild wind sprout going to come out from Pace, blue fan in hand, just to try and get that extra movement buff, as the entire lobby hunting him down now.
Oh my god,
he's gonna go down, and T225 picks up the kill. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, is there anything he can't do? The Takeda on 5 eliminations is just laughing right now. Pace is just happy that he's in the finals. Shaw here trying to make something happen with the gold pole sword in hand. WBG Spider on the Z-Ping, 1 elimination so far. We've got 5 players remaining. Spider on 1, T225 on 5, Star on 1, Shaw on 2, and Action on 3. So, you know, I'm rooting for T225 here. What are your predictions going into this game? We've got a pretty open circle. So, Hotties are going to excel. Action on the Matari might have a tough time unless they do some really good jobs at kiting. WBG Spider, if it goes to the heal off, given the Z-Ping ult, is going to have the easiest time. But as far as full control of the battlefield goes, the Takeda could be in a very good position, given that there are no more Kylans and no more Liams.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes to Endgame, I see it really rough for the Takeda to try to come up on top. But, I mean, he is controlling a lot of the playing field right now. So, he's able to get someone lobbied or someone weak as how he has been doing, especially in Celestia. He can run all over with the MVP, but the zone is starting to close already. Zone 7 closes in about a minute. So, he needs to try to make it quick right now with the Dreadful Well. Could have the potential to get some more eliminations at the end game. He already has 5. We don't have anybody else. I mean, Action, yeah, with 3. He could, you know, potentially snag up the MVP if, you know, he picks up one or 2 eliminations at the end. We got Aurora Burst on the right-hand side. Go Hong Sword, go Nunchucks in hand here for T225, but often to play the Purple Dagger due to the Jade in his inventory right now. We see Spider just waiting out. I mean, Spider just been chilling this whole time. He's been waiting and out, seeing where the aggressors is going. Starts moving on in at the perfect time on the Zaping. He has to sustain. He needs to be real careful not to get full invested onto from one of these players. Just because he's on the Zaping, he is gonna have to sustain off that Zaping ultimate. But we're gonna have to wait and see. We got a hottie up, a Matari, a Zaping, Takeda, 2 hotties, I should say. It's a little bit of a different character pool right now, but you know, Star and GG Shaw could be playing. Oh my god, I can't believe that didn't hit him through the wall. If they play together, they can probably potentially overthrow the whole lobby, and the hotties could come out on top. It all depends on how the pressure goes. But GG Shaw now with the Dreadful Well as well. I'm gonna go ahead and wait this out. 2 players with Dreadful Well in this last and final circle. So I did not catch that earlier, but now we do see it there in the back end. See the damage going towards T225's way against Star. Star's gonna eat up a lot of damage. Gonna be forced to start moving on into the zone. We see action, GG Shot, TE Star, WBG Spider all playing the high ground. T225 to control the bottom field of this end circle. Now quickly spreading action. It's gonna go ahead and invest his ultimate. I believe I see it there on the top side on the Matari. Can do so with the hero pick. We see TE Star flying around. GG Shaw as well. The hotties playing that mid ground. WBG Spider's gonna fall. Already popping that ultimate. T225 now is gonna eat up the damage off the Blitzer and Edge. He's gonna eat up more damage off the RB focus. Has to burn to stop that damage though. He's gonna pick up one on the board against GG Shaw, but he's gonna fall right after there to Star. And now it's gonna be WBG Spider with the sustain. But it looks like KLA's T225 is gonna be taking the MVP for game number 6. And this is Takeda coming from the shadows there. The Demon Lord himself coming in hot here for game number 6, taking the MVP.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought coming into this game that we would have seen a Takeda taking the MVP in game number 6? KLA's T225 never ceases to impress me, and coming through with the Takeda pick just absolutely made my day. Ladies and gentlemen, we have crowned our winner of game number 6. The MVP is going to be KLA's T225. The last man standing still being WBG Spider with that sustain on the Z-Ping. It was basically inevitable that he was going to come away victorious, especially since the lobby was not giving too much focus onto him there. T225 was able to pick up a kill near the end, Star picking up the majority of the eliminations, but Spider outlasting everybody and taking his 1 elimination to the multiplier. Ladies and gentlemen, KLA's T225 is going to be the winner. Unfortunate for us, we aren't seeing Wang Liang or Frostivus coming through into this finals for the bi-weekly finals. Unfortunate to see. Hopefully next week they'll be able to get him. But hey, that's why we play the games. Pace did a phenomenal job at holding his position and coming in at that 12th place spot. And he will be joining us in the bi-weekly finals along with GG Shaw and the rest of the crew. Spider able to hold his first place, Arano in second. I'm not 100% sure if they were able to take third away from DRG's Fong, but it is a huge possibility. So we are going to be taking a look at the scoreboard pretty soon to give you the final tried and true results of the day. And wow, what a day it has been, from triple pick Liam to ACOS MVPs to Takeda coming out. My boy Takeda with the Furens able to get a whole bunch of eliminations near the very end. Absolute madness and insanity going on there. I'm so excited to see how that day planned out. It was just absolutely insane. I can't believe Takeda picked up a 6-kill dub. I mean, it's still absolutely crazy running through my head right now.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how the overall standings look, because I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and say it again, how close it is from Wang Liang making it to that top 12. That Rumble Yang play game 5. I mean, having that Storm Stride there griefed him from that elimination. So if it's off 1 elimination, I know he's probably never going to pick up that Jade ever again if it comes down to 1 kill. So I'm very curious to see how close Wang Liang was to making it to that top 12. Man, I just keep thinking of the Frostivus situation. You know, he's just been getting unlucky all day from game 1 all the way to game 6. I mean, all day has been getting his elimination stolen. We're going to be taking a quick look at the scoreboard for this game alone. It's going to be KLA's T225 taking first place plus the MVP with 7 kills on the board, 8.5 overall game score, showcasing the OG Takeda TOD with a slight uppercuts there with a Hongsu / Katana. We did manage to get it here in the Pro League. Once again, it's been a hot minute. And then in second place, we have Bada's Action with 3 eliminations, 5 overall game score there for Bada's Action. FPX ZQ's Verse with 4 eliminations on the board, 4.5 overall game score. TE Star as well. And here we go. Our overall standings for the day. Slows. Seb not happy about slows. I mean, Seb has been calling out slows all day. 5-2 winner combo with 17. Bada's action with 20. JDG Shazam with 22.9, which is super rough there for the bi-weekly 1 winner. Then not qualifying for the bi-weekly 2, coming off a hot win. I didn't catch it. Did you catch how many points Wang Leong had right there?
He had like 33 something. He's 1.7, 1.5 points off.
He's gonna be.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. He did miss out on a couple of eliminations in the first couple games and in game number 5 and 4. Where Pace also did fall short of a couple of eliminations. He started off the day with an MVP, and then it was downhill from there up until the last couple of games. So they both faltered, but Wang Liang faltered more in that last game. He was not able to pull that survivability through. Spider able to take first, Arano able to take second, and T225 on the Takeda was able to take third over DRG's Feng. Feng was still able to hold his placement over Fun Plus Phoenix's verse, but taking a look at these replays, I want to see this. Look at this. So unfortunate for Frostivus getting hit by that burn damage. He's just it's so he's perma cursed. And look at this. He's able to do this Takeda ult
on terrain.
Through terrain. Like, that's the biggest thing that you have to take into note here. He's able to do this and keep him up through all of the crazy terrains. He's doing it through Sunwing's bones. As we're taking a look at SS1's Pace second elimination there, as we're going to go take a look as well. Bada's action almost able to come away with the elimination onto Shaw, but Shaw coming through with it. As we saw here, Frostivus was able to pick up the kill onto Pace, but it was the only one he was able to do as Wang Liang came through with the elimination onto Shaw, and it just wasn't enough for him to be able to come through. Double amazing dodge into it, a beautiful parry. Shaw was very upset by that, as you can see, but with all of these eliminations that came through into the stand-up, into the re-prio, into the grapple extension focus attack, he was still unable to come away with the victory here, as SS1 Pace was just fighting a little bit harder and came into the game with one more elimination point than he had. KLA's T225 made it his personal mission to make sure that nobody was able to come away with from that bottom 13 into the top 12. As Takeda decides to reign victorious, and this was the most amazing thing. I really hope Takeda will come back into the meta. I doubt it, but we'll take a look and see. 7 kills, 23,000 damage, 6,000 coming from the spear, 3,000 coming from his skills and his ultimates. Thunderstorm, Dreadful Whale, Meteor, Tuna, Slow Shot, and Sunwing Shot coming out from his Jades on the F3 V1 Takeda. Best performance so far in the Nbpl summer split of 2024, in my opinion. This is going to be my highlight game. Game 6, day 3, bi-week 2. Mark this day in your calendars, ladies and gentlemen. It's the day that Takeda came back to competitive play. And that is forever going to be one of my favorite memories. I'm at a loss for words, man. It's inspiring to all the Takeda players out there who keep trying to play Takeda and keep falling short, and now are giving confidence back that you're still able to pull these insane plays on Takeda without in this new meta, and you don't have to compromise and play Liam.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about Takeda, it's just, isolated fights. It's super strong. Lots of mix up with a lot of weapons, Takeda. So isolated fights with Takeda is really, really good. Once again, he has that third party escapage that it's rough for him. Once those 3 frames are out, you're pretty much vulnerable with no gold F as well. It's kind of rough right there. T225 had a crazy game though. He played the neutral perfect in every scenario that he was put in. He had the weapon rarity as well to get big damage off the R&B focuses there from the spears. So he made it work perfectly right there. That was a crazy Takeda game there from KLA's T225. But, being able to just to see it here and play, it's just an honor once again, because it's been a while. But we are going to be getting another honor, which one of the interviews with one of the players.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview, and this is Jaeger. And now I'm standing here with Peace, and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧 ，Pace 先和我们的观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AC 之问的 Peace 的。
欢迎 Pace 来到我们的赛后采访，看得出今天过来整个状态容光焕发，非常高兴。Okay, so first we would like to know from last week we know that last week is like maybe unluck for you and really terrible week. And for this week, today you got MVP in the game 1. So I would like to know how you adjust on this weekend. 那我这边特别想问一下，从上周那个，就是非常纠结的这个状态当中，包括几个零鸭蛋拿回去，应该自己也是会有一些没有信心的状态。到今天开门就拿下了第一把一个开门红，怎么样？自己做了哪些的调整？然后拿完这把开门红，当时心态怎么样？
就感觉这把就周杰就随便进了，感觉这个星期有了，就自信就上来了嘛。
Okay, so I think after the game 1, I think I should qualify for the bi-weekly, and I really have confidence for this week. 就是打完第一把，马上整个人的状态容光焕发了一下，是不是？给了你后面很多的状态。好的，在我们这个喜庆的氛围之下，我们来看一下今天的题目是什么。So let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so you guys can see the question on screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. I know all you guys already know the rule, and please don't leave the screen room, because if you know the answer, and maybe you will be the lucky guy who be whispered. Okay, after our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot. Okay, so today our question is, how many kills did SS1 Paste get in Game 6? 这道题目呢是关于刚才这把比赛啊，我们老 P 到底拿下了多少的击败积分？我们先不公布答案，来讲讲今天的比赛。Okay, so we know that now you already qualify, and we know so at the latest game, everyone focus on you and Wang Liang. Because you two, you are around the qualified line. So I would like to know for you, you stand to the end of the game. So what's the point make you can stand there and qualify? 那我这边要问的是，其实在最后一把我们都非常的纠结，你知道吗？当时的比分，你和大梁两个人是不相上下，都在我们这个周决的这个线左右浮动，非常非常紧张。但在这个情况底下，你还是战胜了你的对手们，包括像我们的大梁，包括像我们一直非常看好的龙哥，然后成为了进入这次周决的选手。让你保持打到最后的信念是什么？
因为我可以控制名次嘛。上个星期13名，这个星期我就想进周决了，我就12名。
哦，自己拥有了一个超能力，是不是？Okay, so I think I have the power. I have the superpower in the matches. I can control my ranking. It's like because the last week for the bi-weekly, I'm like the 13, so that's why I didn't qualify for the first bi-weekly. So this time, I would like to qualify. I want to still be the esport player, so I just control the 12. 非常有趣的一个故事。OK， 我觉得我们应该配色已经准备好了，我们就先给我们的观众朋友发出福利，好吗 ？OK, I think our players prepare and let's start counting.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. OK, please. 请你公布一下正确答案。OK 吗？
答案是 B. 2.
Yeah, the correct answer is B. Okay, so for the upcoming bi-weekly, I know a lot of players. They're like they're just focused on the championship, and I would like to know. So for you, what's the important part for you in this bi-weekly? 那我这边知道，就很多选手肯定对于周决抱着就是我要去冲冠的这个心态。对老 P 肯定这次会有一些不一样。那对你来说，这个周决你最想得到的是什么呢？
继续适应比赛节奏，然后开个赛点。
So to be honest, I would like to adapt the speed in the matches for myself, and also I would like to, if I can pass the match point, and it will be my honor. Okay, thank you, Pace, for today's interview. 哇，今天也看到你其实有一个很好的状态和心态，那我也更加期待你在周决当中的表现了，好不好？那我们这边只能说 good luck to you. OK， 祝你好运。OK， 好 ，Thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a day. We had some crazy stuff, to some NARAKA history, to Takeda in Game 6, to everything that you could possibly think of. You come into a NARAKA day and you're like, okay, there's nothing new that can happen. There's nothing crazy that's going to happen today. It's going to be a standard NARAKA game. We're going to have some fun fights. It's going to be super close. It's going to be great. And then all of a sudden, bam, T225 with Takeda. That's just exactly the kind of excitement that we have been searching for. We're going to take a look one more time at the final standings. The players who did not qualify here, 13 to 18, Slow, Zakame, Xshin, Xuzhang, Frostivus, and Wang Liang. In 12th place, we've got Pace coming in with 4.5 into the pre-post points. GG Shah with 4.6, XY with 4.9, Mike with 4.9, Star with 5.3, AIS with 5.4 pre-posed points. This is going to show how many points they are going to be starting with coming into the bi-weekly finals. And this is going to give some players like WBG Spider with 8 pre-posed points a huge leg up onto the competition. Some of these players don't even get 8 points in a single game. So having 8 points is being an entire game ahead of some of these other players, giving you such a huge advantage to be getting that much closer to match point. 7 points for Arano, 7 points for T225, 6.2 for Fong, 5.8 for Verse, and Wu Fang is going to be coming away with 5.6. This is going to be our qualified players for the finals. Spider, Arano, T225, Fong, Verse, Wu Fang, AIS, Star, Mike, XY, Gigi Shaw, and SS1's Paste. Barely clinching the finals by a little bit. We do see that he was coming through and making it to the finals. He didn't make it last week. He placed 13th. So now was his time to shine. We're going to be taking a look at trios for tomorrow. Game 1 is going to be Perdoria, then Holleroth, then Morris. Then we're going back to Holleroth, then to Morris and Perdoria. The last couple of games are going to be your Firefly games, so be sure to stay to the end to witness all the action-packed fun that we've got for trios Group A and C tomorrow. This is going to be the last chance for these teams to be able to put points on the board. And ladies and gentlemen, what a day. Creatives, you got some words for us, some words of wisdom? With the quote of the day, maybe something interesting?
It's very interesting there what Pace was saying in that interview. I mean, I fought multiple players in our region, high caliber players, you know, top players, and you know, he mentioned the speed, and you know, I've noticed the speed and how different it is. You know, there's not a lot of players here in this region who have that speed. So I can already imagine how it is in the mainland when you have that crazy practice at a Mortal War every single day. You have better resources for you to get better at the game, and how high the skill ceiling is in the mainland. So that is one thing he mentioned, was like he's trying to get used to the speed of the Pro League. And you know, I quickly thought about, yeah, like I can see that. Like I know it's probably tons of pressure, and that speed you can't find it anywhere else. And you know, what better way to see it here than in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, which is, you know, the top of the top players going at it every single week to try to compete and take a chip home. So that was just something, like, you know, that caught my attention, to him mentioning the speed. And you know, that is something that I always mention about every single time. There's just a couple players who have that speed that, I mean, once you feel it, you know, it's like an adrenaline rush. You know, once you feel it for the first time, and how fast you can die, and how one micro decision can change the outcome of a fight. I mean, it's crazy. It's like adrenaline, and it's something that you can't really experience multiple times. But I know exactly what he was meaning when he said that. But you know, thinking about Chazong just not qualifying to the bi-weekly 2 finals, coming off a win for bi-weekly 1, is super unfortunate for him. Wang Luong not making it off of 1.7. I mean, it's just heartbreaks all across the board. But another heartbreak that we got for everybody at home is that the games are concluded, and we are going to be going offline. That is going to conclude our bi-weekly 2 day 3 here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League solos. My name is Creatives, and we're here with Seb. We'll catch you guys tomorrow for more trios.